Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Bakugo became society's enemy. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Men. A young boy with blonde hair huffed and breathed as he rubbed his wrist along the bottom of his chin, wiping away the blood on it as he let out a chuckle, his face tattered with small scratches as three other young boys whined while on the ground. Are not created equal. The blonde-haired boy let out a growl as the boys on the ground quickly got up, pointing at the young blonde as tears ran down their faces. Katsuki Bakugo, one kid yelled as another cupped his hands around his mouth. My older brother is going to beat you up, the boy shouted as the kids ran away from their spot on the street. Yeah, scramble off you losers. Bring your brothers too, they'll get the same beating. Bakugo yelled as he rubbed his nose victoriously as two boys ran up, jumping on the young blonde, celebrating him as another young boy with messy green hair looked on from the window of the store they were all standing in front of. Bakugo, that was so cool, one of his friends exclaimed excitedly as his other friend shook the red-eyed boys back a little bit. Those were third graders and you just took them out like they were nothing, the boy said excitedly as the green-haired boy stepped up with his eyes sparkling. Kaken, you were just like All Might back there, the young brunette said as the young blonde's eyes darkened slightly as his other friends grew bigger smiles as they nodded their heads in agreement. Yeah, Bakugo, you were invincible back there, one of the boys said as Bakugo's face remained darkened. Yeah, there's no way you could lose. You'll be number one for sure, the other boy yelled as Bakugo's face cracked a grin. It looked wicked and cocky as he faced his friends. Of course, do you know who you are talking about? The young Bakugo exclaimed as the boys cheered. The young brunette looked at the boys from behind as they cheered, laughing together. He couldn't help but notice how much Bakugo's hands were shaking. Kaken, are you okay? The young boy with green hair asked as Bakugo stopped cheering, giving the green-haired boy a glare as he essayed his teeth and gave a glare. Of course I am Deku. Those losers could never hurt me, neither could you. Losers always lose, Deku, so worry about yourself, idiot. Bakugo yelled at the brunette as his other two friends jeered, as well as the green-haired boy looked sadly at the bruises on his arm. Bakugo rubbed his bruised face with his arm as he looked away from the rest of the boys. The strongest hero always wins, Bakugo said as the other boys except for the green-haired boy cheered for him again. They began walking toward the city ahead of them as the green-haired boy looked down sadly, only noticing the tears in the tough boy's eyes later on. This is what I learned at 4 years old. Feet were kicked up onto a desk as a young man with ash-blonde hair made himself comfortable. His name was Katsuki Bakugo and he had been at the top of his game. Now aged 14 years of age, attending Aldra Junior High, he had quickly become the most impressive kid in his grade, consistently setting a new standard for the school each year. The teachers didn't bother him, usually allowing him to act as he pleased. The rest of the students looked up to him, none of them really holding a candle to the boy. If you were to call him cocky or arrogant, you wouldn't be wrong in the slightest, but with no real obstacles to challenge him as well as his ability to practice what he preached, Katsuki Bakugo was indeed the what he thought was the best of the best. Yo, Bakugo! A scrawny but tall kid with slicked black hair greeted him with a smirk as another kid who was muscular and tall with prominent black pompadour walked in behind him. Yo, Bakugo, he said as they walked over to his seat. Katsuki lazily looked over, spotting the two boys waving at him. These two had been what he could only call lackeys to him. They wouldn't stop bothering him in the mornings, so he eventually stopped caring, allowing the two to do as they pleased around him, just ignoring them. The hell do you extras want? Katsuki asked as the two boys laughed at him. Come on man, you don't gotta be like that, the slick-haired boy said as the pompadour kid sat down near him as well. So, Minami from Class D was asking about you again, according to some rumors I've been hearing, the boy with the pompadour said with a chuckle, rubbing his chin as the slicked-hair kid's eyes widened with his jaw dropping. Like the gem of Aldra, Akira Minami? The slicked-hair kid exclaimed as the pompadour kid nodded his head eagerly. Hell yeah, you think she's going to confess? The pompadour kid asked as the slicked-hair kid placed his hand to his face dramatically as he let out a deep chuckle. He then pointed at an unamused Katsuki dramatically as he closed his eyes. Obviously my fancy-haired friend. Katsuki Bakugo and Akira Minami, it's as if the stars themselves met to bring these two together. The slicked-hair kid exclaimed with a passionate expression as sparkles and small bits of sweat came off of him with a dramatic spotlight around him. The pompadour kid's own eyes sparkled as Katsuki remained unfazed at the boy's antics. Katsuki pulled at the air, making a clicking noise, cutting the spotlight off, turning the surroundings normal again. Your quirk is FING stupid, Katsuki said with a glare as the slicked-hair kid fell from his spot and onto the floor as the pompadour kid's sweat dropped. Katsuki gave both of the boys an unamused look as he rested his cheek on his fist, giving off a menacing vibe that could be felt throughout the classroom, causing a few other students to stop their conversations and look at Katsuki. You couldn't be the center of attention if you were a murder victim. Baku brutality, the pompadour kid said as the kid with the slicked hair groaned on the floor as Katsuki switched his sights to his direction. Katsuki pointed at the pompadoured boy with a glare on his face. Oi Jazufuck, I need you to spread a rumor of my own, Katsuki said as the pompadour kid sweated at the implications. Katsuki kept pointing as the pompadoured boy began to sweat. He nodded as Katsuki scoffed, bringing his feet off of the desk. Tell everyone that you know I said if that wannabe beauty queen confesses to me, it's a hell no. Katsuki growled as gave a thumbs down. Both of the boys comically fell. Wait, wasn't I already on the ground? The slicked hair boy asked while looking at his hands existentially, while the pompadour kid looked up quickly at the red-eyed blonde. Wait, how come? One of the prettiest girls in the entire junior high wants to be your girlfriend and you're declining. The pompadour boy exclaimed as Katsuki essayed his teeth. I don't need a clingy beach dangling off my arm while I strive on my way to be the best. She'd be a distraction and a waste of time, Katsuki said coldly as the other two boys' sweat dropped at him. The slicked-haired kid gave Katsuki a look as he pointed at the blonde with a deadpanned look as he held back a snicker. No offense bro, but doesn't that seem difficult with your quirk? I mean, you make nice sparks at best, the slicked-hair kid said as the pompadour kid's face paled until he was almost as white as a sheet. Katsuki gave the boy a heavy glare with a dark aura flowing off of him as the slicked-hair boy flinched as Katsuki aggressively pulled out a water bottle. I can fix that, Katsuki said darkly as he unscrewed the top. What's in the bottle? The boys both asked as Katsuki widened a wicked grin. The two boys immediately, sparks and fireworks are nice to look at, but with this I'd like to see them eating, tried it, and as they are burning to death, Katsuki said darkly as the boys looked at each other before looking back at Katsuki. A bottle of lighter fluid? The pompadour kid exclaimed as Bakugo stared down at them. Wanna find out? Katsuki said with a growl as the boys hopped up to their feet. Come on, quit kidding man, the slicked-hair kid said as Katsuki was about to splash the contents of the bottle on the boys. A morning kaken. The entire class froze as a young boy with green hair and freckles walked in. Katsuki, frozen in place, only turned his head around, glaring at the boy as he walked slowly over to his desk. Green met red as they made eye contact. The boy quickly broke away and made it to his seat. Katsuki turned his attention away from the two boys as they gave out a sigh of relief as Katsuki slammed his hand on the green-haired boy's desk as the boy looked up at him with a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Deku, Katsuki growled as the boy known as Dekuaka Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki's childhood friend, looked up at him. Who the hell do you think you are saying good morning to me like that, you loser? Katsuki growled as Izuku swallowed. I just thought it would be more polite to dash. Izuku started but was cut off by Katsuki's hand hitting his desk again, this time with smoke coming from it. You looking down on me or something? Katsuki asked as Izuku shook his head quickly from side to side. And no, of course not, Izuku said as Katsuki sharpened his glare. Good, now sit back and shut up like a good loser, Katsuki said as Izuku looked down onto his desk. Katsuki walked to his own desk and sat down, the glare never leaving his face as he looked forward as the teacher walked in. Morning class, the teacher said as he walked over to the board. Katsuki pulled out his phone and started scrolling through the news as Izuku looked at him from behind. The bell rang for the end of classes for the day. The students were getting up from their chairs as their teacher cleared his throat. Remember, high school application forms need to be completed in 3 days. the teacher called out as the students began leaving the classroom. Katsuki got up and began heading for the door as the two boys got up with him. "You idiots don't follow me, I'm going home today," Katsuki said as the boys groaned. "Come on man, we haven't hung out in a while," the slicked hair kid said as the pompadour kid nodded his head. "Let's do karaoke, I can invite some girls," the pompadour kid said as Katsuki sent a glare. He growled as he looked at the two boys who were practically begging him to hang out with them today. "Didn't I tell you extras to F off?" Katsuki yelled as the boys' sweat dropped. Right, but let's seriously try to hang out sometime," the slicked hair kid said as Katsuki rolled his eyes before stepping to walk away. "Wait Kaken," Izuku said as Katsuki stopped to glare at Izuku as the greenette scratched the back of his head. "Did you want to walk home together today?" Izuku asked as the three boys looked at him. The two other boys looked in between Katsuki and Izuku as the slicked hair boy got an idea, pointing his finger up as he pointed at Izuku. "Bro, Midoriya is totally gay for Bakugo," he exclaimed as he got glares from all of them including Izuku. "What? In the actual F dash?" Katsuki said as Izuku began waving his hands. "And no, I don't think of Kaken that way. We are just really old friends that go way back, and I thought we could since we live close to each other and all," Izuku said at supersonic speed as Katsuki grabbed him by the collar. "Let me tell you something, you useless piece of shit, we are not friends. Don't go telling people that nonsense, that means you won't be following me home, you stalker," Katsuki said as he dumped the contents of his water bottle on Izuku's head. The other two boys' eyes widened in shock as Katsuki made his hand spark. "You follow me home, you die," Katsuki said as he waved his sparking hand in front of him before dropping him onto the ground as the two boys quickly escaped. Katsuki shoved his hands in his pockets as he stomped off. Izuku sat there as he picked himself off of the ground, wringing out one of his sleeves. "It's water. It's always water," Izuku said to himself as he picked his bag up from the ground as he looked down the hallway that Katsuki went stomping down. Izuku peeked out of the door as he looked down at his phone at the breaking news. "I couldn't stop him today either." Rubble flew back along with a man in a red and yellow suit and he flipped onto his feet, snapping his head up to look at the aggressor, a man in a torn hoodie with bony protrusions coming out of his body as he grabbed two more of the fragments from his body, throwing them at the man in red. The man in the red suit, known as the hero, Tensel, stretched out his arms, moving civilians out of the way as he himself barely dodged the shards. Tensel was a small-time hero who strictly worked in this area since he graduated from a local hero school. His quirk is Stretch. Stretch gives Tensel the agility to extend his limbs to great distances. His limbs can stretch up to 20 meters, but his body can only handle so many stretches. "You aren't going to get away with this," Tensel yelled as a man with bony protrusions began running with the bags of cash on him. "I already did," the bony man said as he began running as Tensel stretched himself out in pursuit. "Oh no you don't," Tensel yelled as he began catching up quickly as the bony man threw more shards at him. Tensel dodged almost effortlessly as he wrapped an arm around the bony man, slamming him into the ground as the rest of his body caught up. "You've lost, villain," Tensel said as the man wrapped in his arms struggled to escape as he grinned. "You're the one who lost, fool," the bony man said as the shards slashed the arm that was holding him. Tensel pulled his arm back as the shards grew more aggressive, flying everywhere. Tensel weaved through the shards as he looked at the civilians around him as they tried to avoid the shards. "I can't dodge and protect the people at the same time. Damn it," Tensel yelled as he pulled cars to block the shard onslaught as the man kept laughing. "How pathetic, hero," the man said as the cars were being torn to shreds. Tensel gritted his teeth as he closed his eyes and took a breath. Tensel's eyes snapped back open as he pushed his thumb against the chest of his suit as he gave the villain a confident smile. "That's right, I am a hero. That means I won't lose here," Tensel yelled as he pushed the cars in front of himself like a shield, protecting him from the shards as he jumped over the cars, winding up a big punch as the bony man looked up at him with an evil grin. The bony man prepared more bone shards to throw at the hero as he was approaching him. "Time to die then," the bony man yelled as Tensel threw the punch as shards flew directly at him. Both of the men were blown back as a powerful explosion blasted in between the two. They both looked at the smoke as footsteps could be heard coming from it. What a chic quirk. A voice said from the smoke as Tensel looked at the smoke. The bony man also looked at the smoke as it began clearing. In it was blonde hair that was tipped black with a black bandana on his face with eye holes cut out of it revealing red eyes along with a wicked grin on his face. He was wearing a black jacket with white torn pants. Perfect for a sheet villain. Tensel looked on in surprise as he spotted the young man. A vigilante? Tensel asked as he looked over to the bony man preparing to launch an attack. The young man smirked as the bony man got up and glared. Shut up, you brat. The bony man shot shards at the boy as Tensel reached his hand out. Wait! Tensel yelled as explosions came from the hands of the boy propelling him in the air avoiding the shards as he blasted toward the bony man who kept shooting shards at him. The boy flew around the shards sending an explosion in the face of the bony man. I won't fall for something like that. The bony man yelled as he shot the shards all around him piercing the smoke revealing nothing in front of him. The bony man didn't get a chance to look around before he was hit by a heavy and hard hook from the side revealing the boy with a grin on his face as he opened his fist and ignited an explosion sending the bony man into the wall of a building. Tensel looked on in surprise as the people crowding the area began to cheer and holler for the boy who only glared at the spot in the wall as the rubble moved. Katsuki smirked as bone shards flew from the rubble at him. Katsuki dodged smoothly moving to the side of another to direct the shards toward him as he was blasting them away. Nice sucker shot you took there, however you are just as useless as that other hero. If you can't get close you'll never be able to touch me either. The bony man said as he increased the intensity of the shards as the smirk never left Katsuki's face. Killing you quickly would have been boring. Katsuki said as he set off a larger explosion blasting away more of the pieces as the bony man winced. The bony man said as he dodged a punch from the side. You didn't really think that I was just going to watch, did you? Tensel said as he threw another punch at the villain who shot bone shards at him. Tensel jumped back avoiding the shards as the bony man took a kick from Katsuki. I should be right here, you bony beaky. Katsuki yelled as the bony man rolled looking at the two men in front of him. That was a heck of a kick right there. I'm really impressed. Tensel said as the boy only glared at him. You also have an amazingly powerful quirk, seeing as you don't have much of a costume. Why don't you become my sidekick? You've definitely got the talent. Tensel said as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. The young man fired an explosion at the bony man again before sending a glare at Tensel. We'll have to work on that face though. Tensel said as Katsuki grabbed Tensel's wrist lifting him before roughly slamming him into the ground. Tensel coughed. This strength. Tensel thought to himself as the boy looked down on him with that same glare intensifying as Tensel looked up at him. The young man scoffed and kicked him into a car, crushing it in the process. The crowd's faces went from glee to confusion and surprise as the boy cracked his neck. The bony man watched in surprise as the young man aimed his hand at Tensel, watching it heat up as the young man's glare became a smirk. Did I hear you right or did you just call me a sidekick? Listen up you dumbass extra, the boy said as Tensel lifted himself up. Screw being a sidekick, why in the hell would I ever work with someone as weak as you? Spewing out cringe dialogue as you get your butt kicked thinking you can win with the power of hope or some other bullshit. The young man said as Tensel groaned. Let's get one thing straight, I hate villains. Those pieces of shit that act like they're victims as an excuse to do whatever the hell they want. They are trash on their own regard, but, the young man said as the crowd watched as the boy's eyes shifted back to a dark glare. I hate heroes. The young man said darkly as Tensel gave him a shocked look. Get up you in wannabe, I plan to kick both of your buttes and be home by dinner. Don't try to buddy up with me you loser, the young man said as bone shards flew his way only for him to blast them away sending his glare the villain's direction. The young man quickly moved toward the villain, his glare intensifying as he blasted toward the bony man. You first, the young man roared as the villain made large bone shards, sending them toward the young man as he moved around them, easily firing his explosions in the gaps as the bony man intensified the volley causing Katsuki to fall back a bit. I thought I told you brat, I'm untouchable. I'll show you what it means to really fight a villain. the villain yelled as he fired at his fast-sending shards at the young man that were cutting through the building he was facing like it was paper. The bony man put his hands down inspecting the rubble. He panted tiredly as he aimed his hands again. "Come on out, you BSE," the villain yelled as the rubble moved, causing the villain to fire his shards. The shards hit nothing as the bony man looked around hoping to spot the young man as he gritted his teeth in frustration. "Wait," the villain said as he looked up, taking a heavy kick to the face from the young man's shoe, causing him to stagger. "From above," the villain said as he roared, sending more shards as the young man weaved through them, palms striking the man in the chest. The villain coughed as the boy smirked at him. "I told you, this wouldn't be fun if you died so easily," the young man yelled as he pushed the villain away before setting off a large explosion, sending the man flying backward until he hit a brick wall, sticking into it. The crowd gasped as Katsuki looked back over at Tensel, who was wrapping the boy up with his arm. The young man glared as he spoke. "That's right, it is your turn," the young man yelled as Tensel gritted his teeth. He then tightened the wrapping around the young man, hoping that it would be enough to hold him there as the boy struggled in his hands. "Young man, wait," Tensel said as the boy gripped the arm holding him, starting to heat up the hand for an explosion. "You don't have to do this. This path of yours that you decided to take is just one full of hate. You'll do nothing but become empty if you go through with this, maybe even killed," Tensel said as the young man glared at him from where he was being held. "You can be better. With a quirk like yours you could do so much good. Why fight? Why push everyone away in some pursuit of power? Someone with a quirk like yours should be in hero business, saving people. Let me show you how. Work with me and I'll show you what it means to be a hero, so please don't do this," Tensel said as the young man's eyes darkened. The grip he had on the arm tightened as Tensel winced. "I am completely and totally fine with that, old man," the young man yelled as Tensel's eyes widened in shock as an explosion went off. "I don't care about loneliness. I never needed people. My path that I chose is full of hate. I'll use that hate to crush villains and heroes until I'm the only one on the top. The world doesn't need scum pretending it cares, smiling at it as they get paid," the young man said as Tensel threw his arms again. The boy dodged the hands as he blasted toward Tensel. The hero pulled his arms back quickly to try to catch the young vigilante in the air, but the young man set off an explosion, propelling him above the hands as he set off another behind Tensel, propelling him behind him. Tensel turned to throw a punch, but the young man slapped his hands hard against the ears of the hero, staggering him. The young man punched Tensel to the ground before lifting him up to look at him. "If you want to make speeches about what you believe is right, then you better have the strength to follow it up," Katsuki said as Tensel refocused and tried to punch the boy, only to be kneed in the stomach. Tensel coughed as Katsuki smirked. "Nice try, you BC," Katsuki yelled as he threw Tensel with an explosion-enhanced throw into the rooftop of a building. The crowd looked on in shock as Katsuki huffed and looked at them with a glare. For the past 2 years this kid always came around and interrupted these kinds of battles between heroes and villains, the one with the really bad attitude and explosive quirk. By his own declaration, only known to the masses as Mustafa's own personal anti-hero. Loose cannon. The crowd looked at Katsuki and began booing at him. Katsuki's eyes darkened before he looked back up with a smirk. "If any other wannabes and losers decide they want to try to outdo me, I'll find you and kick your butt too," the boy yelled as he blasted off from his spot and into the air. The crowd watched as the boy had once again gotten in the way of a battle and left victoriously. Their boos didn't subside even when the ambulances arrived. The police show up only to find Tensel and the villain knocked unconscious, sticking into their respective spots in the brick building as officers ran to retrieve them both. "Looks like we just missed him again," the detective said as he stepped out of the police vehicle, tipping his hat as his partner chuckled from the other side. His partner took off his hat, taking a look at the surrounding destruction. "Geez, he had plenty of fun this time," the partner said as the detective stepped over rubble, walking a little closer at the scene. He peered toward the top of the rooftops, making a personal note on possible escape routes for the boy vigilante. "They're both alive," a medic called out as they were bringing the unconscious bodies of the men into the ambulance. Detective Tsukachi, the head of the detective force in the police, further inspected the scene as his partner scratched his head. "Still alive, huh? Weird how this kid yells about killing people and we haven't found a single dead person in his wake yet." Tsukachi's partner said as Tsukachi shook his head while inspecting a piece of singed brick. Not really, he's still a kid, I doubt he'd kill anyone yet. For now. Tsukachi said as his partner nodded at him. Something that doesn't make sense is how we can't manage to track him. He's obviously a kid, but we can't find any middle or high school records matching his quirk. Tsukachi said as he put the piece of brick down looking at his partner. That being said, he's most definitely lying about his quirk in public records. What would he place instead of his real quirk of explosion though? Tsukachi said as his partner chuckled at him. Finally getting old, Tsukachi? Didn't think you were one to get duped by a kid. The partner said as Tsukachi sighed, shaking his head. I haven't been duped yet, he's just quick. I can assure you the next time he acts we've got him. Tsukachi said with a small smile as his partner narrowed his eyes at him with his own small grin. His partner gave him a pat on the shoulder as he looked at the taller man. You sound confident. His partner said as Tsukachi nodded looking toward his shorter partner. What can I say, I've got a little help this time around. This kid's reign of terror will end soon, hopefully with questioning. Tsukachi said as his partner's eyebrows rose as he essayed his teeth. Whatever you say, Tsukachi. His partner said as Tsukachi smiled, placing a hand on his partner's shoulder. His partner smiled, but that smile soon became discomfort as the partner began squirming a bit. Oi, Tsukachi, that's starting to hurt a little. His partner says with a slight chuckle as he turned toward the taller detective whose smile never left his face. By the way, I'm only 35. That's nowhere old. I've got a good amount of years before I'm even close to old. Tsukachi exclaimed suddenly as his partner was being shook by the hand on his shoulder. Tsukachi clears his throat as he looks over the scene as his partner rubs his shoulder. That's enough fooling around, the faster we get done the better. Tsukachi said as he went to investigate as his partner rubbed his shoulder. That's gonna bruise. He said as he met with his partner on the scene. The young man landed on a rooftop as he let out a sigh. Katsuki ran a hand through his hair brushing the charcoal dust out of it. The bandana came off of his face as his hand wiped away the sweat. He pulled off his jacket and the shirt underneath it revealing bruises and a few cuts from the fight he had earlier. He began to clean his wounds, wincing at the sting of alcohol he pulled from a bag he had stashed. Katsuki wrapped himself up in bandages as he popped his shoulders. Another day, another hero stomped out and villain beaten. No doubt that the police were still on his trail. At this current rate he'll be able to keep a low profile while hunting down heroes and villains until he's beaten them all to a pulp. Katsuki made it his #1 effort to hide his quirk away from anyone that didn't already know about it. Fireworks are one thing, but full-on explosions were a whole other thing. As long as the extras in his surroundings don't peer too closely or PSS him off, he won't have to worry about his secret getting out, though there is only a matter of time before they start pulling up medical records of every kid his age's quirks just to find him. Thankfully that would take them literally forever. By the time they find him it'll already be too late. Katsuki groaned as he checked his phone at the time, right before dinner as he planned. These jokers really called themselves heroes and villains? Katsuki could almost laugh at the thought as he looked at the sun as it began to set on the horizon, painting the sky a myriad of colors. The reds blended into the oranges and blues, making purples and vermilion in the sky. Katsuki was never one to admire the sun, but it looked pretty from this view, the top of this building. Would this be the same view he would see from above the extras and background characters? All of the wannabes and crooks? Whether the view was this beautiful or half of it, Katsuki just knew that he absolutely had to be the best of the best. He had to prove that he was better than them, no matter what the cause. He was skilled and fully planned on using those skills to put those who got in his way into the ground. They were all nobodies compared to him anyway. Katsuki pulled out a protein bar and began eating it as he looked over the view of his hometown below him. Katsuki finished his bar, changing into his school uniform as he walked down the stairs of the building. He passed by several workers leaving the building for the day, talking about their usual nonsense. Same as always, Katsuki said to himself as he exited the building, passing by people who were going on with their days unfazed by the daily happenings of their heroic society. Ignorance always has been bliss, huh? Katsuki walked down the streets watching students awe at heroes and stores selling hero merchandise. It was all a bunch of crap to him. Let them worship their heroes all fing day. He'll see how they look once he knocks the grins off of those same heroes' faces. They all would, he was going to be the one that stood on top. They were all going to witness as Katsuki Bakugo single-handedly tears the hero society apart, hero by hero for all he cared. That was a promise. Katsuki continued walking down the street toward his home to turn in for the day. He still had school after all. A few days had passed since then, the usual suspects had come and he had beaten them. He had been showing up on the news feed a lot lately. Normally that would be concerning, but for right now it was what he needed. The more buzz around loose cannon, the less time the police had to find the person behind the mask. Today was Thursday and another regular day of school. The red-eyed young man ran a hand through his ash-blonde hair as his smirk only grew. School was going to be a breeze today. Hell, it looked like his schedule was going to be clear for the most part. He might even have a little extra time to kill. From his experience, the traffic of hero and villain clashes tend to be dead on Thursdays. Katsuki entered his classroom, one of the first as always, instantly making his way to his seat. He plopped down, kicking his feet up on the desk as he looked around, the few other students chatting among themselves, talking about trivial things. That's why they were extras to him, literal background characters buzzing around about their so-called dreams of making something of themselves. They would never really amount to anything in Katsuki's eyes. He was going to crush them all as he always did. Today was the due date for the high school forms. Katsuki didn't really have an opinion and just picked some random high school. It didn't matter where he was going, all that he knew was that he was going to continue to fight against villains and heroes. The more normal the high school, the better the cover. Most of these idiots were gunning for the prestigious school of wannabes UA High, the place where All Might, symbol of peace, had attended. The poor BSers are too ignorant to even know they don't have a snowball's chance in hell. Even if they did become heroes, he would just kick their butts like the pieces of trash they were, though none of the extras in here would ever make it. Yo! The slicked-hair kid said as he sat in one of the desks near Katsuki. Following him was the kid with a black pompadour that seemed to be larger than before. Whoa, when did that happen? It's only been a couple days. The slicked-hair kid asked as the pompadour kid snapped his fingers and did a cool-looking pose showcasing his hair as he looked over at Katsuki and the slicked-hair kid. Since today's high school day, I thought about switching up my style. The pompadour kid said as Katsuki looked at him unimpressed as the slicked-hair kid looked at his hair with awe. Dude, that's so cool, the slicked-hair kid said as the pompadour kid looked over at Katsuki, who huffed. Don't look at me extra. I couldn't give two sheets about your shitty extensions. Katsuki said as the pompadour kid got on his hands and knees in the back of the classroom and stared at the ground in defeat. Bakugo, that was cold, bro, the slicked-haired kid said as Katsuki gave him a puzzled expression. Wait, who were you again? Katsuki asked as the slicked-hair kid's sweat dropped. What the hell, man? The slicked-hair kid exclaimed as he grabbed onto Katsuki's shirt, shaking him. I sit with you every day, the boy exclaimed as Katsuki growled. You trying to start a fight, you didn't extra? Katsuki said as the slicked-hair boy kept shaking him. You're the one with the crappy memory. Do you even remember our names? The slicked-hair kid asked as Katsuki blanked for a moment. This snapped the pompadour kid out of his daze, causing him to grab onto Katsuki's shirt, shaking him as well. Seriously? Both boys yelled in unison as Katsuki began swatting at them. Let me go, you effing half-wits. Katsuki yelled as the two boys let him go. Wait, so what did you think our names were? The slicked-hair kid asked as Katsuki looked blankly at them both. Lackey number 1 and Lackey number 2, Katsuki said easily as the two both looked at each other briefly before looking back at Katsuki. Don't just read the credits, you be, the slicked-hair kid exclaimed as the pompadour kid joined in. That's just a straight-up fourth wall break, boo. The pompadour kid exclaimed as they both were shaking Katsuki again as the blonde growled and smacked away their hands. I have no clue what you FS are talking about. Besides, you can't blame me. I honestly don't care about either of you in the slightest. Katsuki said with a shrug as the boys both yelled, That's worse than forgetting, the boys exclaimed as Izuku tried squeezing past them. A morning, Kaken. Izuku said as Katsuki glared, Deku. Katsuki said with a growl as Izuku began to sweat. What is it? Izuku asked as Katsuki's glare got darker as he pointed to the two other boys. Did you know either of these dumbass names? Katsuki asked as Izuku scratched the back of his head. Fumi and Takiri, right? Izuku answered as the two boys became teary-eyed, giving thumbs up toward the boy. Thank you for remembering Midoriya. Fumi, the slicked-hair kid, answered as Takiri, the pompadour kid, nodded his head. Thanks, you loser. Takiri said as Izuku's sweat dropped. Huh. Katsuki said as he placed a finger to his chin and nodded. Yep. Still don't care. Katsuki said as the boys erupted. Oh, come on, they exclaimed as the homeroom teacher cleared his throat. All right, everyone settle down. Today's the day for your high school forms. The homeroom teacher said as he held copies of the forms in his hands. Though I think you probably already know what you all plan on doing, you all want to be heroes, right? The homeroom teacher asked, throwing the papers to the side as the class erupted into cheers sans Katsuki and Izuku as quirks were being used. Guys, calm down, quirk usage during school hours is prohibited, the homeroom teacher said as a slamming sound was heard. The class went quick as a chuckle broke the newly found silence. Exactly. Nobody wants to see a 2-bit circus act anyway from you extras. Heroes? Please, you dumbasses need to grow up. Katsuki exclaimed as he stood on his desk. Just a whole bunch of shitty quirks and crappy dreams. Just another indicator that I'm better than all of you. Katsuki explained as some of the class groaned. With a quirk like fireworks? One student said as Katsuki shot a glare at them. Shut up, Pinocchio. Go lie until you poke somebody's eye out. Katsuki yelled as the other students began to clamor. What does that mean, Bakugo? Another student yelled as Katsuki glared at the student. Shut up, you background character. The homeroom teacher's sweat dropped as he cleared his throat. It seems that almost everyone here has applied for a hero academy, except for Bakugo, though surprisingly even Midoriya has won. It's an application for you to. The homeroom teacher said as Izuku's face paled. The class was at a standstill as time seemed to freeze as Izuku felt the change in temperature of the classroom. Katsuki's sight switched over to Izuku as the greenette sheepishly raised his hand. The rest of the class followed as Katsuki jumped down from his desk, slamming his hand on top of Izuku's desk. You're effing joking, right? Katsuki asked as Izuku began to sweat. I believe that their C could be some kind of way T that dash, Izuku said, but is cut off by a laugh from Katsuki as the blonde looked down at the greenette. It's one thing to try to be a hero with a bad quirk. It's a whole other ordeal for someone who doesn't even have a quirk. Katsuki said as Izuku tried to speak, but Katsuki's glare got sharper. You don't have a DMN thing, not even a scrap of individuality. Katsuki exclaimed as Izuku began to sweat more. Well, it's just always been my dream. Izuku said as Katsuki hardened his glare. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Izuku said as Katsuki growled. If that's your DMN case, then tell me. Katsuki said as he became more imposing, leaning closer as the rest of the class had their own glares. What is someone as worthless as you capable of? Katsuki said with a growl as Izuku could feel his stomach drop. The homeroom teacher tried to corral the class to little avail as Katsuki began walking to his own seat, leaving Izuku brewing in the feeling that was left on him. Katsuki gritted his own teeth as he looked forward at the front of the classroom, Feienji Deku and his dumbass dedication to being a hero. He didn't even have a quirk, he would just be dead weight doing its best to be useful. He always hated that about him, the hopeless dream he had to be something other than what he was. Class ended as Katsuki let out a huff as the two boys walked over to his desk. Yo, got some time to hang out today? Nafumi asked as Katsuki turned his head. Fine. Katsuki said as Takiri fist pumped. Hell yeah, I'll invite some girls. Minami is going to flip. Takiri said as Katsuki just rolled his eyes at the slick-haired boy as he stood up with his bag. Hey, what's this? Katsuki heard Naofumi from behind him at Izuku's seat. That's mine, could you please not take it? Izuku said as Naofumi waved the book toward. Katsuki. Bakugo, check this out. The nerd's got a dairy. Naofumi said as Katsuki got up to take the book from the pompadour boy. Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the book as he looked back at Izuku, who was reaching for it. This was notebook number 13. Katsuki had noticed that Izuku's been keeping a series of these books since they were kids. He even thought about stealing them for his own patrols, but they were made in the moment, so they were never useful to him. Still writing these DMN things? You think that observing quirks and dreaming is going to make one magically materialize for you, Deku? Katsuki said as Izuku shook his head, and no, I never thought that dash, Izuku said as Katsuki took the notebook and slapped his sparks against it, burning it. Izuku gaped at it as the other two boys snickered. He would have blown it up, but he couldn't risk these two extras discovering his actual quirk. Meanwhile, Izuku was gaping at the blonde-haired boy. There was a glint of actual anger in his eyes this time as Katsuki tossed the book out of the window. Katsuki placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder as it smoked. He gave a glare toward the green-haired boy. Listen close and listen well, resign your application from UA and do something more your speed. Being a hero will only get you killed, you won't only die quirkless but useless as well. Not like that's anything new to you. Katsuki said as Izuku looked at the ground clenching his fist. You really want a quirk? Katsuki said as he pointed out the window as he placed a smoking hand on the boy's shoulder. Jump after your stupid notebook and maybe you might get one in the next life. Katsuki said with a shrug as the two boys looked at Bakugo with slight surprise. Izuku then looked up. The look on his face had been a rare one that Katsuki could barely remember seeing in his life. This took him by surprise briefly before he gave his own glare back to the green-haired boy. You got something to say, you nerd? Katsuki growled as Izuku quickly stood down. Exactly. Katsuki said as Izuku looked up with teary eyes. I wish you'd be more honest with yourself. Izuku said under his breath as Katsuki's eyes widened as Izuku stepped back. Katsuki glared at the boy before huffing. Let's go. Katsuki said as he left the room. The two confused boys followed him as Izuku grabbed his own stuff. Demon Bakugo, you really brought the hammer down on that nerd. Nofumi said as Takiri chuckled. Yeah, you seemed sad. Takiri said as Katsuki glared at the boys. Katsuki was going to say something but he gritted his teeth. Quit your yapping, we got places to be apparently. Katsuki said as he clenched his fist thinking about the words Izuku said as he looked at him. I am effing honest, always have been. Katsuki thought to himself as the boys were celebrating behind him. Katsuki Bakugo did not sing or dance, or anything dumb for that matter, and yet despite those thoughts he found himself surrounded by singing idiots partying like it was an end of the world in a karaoke booth. Nofumi was singing his heart out to some idol song as Takiri and a couple girls they invited had been cheering too. Snacks covered the table along with sodas as Katsuki sipped his tea. He ordered. Junk food was bad for him and would slow him down on the field, so it was a hard pass for him. He should have gone straight home and trained. It would have been way better than this. However, since it was rather quiet today, hanging out with these losers instead of disappearing would help with his cover, even if it is excruciating as all hell. They seem to really be into it today. A soft voice said as Katsuki kept drinking his tea. He peered over at the girl sitting beside him. She had long, silky dark blue hair. It looked black if not for certain lighting. Her fair skin slightly glistened with a few beads of sweat as she had a smile on her face. Her brown eyes were emphasized by the black frame of her glasses around them. Her pink lips were curved into a smile. The girl was Akira Minami, the idol of Aldera, the vice representative in his second-year class and the class representative of her own class this year. She had some of the best grades in the entire school. She would have been the best if it weren't for him. She was skilled in sports and held in a high regard by all of her peers, even having her own fan club of adoring simps that swooned at her every breath and left love letter after love letter for her. The same one who had some kind of crush on him according to some dumbass rumor. Personally, he didn't want to deal with her. She was definitely pretty, he couldn't lie about that, but he really didn't have time for any romance crap anyway. Huh. Katsuki said, avoiding eye contact as Akira smiled again. Your friends, they just seem more excited today. Did you do something? Akira said with a smile on her face as Katsuki looked in her direction. Why the hell do you think I did something? Katsuki raised his voice as Akira giggled. I meant you are the leader of your little group. I assumed you did something manly. Akira said as Katsuki's face shifted into a small frown as he looked away from the girl. To get the boys riled up, I mean. Nothing weird or anything like that. Akira said, waving her hands in front of him as she brushed a bit of her hair behind her ear. Nothing happened. They're just idiots who are way into this sheet. Katsuki said as Akira twiddled her fingers. I see. Akira said as Katsuki looked toward her again. See what? Katsuki questioned as Akira smiled at the boy. Nothing, it's just, you do your best to seem a lot less involved than you actually are. Akira said as Katsuki raised an eyebrow. You're actually more of the responsible type despite your bad boy appearance. Akira said with a small wink as Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the girl. The hell would you know? You don't spend a lot of time around me, don't make fruitless assumptions about me. Katsuki said as the girl giggled. There you go again with your tsundere routine. Akira said with a giggle as Katsuki growled. It ain't a routine. Katsuki exclaimed as Akira laughed. Akira stopped laughing and looked at the boy as he looked back at her. What? Katsuki asked as Akira looked away with a light blush on her face. Nothing, it's just, you finally seem like you are looking at me. Akira said softly as Katsuki gave her a confused look. I've got two eyes and I'm talking to you, what do you want me to not look or something? Katsuki said as Akira giggled. No, that's not it. Akira said as she looked back. At Katsuki, it's just, I like it when you look my way and I hope that you could do it more. Akira said as Katsuki stayed quiet taking a sip of his tea. I want to be someone who you can depend on instead of you having to be the mature one on your own. You are abrasive and aggressive, but I think underneath that you genuinely care about your friends. That makes you a good person in my eyes. Akira said as Katsuki almost choked on his tea. He slowly looked over at Akira with a slightly distressed look as Akira's face flushed. Bakugo. Akira began but was cut off by the others walking over and plopping down on the couch. Whoa, we didn't interrupt you two lovebirds, did we? Nofumi said with a sly look in his eye as Takiri snickered, one of the girls being one with light brown hair that was tied into pigtails, with pale skin grabbed onto Katsuki's arm as she was making a kissy face at him. Katsuki gave the girl a glare as Akira scooted over trying to avoid being kicked by the other girl's flailing legs. She gave Katsuki a sad look watching the other girl cling to him. What do you mean, Naofumi? The lovebirds are right here. The girl said as Katsuki shook her off. Peace off, there ain't any lovebirds here. I'm not into extras. Katsuki said as the girl pouted. Ah, but you're exactly my type. Bakun. The girl said as Katsuki gave her a thumbs down. Too bad beach and don't call me Bakun. Katsuki said as Naofumi winced. He's as sharp as always. The boy said as Takiri gripped a fist and started waving it. DM in popular yesterday. Takiri said as Katsuki gave him a glare. The hell did you say extra, you wanna die? Katsuki asked as the group began to clamor as Akira sat in her seat with that same blush on her face as she looked at the floor with a smile on her face. The boys had left first with Katsuki paying for the time in the room as they left taking one of the alleys back toward the town. Katsuki was drained and ready to go to bed after dealing with these idiots, but that girl's words still hung in the back of his head. Katsuki gritted his teeth and shook his head. Her platitudes about him were dumb. How ridiculous. The sound of a lighter flicking caught Katsuki's attention as Takiri was lighting a cigarette he put in his mouth. Whoa, Takiri, you smoke? Naofumi asked as Takiri blew out smoke. Saki says she's into guys that smoke, so I bummed a pack from a friend. Now I'm irresistible. Takiri said as he inhaled blowing smoke. Katsuki glared at the boy as Takiri grinned with smoke coming out of his mouth. Panty dropper, he said as Naofumi laughed. You're about to be dropping and picking up your teeth if you don't cut that sheet out. Katsuki said as Takiri raised an eyebrow. You worried about my health? Takiri said as Katsuki huffed. No, if you smoke those things around me, they'll lump me in with you losers, that's the last thing I need. Katsuki said as Naofumi raised an eyebrow. Don't you hang with us? Naofumi said as Katsuki rolled his eyes. Nope, you guys are just lackeys. Katsuki said as Takiri took another drag before blowing more smoke. Then why does it matter, you planning on going to UA too? Takiri said as Katsuki's face turned up in disgust. Hell no, I ain't got time for hero wannabes, but I still don't want to be around smoking losers either. Katsuki exclaimed as the other boys were looking toward his direction in shock. Katsuki quirked an eyebrow before trying to jump away, but his leg was caught by slime. Katsuki turned around spotting a villain made of sludge had grabbed onto his leg. Sheet! Katsuki yelled out as the other two boys ran off quickly. Sorry Bakugo, we'll get help. Nofumi yelled as the boys retreated around the corner, being nowhere to be seen. Effing bestas. Katsuki yelled again as the slime looked at him. Oh, I don't blame them in the slightest, I am a bit unsightly. The sludge villain said as Katsuki glared at him. Good thing you'll be helping with that, you'll make a perfect meat suit. The sludge villain said. Katsuki blasted the slime where his leg was freeing himself. I ain't helping you with sheet, garbage water. Katsuki said as the sludge villain smirked at him. A perfect meat suit indeed, the sludge villain said as he flung himself at Katsuki. Katsuki blasted at the pieces he could, dodging the others as they moved through the alleyway. Katsuki fired a large blast from a backflip, blasting apart the sludge villain as he landed outside the alleyway. Serves you right, you literal trash tier villain, Katsuki said as he looked around to see if anyone had spotted him. His feet felt wet as he looked down before being engulfed by the sludge villain. Damn it! Katsuki yelled as the villain laughed. You are quite the fighter. I think I'll like you. Now be a good boy and let me inside. The sludge villain yelled as Katsuki's hands lifted while inside the side. F you, Katsuki said as the villain set off his quirk, sending explosions everywhere, destroying the buildings surrounding them, setting the ground on fire as Katsuki struggled. He could feel himself suffocating as the sludge villain was forcing himself into him. Screw you, you shitty villain, Katsuki said as he looked at a crowd forming. People were pulling out their phones like it was some spectacle. That kid needs help, a person yelled out as Death Arms was just watching Katsuki struggle while he held the crowd back. We need a more suitable quirk for this. Quick, call whoever you can. Death Arms called out as other heroes were just watching with the crowd as the breath Katsuki had was becoming shallower. It felt like he was dying, and yet they were all just watching, not a single one of them coming to him. It wasn't worth the time or effort for them to get him. This was one of the reasons he hated heroes. They were placed on pedestals and worshipped like gods, and yet when the going got tough they were just like any other person. Useless to think the BSTRDS would watch a kid die because they were too scared to risk their own lives to save his, then still get credit for helping later on. He would destroy them all, hero and villain alike, until he never had to see a pretentious smiling face acting like they were the embodiment of justice, or some great evil ever again. It would just be him, at the top by himself, everyone else defeated at his feet. This rage filled Katsuki as he felt himself weakening even further. He hated how this was how it was ending, surrounded by the pitiful faces of useless onlookers and heroes. Katsuki closed his eyes for a moment as it got quiet. He felt something hit against him and the villain as well as the villain's cry. He opened his eyes, spotting a sight he didn't think he would ever see. A sight that he didn't want to see. Get away, you loser. Don't come any closer, Katsuki yelled as hands began clawing at him. Don't worry, Kaken. I'm going to get you out of there, Izuku said as Katsuki looked at the boy with shock. You were pretty harsh and you would always yell at me, but today, Izuku said as Katsuki still had the shocked look on his face as the boy gave a scared smile. You looked like you were calling for help. Katsuki's eyes widened as the villain began recovering. Go the F away, Katsuki yelled as Izuku kept digging. Hold on, I've almost got your hand, Izuku said as he dug. The villain had recovered and was looking right at Izuku as he swiped at the boy, knocking him backward. Izuku looked up at the villain in fear as the villain smirked at Izuku. Looks like you'll be my first victim, original suit. The sludge pointed Katsuki's hands at Izuku as Katsuki looked wide-eyed at the green-haired boy. The sludge villain began heating up the hand that was pointing at Izuku as the green-haired boy sat there frozen in fear. Katsuki gritted his teeth, his rage seething as the villain chucked. Why don't you die this time for me, please? The villain said as the explosion didn't set off. The villain looked at the hand as it lifted toward the sky. The villain struggled to control the hand as Katsuki growled from within the villain as the hand continued to rise toward the sky while the blast kept heating up. The villain kept trying to stop the hand to no avail as it kept going up. Izuku watched the villain struggle along with the rest of the crowd as Katsuki kept pushing. It. A powerful explosion blasted out of it, splitting the villain enough to let Katsuki slip out of it. The crowd as well as the other heroes were watching with shock on their faces as Katsuki walked toward Izuku menacingly. Izuku watched his old friend walk toward him with a look of relief on his face as the rest of the crowd began shouting at Izuku to move. "Out of the way!" Katsuki said as he stood in front of Izuku defensively. Izuku watched as Katsuki hit his fist against his chest while looking at the sludge villain. "Listen up and listen well, you shitty villain," Katsuki yelled as the villain was piecing himself back together from the blast. Izuku saw a flash of Katsuki when he was a kid in front of him as Katsuki pointed behind himself at Izuku. "The only person who gets to kill Deku is me," Katsuki said with a smirk on his face as the villain growled. "Fine. I'll kill you both," the villain said as Katsuki kicked Izuku back before blasting at the villain. Izuku yelped as Katsuki jumped back with him. The villain was throwing pieces of himself as Katsuki was blasting them away, making sure they didn't hit him or Izuku as the green-haired boy watched in awe. "Loose cannon. Is protecting someone?" Death Arms practically yelled as Katsuki focused his firepower on blasting away each bit of sludge that threatened to hit either of them as he jumped around. Katsuki blasted again except the villain absorbed the brunt of the blast, knocking Katsuki away from him. Izuku ran in front of Katsuki swinging his backpack at the villain with tears in his eyes as Katsuki tried to blast in front of him. "Move, Deku! This is over, you fools!" The villain yelled as he flung his entire body at them, the explosions no longer affecting him as Katsuki landed in front of Izuku, taking the hit from the backpack as Katsuki braced himself for a massive blast to try to counter the villain only to be forcefully pulled by the back of his uniform. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock as he also saw Izuku being pulled back as well by a muscular arm. Katsuki's eyes then saw the smile of the hero that he and Izuku looked up to as kids, pulling them away from harm. Texas Smash! A yell was heard as the villain was blown into oblivion and a hole was punched into the cloud above them. Katsuki looked at the sky with shock as it began to rain. Just the power of one punch changed the weather itself. Katsuki's eye switched from shock into a glare as he looked at the blonde hair of the bane of his existence as well as the world-renowned #1 hero. "All Might, are you two young men okay?" All Might asked as Izuku shook his head. Katsuki gritted his teeth. "That's good to hear, we'll get medical in for you." "Young man," All Might said to Izuku as he looked back at Katsuki, a flash of his blue eye was seen. This was the look that All Might gave to villains whenever he faced off with. This sent a genuine chill down Katsuki's spine as the rain stopped. He couldn't be captured, not now of all times, by All Might of all heroes. "As for you," All Might trailed off as a civilian pointed at Katsuki. "All Might, that's loose cannon," the civilian said. Katsuki's eyes darkened. "Don't worry about him, I've got him under control," All Might said as he turned toward Katsuki. "Now then," All Might said as Katsuki's eye widened as he began heating up his palm ready to blast All Might directly in the face as the taller gave Katsuki a glare ready for him. "Kaken, don't. Attacking All Might will get you nowhere. Just cooperate and they'll listen to you," Izuku said as Katsuki gave Izuku a look. The green-haired boy had always known that he was loose cannon, not that he could hide it from the boy considering that they grew up together. The fact that he was still trying to help after all that he knew was an indicator to Katsuki that Izuku was looking down at him even in this moment. That he was just like the others. Catch dash. All Might started as Katsuki blasted All Might in the face with an explosion, dazing the powerful hero as Katsuki slipped out of the grasp of the symbol of peace. This wasn't the end for Katsuki Bakugo. He was going to escape from here and figure out something while he was on the move, but for now he had to get away from All Might at all costs. Katsuki blasted into the air with a powerful explosion flying through the air as he looked down at the below, catching the look on Izuku's face before he blasted onto the rooftop of a building and began running. "Ow, that really stung," All Might said as Izuku reached toward him. "Kaken, wait," Izuku yelled as All Might smiled at Izuku. "Don't worry, we knew this would happen and we have it taken care of it," All Might said as he gave a thumbs up. Izuku raised an eyebrow as another hero walked over toward him to help him, berating him about his foolish actions in the process. Katsuki was blasting from roof to roof as he looked back. With how fast he is, he'll catch up in no time. I'll just have to counter and slip away, Katsuki said to himself as he kept blasting ahead. Where the hell is he? Is he wading ahead? Katsuki said to himself as looked around at his surroundings. He couldn't stop either way now that the fact that he was loose cannon was spreading. It was open season. Katsuki blasted again, flying through the air as he looked for a temporary safe haven to escape to while the other heroes scrambled around for him. Katsuki began to sweat with All Might also being on his tail. His chances of a true escape were 0 to none. Katsuki reached his hand out to blast again, but nothing came out of his palm. Katsuki tried again as he began to fall, but nothing was happening still. What the hell? Katsuki's eyes widened as he landed with a roll on a rooftop. My quirk. For some reason it's not dash, Katsuki said as he quickly realized what was happening, causing him to jump away from capture tape snapping toward him. Katsuki gave a glare toward the figure as he landed in front of him. The figure walked toward him while giving a slow clap. Nice reflexes, oh, you're the infamous loose cannon, Kid Vigilante. A voice said as Katsuki recognized it. This voice belonged to the hero of the night, one that they didn't place on the hero charts out of the hero's own volition, another thorn in Katsuki's side. Eraserhead. The tired man stood in front of Katsuki as he was glaring at him. What the hell was he doing working this early? Katsuki made sure to avoid fighting too late strictly because of him, so why was he here now of all times? I suggest you come quietly, I wouldn't want to dislocate something. Aizawa said with a smirk as Katsuki gritted his teeth. Demenit. Katsuki said as he flipped backward, dodging another piece of the capture tape as Aizawa pulled the piece back, smirking at Katsuki. As I said, come quietly, I even asked nicely. Aizawa said, raising his voice as Katsuki narrowly dodged another throw of the tape only to be kicked in the side, sending him rolling. Katsuki recovered, trying to prepare himself for Aizawa's attacks. Sheet. Katsuki said as Aizawa continued his assault, putting Katsuki on the defensive. Katsuki then threw a punch of his own only to be tossed into a wall. Katsuki rolled out of the way from a kick from Aizawa that cracked the wall it came into contact with. Aizawa gave Katsuki a blank look as he pulled his foot through the brick as Katsuki gritted his teeth. It looks like you're trying to kill me. Katsuki yelled as Aizawa kept smirking at him. If you died from a little tap like that, then obviously you were overhyped. Aizawa said as he began running toward Katsuki while throwing the capture tape. Katsuki put his arm up to catch the tape, allowing himself to be pulled in by Aizawa. Aizawa threw a palm strike only for Katsuki to knock his hand out of the way to throw a kick of his own. Aizawa easily blocked it, knocking the boy away from him. Katsuki then smirked, showing Aizawa the arm that was wrapped with the tape as he tugged the tired man toward him. Aizawa regained his ground as Katsuki threw kicks. Aizawa threw a kick of his own, knocking Katsuki backward. Katsuki winced in pain as he kicked up some of the gravel from the top of the roof toward Aizawa's face. Katsuki followed up from that move with what looked like a punch to catch Aizawa while he was temporarily blinded. Aiming for my eyes, huh? Aizawa thought to himself as he leaned backward to avoid the rocks, only to be kicked in the side, causing the man to roll until he caught himself. Katsuki repositioned himself to continue attacking as he looked at Aizawa. That hurt, didn't it? Katsuki said, smirking as Aizawa smirked back. Coming quietly was never an option, huh? Aizawa said as he blinked. Don't talk like you've won this already. You'll be eating the dirt like any other hero, old man. Katsuki said as he tugged the tape hard, forcefully pulling Aizawa toward him. Aizawa landed, quickly blocking a kick as Katsuki began his onslaught of attacks, mixing punches and kicks in an effort to break the guard of the more experienced hero. I see, he was never trying to get me to blink. His goal was to keep me contained in close quarters. The longer I used my quirk, the bigger the opening he's looking for. Aizawa thought to himself as he kicked Katsuki away. The blonde slid across the gravel, catching himself as he looked up, giving Aizawa a fierce glare. He fully intended to fight me without his quirk. Aizawa thought to himself as Katsuki punched his fist against his own chest. Katsuki watched Aizawa as he gave the older man a glare while Aizawa gave him a look back. Tired already, old man? What happened to all the big talk? You finally realizing how deep in shit you are? Come on then, I don't want to beat you while you're crying to yourself. Katsuki yelled as Aizawa smirked and his hair lifted. What a kid. Aizawa thought to himself as Katsuki pulled the tape, tugging Aizawa over to him. Katsuki wound up a punch as Aizawa loosed the tape around Katsuki's wrist, throwing the boy off balance as the punch flew the other direction. Aizawa kneed Katsuki in the stomach, before pushing him back. Katsuki coughed as Aizawa taunted him by looking at an imaginary watch. Katsuki growled as he ran toward Aizawa, throwing a punch. Aizawa caught the punch as Katsuki tried to knee the man, but Aizawa simply slapped his leg back onto the ground. Katsuki looked up only to get smacked across the face by Aizawa. Katsuki gritted his teeth trying to headbutt the hero, but his legs got swept from underneath him. Aizawa caught Katsuki's face as he was falling, throwing the boy into a wall, sticking Katsuki's head through it. I decided here and now to treat you as any other scum I deal with on the streets for the next 8 seconds. Aizawa said, holding up 8 fingers as Katsuki tried to pull his head back through the wall. Don't worry, it's only 8 seconds. I'll be sure to have this ended by then. Aizawa said as Katsuki pulled his head through, lunging at Aizawa with a roar. Aizawa kicked him in the stomach midair with a high kick, knocking the air out of the boy as Aizawa pushed him, wrapping his body up with tape. You see, it's our fault that you are so big-headed. We allowed you to spend so much time fighting newbie heroes and worthless villains that you actually had the delusion that you stood a chance against anyone else. Aizawa said as he flung Katsuki around before throwing him through the same wall he broke through earlier into the wall of a neighboring building, causing the boy to cough in pain as Aizawa pulled him back in. Let me show you, Aizawa said as he kicked the wrapped-up boy again, knocking him off the building toward an alleyway. Katsuki opened his eyes only to catch a hard kick to his face while he was falling toward the ground. What a real pro looks like, Aizawa said as a hand grabbed onto his pant leg as Katsuki stuck his hand out. Shut up, Katsuki yelled as his hand began to heat up. His quirk? Aizawa questioned as he realized the tape flying around was obscuring his full vision. How's this you bastard? Katsuki said as he fired a large explosion, filling the alleyway with smoke, destroying some of the buildings surrounding them. Katsuki smirked until the tape tightened around him. Aizawa cut through the smoke of the explosion, flipping Katsuki into the air before landing, slamming the boy heavily into the ground. Katsuki laid unconscious as Aizawa coughed while looking at the boy. If that was anybody but me, you might have gotten some real headway there, Aizawa said as he picked up the wrapped boy. In time, I'm pretty sure you would have grown into a huge problem. Sniping things at the bud is what a responsible hero does, however, Aizawa said as he jumped toward the horizon. He had an amused smirk on his face as he jumped from roof to roof. I'm pretty sure they are going to love you. I hate heroes. Why? Because other than All Might, none of them are real. The rest are just greedy BSs. Come on now, am I a greedy BS? I'll take your silence as a yes. You aren't. I think you, never mind, heroes are still stupid. Villains too. You poor kid, you know what? I'll be a hero that makes you love them. I don't believe you. For sure, you just have to be patient for me. All right, Katsuki? Katsuki's eyes snapped open as he woke up from being unconscious. He went to move his arms, but he couldn't due to them being restrained. He tugged at them, but to no avail. They didn't even budge as he groaned. Aren't the chains excessive? A tired voice said as a feminine one huffed. You know who this child is, don't you? He also managed to bruise you, the feminine voice exclaimed as a loud, boisterous voice laughed. I can't help but agree, he's like a small, angry dog. They're tiny but they still bite, the voice said as Katsuki growled. Who the F are you calling a dog, you shitty BC? Katsuki roared out as Aizawa looked at the boy, shaking his head. He's so vulgar, the feminine voice said in a sultry voice as Aizawa chopped her head with his hand. That was almost as loud as me, the man with strange blonde hair said as Katsuki looked around at his surroundings. It looked like he was in an office at a school. He inspected the books lining the shelves, the windows in the back of the room allowing the evening light to pour in, and the F is up with the rat? Katsuki asked as the people and Aizawa gave him a puzzled look. Oh, he's just as he's been described. Wonderful, I thought this was going to be more awkward. The rat spoke, causing Katsuki's eyes to widen. Oh, excuse me, I forgot all about introductions. I am Principal Nizu, the principal of UA High. The blonde man here is Present Mike, a teacher at this establishment, along with the woman to thank for your restraints. Midnight, And you two are already well acquainted, Mr. Aizawa. Nizu said as Katsuki was still looking at the rat wide-eyed as Midnight cleared her throat. Why is he Mr. Aizawa and I'm the woman? Midnight asked as Nizu ignored while looking at Katsuki, who snapped out of his stupor. If this is some kind of interrogation, then I don't know a DMN thing. Katsuki said as Nizu smiled. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the rat as he chuckled, looking very amused at Katsuki as he pointed into the air. Ah, the ignorance is bliss routine, though it doesn't seem a good fit for Loose Cannon, a so-called anti-hero that has grown infamy in the town of Mustafa. Nizu said as he smiled knowingly at Katsuki, who narrowed his eyes. It's my turn for the routine. This is the part where I mysteriously tell you your age, birthday, where you live, who your parents are, and what school you go to in order to knock you off guard. Are you ready? Katsuki Bakugo, age 16, birthdate April 20th of 2XXX, son of Masaru and Mitsuki Bakugo, who hails from Mustafa and is a third-year student at Aldra Junior High. Nizu said as Katsuki only glared at him. You jumped the gun, rat. Katsuki said as Nizu kept smiling at him. Principal Nizu. The rat said as Katsuki rolled his eyes. I'll call you whatever the hell I want, rat. Katsuki said as Nizu laughed again. Aizawa smirked over at Nizu. Told you. Aizawa said as Nizu wiped a tear away. Yes, you did, quite a boy indeed. Nizu said as Katsuki shook in his chair. Quit even laughing. This isn't some joke, you better be lucky I'm chained up. If I wasn't, then I would kill you on the spot, rat. Katsuki roared as clicking was heard. Katsuki's eyes widened as Nizu playful spun the chains that were restraining him before tossing them to the side. He then climbed up onto his desk to meet Katsuki at eye level. Katsuki looked down at his hands, then at the rat, who kept smiling at him. Katsuki was unchained, and in front of him was the rat that was taunting him the entire time, and he had all access he needed to blast him. The chains are gone, my affairs are in order. Go on then, show me why I shouldn't laugh. Don't worry, they won't step in. It'll just me and you. Nizu said as Katsuki growled, putting his hand up, revealing the heat coming from them. Katsuki began to sweat as the rat kept looking at him, unfazed with that same smile on his face. Katsuki's hand shook as he tried to steady it. Nizu tilted his head as Katsuki gritted his teeth. You are very funny, Mr. Bakugo, because you are indeed nothing. Nizu said as Katsuki was caught off guard looking at the smiling rat. Nizu kept his gaze dead at Katsuki. I'm not much, but I've seen golden heroes of legend and dark villains of infamy. I've helped craft plenty of them, good and bad. I've been there. There are even scarier anti-heroes. In comparison to all of them, you are just a child with a decent quirk throwing a temper tantrum. Nizu said as Katsuki pushed his hand forward closer to the rat. Well, I'm waiting to be wrong. Nizu said as Katsuki scoffed and threw his hand down, hitting the table instead. You don't know a damn thing about me. Katsuki growled as Nizu smiled at the boy. You are correct, but I would like to. Nizu said as Katsuki stepped back. I'd like to make a deal, shamefully so I find myself to be a gambling man. I believe that despite your shortcomings that you house potential, something that you have that no one else does. Whether that is good or evil is up to you. Nizu said as Katsuki watched the rat walk on the desk. I want to enroll you in UA High. Nizu said as Katsuki did a spit take before recovering. Huh? Nizu chuckled as he watched the boy. That is correct. I would like to enroll you into UA High, where you will be a student surrounded by heroes in training in their endeavors to be top heroes. Nizu said excitedly as Katsuki glared. The hell does this have to do with gambling or a deal? Katsuki said as Nizu put his finger up. In 6 months, you will want to become a hero and make bonds unlike any you have ever had before. That's the gamble. Now the deal is you enroll into UA. If you don't change in 6 months, then you will have all the information that you need to crumble the hero society. With my added assistance, of course. Nizu said, causing the other heroes in the room to flinch except for Aizawa, who just watched Katsuki's face as he was absorbing the information. My side of the deal is if you do change, then you will be molded into a hero that will make a difference. So, will I make the weapon that will bring the hero society to ashes, or will I make a hero that will define a generation, and all the while I get to watch you stumble through being a teenager? So do we have a deal? Nizu said as Katsuki's hair covered his eyes. So you're telling me with no bullshit that you'll give me the information and extra training I need to destroy Hero Society if I don't change in 6 months? Katsuki said as Nizu nodded. Correct. Nizu said as Katsuki looked at the rat with a glare. Fine, I'll do your stupid gamble, but I want you to know that I'm not just going to fall in line with a bunch of hero wannabe extras. I'll destroy them, I'll destroy you, and I'll destroy heroes as a whole. You've made a massive mistake and everyone will have hell to pay because of it. Katsuki yelled as Nizu kept smiling. Good, then it's a deal. I'm looking forward to the curriculum, Mr. Bakugo. Nizu said as he put a hand out. Katsuki looked at the hand before shaking it with his own, looking Nizu in the eye. Peace off, Mr. Rat. Katsuki said as he turned around, stomping through the door as the room remained quiet. That went wonderfully. Nizu said as Midnight dropped to the ground with a cold sweat. A present mic shook Nizu. Wonderfully? That kid almost killed you on the spot. You single-handedly let a vicious force into a school full of heroes threatening destruction, and that's wonderful? Present Mike said as Nizu nodded, smiling at the taller blonde man. Yes, it is. You underestimate the fact that he is just a child, a teenager at that. The enemy that he's facing here that stands in his way is more powerful than any foe he'll ever encounter. Nizu said as he dusted off his jacket. Himself. Nizu said as he put his arms out. And you, the staff of UA, will be nurturing and developing this child during his greatest fight against the forces of his heart, whether it be good or evil that prevails. Doesn't that sound like an amazing thing to watch? Nizu said as Midnight and Present Mix's mouths hung open. Aizawa chuckled and stepped forward. I for one can't wait to see how this goes. I'm normally not the type, but... Aizawa trailed off as Katsuki looked at his hands while walking down the hallway to the exit from the school as if he was contemplating something. His expression was unreadable as he got closer to the exit. That rat talked big game and made him look stupid. He'd show him, he wouldn't change, he has been and always will be himself. Katsuki clenched a fist and exited the building with a confident glare. I'm excited. Katsuki entered his home exhausted as he started trying to go upstairs. Brat. A woman called as Katsuki could feel the hairs stand up on the back of his neck as he groaned. His eye twitched as he faced the slightly taller woman who had almost identical features to his own, who had an annoyed look on her face with her arms crossed. The hell do you want, hag? Katsuki said as he was smacked on the back of the head and placed in a headlock. Watch your mouth, and what the hell is up with those bandages on your face? His mother Katsuki Bakugo asked as she slightly tightened her grip around him. None of your business. Katsuki yelled as Mitsuki huffed. That face belongs to me until you turn 18. Anything that happens to it is my business. You get into a fight or something? Mitsuki asked as Katsuki struggled in her grip. As I said, it's none of your dash. Katsuki started as Mitsuki pinched his nose. You are gonna tell me or I'm taking this off. Mitsuki said as Katsuki growled. You wouldn't do it, you couldn't afford it. Katsuki yelled back as Mitsuki growled. Why, you little? Mitsuki started as knocking got the attention of the two blondes. What? The two of them yelled at the same time at a tall brown-haired man standing at the door with an apron on along with oven mitts as he sweat dropped looking at his wife and son. Masaru Bakugo, husband, father, and innocent bystander in the Bakugo household in the midst of the destructive force he calls his family, he smiled nervously as he cleared his throat. Well, Mitsuki asked as Masaru coughed. Dinner is ready, he said as the two blondes exchanged looks in between each other as Mitsuki let Katsuki go. Go get ready for dinner, brat. Mitsuki said as Katsuki rubbed his neck. Don't tell me what to do, hag. Katsuki said as he went upstairs. Mitsuki watched as her son walked up the stairs as Masaru walked over. Did you ask him about the bandages? Masaru asked as Mitsuki nodded. This is the worst it's been. That brat seriously needs to stay out of trouble. It's getting on my nerves. Mitsuki said as Masaru nodded. I'm worried about him too. Masaru said as they walked into the kitchen. The Bakugos were all sitting at the table eating together. However, dinner was quieter than usual as Mitsuki spent a good portion of it staring at Katsuki, who was quietly eating his food instead of causing a ruckus as per usual when eating dinner. I want to enroll into UA. Katsuki said, suddenly breaking the silence at the table as both of his parents looked at him in shock. Oh? Seriously? Mitsuki said as she looked at Masaru, confused. I thought you just wanted to attend a normal high school? Masaru asked as Katsuki kept eating. Stuff changed, I got a recommendation or something. Katsuki said, eating nonchalantly as Mitsuki and Masaru gave each other a look. And you are okay with this? Mitsuki asked as Katsuki looked back at her. What? It's just gonna be a bunch of wannabes I'll end up crushing anyway. No big deal. Katsuki said as Mitsuki motioned for Masaru to help her. Masaru pointed at Katsuki and smiled. Mitsuki nodded and smiled. If that's what you want to do, then we'll take care of it. Mitsuki said with a chuckle, Congratulations, son. Masaru said as Katsuki turned his head away from the table. It ain't nothing to congratulate, old man. Katsuki said as Mitsuki clapped her hands together. Since this is some kind of good news, I'll forgive you for not telling me about those bandages for now, but you better stay out of trouble. Mitsuki said as Katsuki turned to glare at his mother. Huh? You say that like I'm some kind of troublemaker? Katsuki exclaimed as Mitsuki chuckled. You already got the blonde hair and attitude for it. Mitsuki said as Katsuki growled. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, hag. Katsuki said as Mitsuki glared back. What was that, you brat? Mitsuki yelled as Katsuki yelled back. You heard me. Katsuki said as the two began to fight as Masaru's sweat dropped. A small smile appeared on his face while looking at Katsuki. His son was difficult, but maybe in the near future he'd finally open up, and this looked like it was the first step in that direction. Masaru then put his hands out to break up the fight, only to be told to shut up by the both of them in their usual sync, oddly enough. Masaru loved these moments the most. Katsuki had walked into his middle school as he would have on any other day, but with everything that had happened yesterday, it didn't feel right walking through the halls. That's not even considering his newfound attention. While walking down the hallways, students got quiet, pointing at him, whispering whatever nonsense they were whispering. All that Katsuki knew is that it was about him. While battling the sludge villain, he had inadvertently outed himself as loose cannon. Now that the whole school knew, there was going to be nothing but buzz around him, and he was going to hate every second of it. Katsuki entered his classroom where the entirety of it had gotten quiet at his arrival. It's like time stopped when he walked in. He wasn't even at his desk before he was being bombarded by questions. Bakugo, what's it like fighting villains? One student asked as another one added, You were loose cannon the whole time? They were all buzzing around him like flies before a loud yell was heard. Move out of the way, Bakugo's friend's coming through. Nofumi said as he was walking toward Katsuki's desk along with Takiri. Holy crap, you got popular, man. I mean, I figured you would being loose freaking cannon. Takiri called out, riling up the class as they sat down in the desks near Katsuki. So, all things considered, you are going to need a publicity manager. I mean, all these students want to talk to you and you can't handle it on your own. So as your generous friend, I'll help with the fan management. Nofumi said to an unfazed Katsuki as Takiri clapped his hands together. Yeah, I'm pretty smart, so I could be like your tech guy who you call when you need assistance or something. Takiri said as Katsuki began clenching his fist. Good thing you have us, man. It sounds like way too much of a hassle to deal with these people on your own. That's why your boys got you. Nofumi said as Katsuki turned to say something only to be interrupted. Morning, Kaken. Izuku said as Nofumi and Takiri turned their heads toward the green-haired boy. Well, if it isn't Midoriya the loser trying to talk to Bakugo the hero? Piss us off, nerd. Nofumi said as Takiri laughed, pushing Izuku a little. If you don't want trouble, then go away. Nerd. Takiri said as Izuku rubbed the back of his head. It was just my usual greeting. Does it look like we care? Bakugo is obviously way too busy to deal with your useless, quirkless Midoriya. Let me show you for his sake what he means. Nofumi said as he threw a punch toward Izuku, who closed his eyes to take it, but it never came. Izuku opened his eyes, spotting Katsuki holding the fist Nofumi threw. Izuku's eyes widened as well as Nofumi's as they saw Katsuki holding the other boy's fist from hitting Izuku. Katsuki gave a menacing glare to Nofumi and Takiri as he roughly threw Nofumi into a desk, crashing into other desks. He turned his glare to Takiri as he growled. F off, you extra. Katsuki said with a growl as Takiri scrambled off to his desk as the other students were watching. Katsuki turned toward Izuku with that same glare on his face as Izuku gave him a shocked look. Don't think for 2 seconds that this makes us friends, Deku. I told you already if anybody is killing you it's me, and don't think I feel any gratitude because you ran to me like an idiot because I don't. Not even a little. If you mention it to anybody I'll kill you, got it? Katsuki said as Izuku nodded. Katsuki turned to go back to his seat as Izuku cleared his throat. He looked at Katsuki with a smile. Thanks for protecting me, Kaken. Izuku said as Katsuki's eyes widened. He then gritted his teeth and turned his head away. I wasn't protecting you, you FING nerd. I was protecting myself and you happened to be in the way. Katsuki said as he quickly sat down looking away from Izuku. Izuku then pulled his own stuff out laying it on his desk, as Katsuki looked down onto his desk. Katsuki gritted his teeth. He didn't save him. Lunch began as normal, the only difference being Katsuki was eating in the cafeteria today. The one day he had forgotten his lunch was the same one when he was the center of attention. It would take everything in his power not to kill everyone in here. Katsuki stuck his piece of bread in his mouth as a voice called him. He lifted his head, spotting Akira panting as she stood in front of his table. Katsuki raised an eyebrow as he looked at the girl with confusion as she looked up at him. He already knew what to expect. She was about to fawn over him like every other one of these extras did. Typical, the minute something like this happened, every extra came running to tell him how awesome he is. If you are here to ask me about loose cannon, then foo dash, Katsuki started as he was cut off by a hand slapping him across the. Katsuki was dumbfounded as he got a better look at the purple-haired girl, seeing tears on her face as she glared at him. How could you? Akira said as Katsuki straightened his face out as he looked at the girl. Jumping into danger like that without caution, what if you died? Akira said as Katsuki just looked back at the girl. Answer me. Why risk your life for a fight? I don't even want to think about how many times you've come to school beaten and battered going through the day like nothing happened. Akira said, raising her voice as Katsuki kept looking her in the eyes. There are limits to how far you need to go to prove whatever kind of worth you think you have. This is dangerous. Akira said, grabbing onto his hand. I know I can't stop you, but I just want to be there for you whenever you do these things. Just until you feel you aren't alone. Akira said, smiling at Katsuki, who huffed. Why the hell do you care? Katsuki asked as Akira flushed red. It's. Akira stuttered as her face grew redder. Spit it out, we ain't got all day. Katsuki said as Akira gulped before looking back up at Katsuki. Her face was still red, but she had a determined look on it. Because I'm in love with you. Akira yelled out, getting the attention of the entire cafeteria as they looked at the two where the two students stood. Katsuki looked around slightly embarrassed as Akira tightened the grip on his hand. You dummy. Akira said as Katsuki gave her a surprised look. I've always felt this way for you. I've just always wanted to be friends so that eventually we could possibly be more than friends. Akira said embarrassedly as Katsuki gulped. But out of all these different and less difficult guys, why me? Katsuki asked with his hair covering his face. Akira inhaled and then nodded as she got closer to Katsuki. You aren't like any of these other guys. You were always hard to approach from day one. I was always so curious about what went on inside of your head. I saw the way you hung out with your friends, how they followed you around as if you were their leader. I saw the way you did your best in every aspect of school. I see a guy who does his best for the sake of everyone else around him. Akira said as Katsuki's hair still covered his face. You care so much about the people in your surroundings that you do things you normally wouldn't like so they could do something they enjoy, being there to be with your friends, getting high grades and being productive and responsible. Becoming a vigilante in order to protect people from the evils of villains like any hero would. All of these things are the reasons why I'm in love with you, and all of these things are these reasons why you are a good person. Akira said as Katsuki remained unresponsive. Bakugo, I don't know very much about you in all honesty, and for that I apologize, but I do want to know more about you. That being said, Akira said as she reached a hand out toward Katsuki's face, trying to touch it. Can I be your girlfriend? Akira said as the cafeteria burst into celebration. hollering for Katsuki to say yes to her, other students cheering as Akira reached for Katsuki's face. It all seemed like it was going in slow motion for him, the sounds of the cheering, Nofumi and Takiri off to the side shaking their heads and putting their thumbs up. Akira's hand slowly coming toward his face, he could feel the warmth radiating off of her hand as it almost touched his face. No, Katsuki said, pushing away Akira's hand before it touched his face. The crowd got silent as Akira gave him a shocked look. Katsuki gritted his teeth and stood on top of the table. Would all of you shut the F up? Katsuki yelled out, grabbing the attention of the rest of the cafeteria that was still cheering. First off, F each and every single one of you. Bothering me all day about loose cannon, I don't even know who the F came up with that stupid name. All of you losers keep sing me off with all of the butt kissing that all decided to do the moment that you all found out about it, goddamn extras trying to be all buddy-buddy because I kicked the shit out of people. F-ing ridiculous. Katsuki said as everyone in the cafeteria looked at him. She's wrong, every detail that came out of her mouth in that confession was wrong. I don't give a F about people, they annoy me at best and I'm indifferent at worst. I'm sick of the way they ignorantly follow each other like lemmings off a fing cliff. I didn't become a vigilante to help people, I did it because I hate heroes with a burning passion. Villains too, they were all trash I was taking out because I wanted to. Katsuki explained, stomping his foot down on the table. I don't have any friends, just a couple of 2-bit lackeys and a nerd with his head in the clouds following me around like lost puppies, they were cover at best. The nerd was just something that was in the way, it's been me and nobody but me this entire time. Everybody else could have off, I never cared. Katsuki said as he stepped off of the table, throwing his wrapper away. He looked at Akira, who was about to cry, while looking at the blonde boy. He looked back at her with his gaze steeled as they made eye contact. And I'm not a good person, nor will I ever be. Katsuki said as he walked out of the cafeteria, leaving it in silence as Akira's friends went to comfort the girl who was doing her best not to cry. Katsuki walked away from the cafeteria with a pained look on his face and he quickly shook it off. Why did he feel anything about what he said? He was right. That was nothing but the truth, that's what they deserved, that's what he was. He had one goal and one goal only, destroy heroes and villains. He couldn't be a good person to accomplish that. 10 months passed quietly thanks to his speech to the students in the cafeteria. After that no one messed with at all. No one was trying to be his friend. Other than Deku's morning greeting, no one really spoke to him. Just how he wanted it, he could focus on his next goal. Conquering UA High. He was going to wipe the smile directly off of the face of that rat principal, that cocky BSRD. He's definitely taking his time with destroying him and Aizawa when he gets to defeating heroes. Katsuki smirked at the thought he couldn't wait to get payback for how he was humiliated by Eraserhead. There he was in front of the building, it was bigger than he originally thought it was going to be. He thought it was going to be smaller since the populace wasn't that big, but man was he wrong. Walked toward the building, pushing away all intimidation until he caught a sight that he didn't like once and he wouldn't like any other time. Deku! Katsuki exclaimed, scaring the green-haired boy. Hey Kaken! Izuku looked at the blonde before blinking twice before taking a long blink, then opening his eyes again. Wait. Kaken? Izuku yelled out as Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar, shaking him. Shut up. Stop calling me that dumbass nickname. Katsuki yelled as he stopped shaking the boy. Why are you here, Kaken? Izuku asked as Katsuki growled. You got any problem, Deku? What the F are you doing here? Katsuki asked as Izuku looked at the taller boy. I'm taking the entrance exam. Izuku said meekly as Katsuki let him go. I am too. Katsuki said as Izuku's eyes almost popped out of his head. Kaken, I thought that dash. Izuku started but was cut off by Katsuki turning around to glare at him. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm only here for one thing. Complete and total dominance. Katsuki said as he turned back toward the building. Let me know when you fail. I'll buy you something to remind you of how much of an idiot you were to even try. Katsuki said as Izuku followed the boy. That's not nice. Izuku said as Katsuki glared at the green-haired boy. Shut up. Don't walk so close, we ain't buddies. Katsuki yells at Izuku as Izuku scooted over as they entered the building. Despite his protests, Izuku sat next to Katsuki anyway when Present Mike was giving a briefing on how the exam worked. For a hero school so prestigious, the entrance exam is actually kind of shit. Seriously, what the hell was a person with a non-combat-oriented quirk supposed to do? Are there support points or something? This was another reason he hated this place. The exam was practically rigged for hard hitters, not that that would be a problem for him. On the IDs they were given apparently testing areas, and sadly he was placed in a different area than Izuku was in that SE because he really wanted to blow that nerd out of the water to show him firsthand how he never stood a chance. However, Katsuki wasn't one to complain and decided that he would just kill all the extras that were in his testing area. He liked his teeth in anticipation as the students were making their way to the testing area. In the locker room he was in to change. The boys were nothing special, just a bunch of idiots flexing their quirks like they were tough shit. Goddamn, he couldn't wait to make them cry. The students in Area B made their way to the starting line in front of a gate that led into a ruined city map. The trick here was navigating through trees and buildings alike, not to mention their structural integrity. The robots were for sure going to use that to their advantage. Believe it or not, Katsuki actually felt some excitement. Alright everyone, are you ready? The students prepared themselves to run as Katsuki just looked at the gate. Present Mike was drawing this out for dramatic effect. Go! The man finally yelled as the students began running through the gate toward the center of the area as Katsuki still stood there just looking at the other students as they rushed in. That was the time to go? You're just gonna stand there? Present Mike yelled through the intercom as Katsuki scoffed. The extras got to have a head start before I destroy them. If I don't, then I'll be the only one who passes here, loud mouth. Katsuki yelled back as the intercom went silent. That brat, I'll scream his face off. Present Mike said as Aizawa was holding him back. The tired man peered through the glass of their seats as Nizu smiled impatiently. I want to see how everyone does, in the face of peril. Nizu said while laughing, causing the other teachers to sweat drop. All Might crouched his tall frame toward Aizawa to whisper to him, "Are we sure he isn't the bad guy?" All Might said as Aizawa just chuckled. I don't blame him. This is just as much a survival test as it is an entrance exam. I want to see how this ends as well. Aizawa said as All Might nodded. In any case, I'm curious to see what you do as well, young Bakugo. All Might said as the first wave of robots started pouring in toward the students who were waiting for them. Alright, let's do this, one student yelled as some of the others cheered. As they were running, they heard a loud boom come from behind them. A figure zipped through the crowd, slamming an explosion on top of the large group of robots. There were more explosions as the figure danced through the air while propelling itself into robot after robot, leaving nothing but the sight of orange flames and destroyed robot bits. The students' eyes widened as they spotted the figure's silhouette smirking while surrounded by the flames and destruction. The smoke blew away, revealing a smirking Katsuki in his white t-shirt that had a large black skull on it as he looked back at the crowd of students. My bad, your head start was up. Katsuki said as he laughed evilly as the other students' sweat dropped before scattering to find more robots to destroy. The minimum amount of points required for passing was 50, so Katsuki just had to destroy more than anyone else at this point. Katsuki blasted his way through alleyways, destroying all different types of robots. The point total not mattering to him in the slightest. He had one goal and one goal only in front of the teachers and these extras. Dominance. Katsuki continued blasting through robots like they were paper, even going inside of buildings and destroying them there, causing the collapse of some buildings as the teachers watched from their seats. Midnight was writhing in her seat as Aizawa watched with careful eyes. His youthful disposition is lighting a fire in me. However, his destruction of the area without regard to others is the only turn-off. Midnight said as Nizu chuckled, the more destruction the better. Nizu said while drinking his coffee. Nothing like seeing the consequences of your actions firsthand. Nizu said as All Might watched closely at the screen. Katsuki had been walking through his own trail of destruction, looking around for more robots. Guess I got to head back that way. Katsuki said to himself as he was blasting through the street. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a robot in an alleyway. Gotcha, you bastard! Katsuki yelled as he flexed his palm. sending an explosion that destroyed the alleyway as well as the robot. The buildings began collapsing as Katsuki dusted his hands. "Serves you right," he said as he was about to run off, but he heard a groan stopping him dead in his tracks. He slowly looked down the alley, spotting someone on the ground a little behind where the robot was standing. Katsuki's eyes widened as the student struggled to get up. There it was again, that time-slowing sensation he had. His blood felt like it was burning through his body as he looked over at the other students destroying robots as the time was counting down. He looked back at the person who lifted their head. She was bleeding. This was a result of his carelessness. Katsuki found himself stuck, unable to move. The building was crumbling as he just stared. The girl looked up and Katsuki thought he'd see a laughing face, a face that would point at him and laugh at him, but no, there was pain in her eyes. She was scared. Katsuki's pupils dilated as he blasted quickly through the alley, scooping up the girl in his arms as the two buildings collapsed around each other, leaving dust and rubble where two buildings were supposed to be. Katsuki breathed heavily as his lungs felt like they were on fire. He looked down at the girl he had grabbed. Her short purple hair fell out of her face, allowing the light to illuminate her features. She had pale skin, dark-colored eyes that looked like a dark purple in the light. They stared into his own crimson ones. He felt if she was looking directly into him, not past him but directly into his eyes. His heartbeat quickened as he couldn't take himself out of her gaze. What the hell was wrong with him? The rumbling of the ground snapped Katsuki back to reality as he looked up to see the approaching zero-point robot and its massive stature plowing through the streets toward the two students. Katsuki's eyes refocused as he placed the girl behind him. "You're pretty busted up, so run to the exit," Katsuki said as he walked toward the menacing machine. "Wait. Why did you even save me anyway?" the girl asked as Katsuki froze on the spot as he looked back toward her position. He hadn't been thinking about it at all. He just did. The image of Izuku clawing at the sludge monster to grab him from its clutches as he remembered the words, "It looked like you were calling for help." As he shook away the thought and growled at her, he jogged over toward her. The girl flinched as she was lightly pushed by the shoe on Katsuki's feet, lightly kicking her away, causing her to move backward. "'Cause I don't even know who you are, and if you live I better know someday," Katsuki said as he blasted toward the robot with a heavy glare on his face as he smirked. You overgrown bag of bolts," Katsuki yelled as he dodged a swing running up the arm of the robot toward its head as he dodged another swing. "Eat this," Katsuki yelled as he blasted apart the head of the zero-pointer, sending it backward toward the ground destroyed. Katsuki landed looking at the destruction as he panted, holding on to his wrist. That was a big one. It was definitely going to hurt for a while. Katsuki looked back and the girl was standing at the gate far down the street. She wasn't waving or anything, just standing there with a faint smile on her face. Katsuki felt a heat rush through his head as he turned away. When he looked back, she was gone through the gate. Katsuki huffed as he walked out of the gate from the exam. DMN. The teachers were all in shock, sitting in the little room where they were all watching the exam. Midnight was squealing, while Present Mike was cleaning his goggles to make sure he saw that right. All Might was smiling, and Aizawa had a knowing look on his face. Nizu turned toward his staff with a smile. "There is always hope in places you wouldn't believe. Young Bakugo will fight, and he will fight hard, but my gamble seems really secure, don't you think?" Nizu said as the other teachers nodded. "Let's do our best this year to carve out a bunch of new heroes that will change the very world itself," Nizu said as the other teachers agreed. Meanwhile, All Might smiled, thinking back to his conversation from earlier. "Young Midoriya, what is the first thing you think of when you think of strength?" All Might said while flexing his muscles as Izuku moved trash into a truck from the beach. "Kaken," Izuku said easily as All Might looked at Midoriya with surprise. All Might deflated, coughing out blood as Izuku's eyes widened in shock. There's also you too. As a matter of fact, the both of you pop up in my mind so fast there really isn't a first or second place," Izuku said as All Might looked at him in his deflated form. "He's that loose cannon kid, right?" All Might said as Izuku nodded. "Kaken has a lot of things that people hate about him, but I have always seen him fight to move forward on his own terms, not on the whim of someone else's," Izuku said, putting a broken TV on the truck. "I want to be stronger than him, so that I too can move forward." Izuku said as All Might smiled at him. Was that too much? Izuku said as All Might shook his head. Of course not. Now that being said, we'll work extra hard today. All Might said as Izuku saluted. Yes, sir. All Might clenched his fist as he smiled a bright smile. I'll be watching the development of the both of you. All Might said as he joined the other teachers in their discussion. Katsuki ate his food almost in a daze as Mitsuki busted into the kitchen with a huge smile on her face, waving an envelope and a hologram disc as she practically tackled Masaru, who fell over. What the hell was it that was with that girl? Why did he jump to save her? She's just an extra. Billions of people on Earth and he saves one. He felt ridiculous, but at the same time he couldn't get her face out of his head. She looked so fragile in his arms, as if one wrong move and she would have shattered to pieces. She felt different than any other person he had to deal with, and Katsuki couldn't let her cloud his thoughts as he made his way to destroying heroes and villains. That was his goal and nothing was going to stop that. Brat! A yell caught his attention as he was smacked in the back of his head. What, you hag! Katsuki exclaimed as Mitsuki shook her fist. Don't you hag me, we are watching your acceptance letter. Mitsuki said as Katsuki stopped yelling and turned to watch the whole of it. Katsuki had passed with the highest score of all applicants of the entrance exam of the year with 77 hero points, and somehow he got 7 rescue points. Must have been from that girl. All Might spoke excitedly about the student entering the school as Katsuki smirked. All he had to do now was beat the rest of his class and stay motivated for the next 6 months. Principal Rat should have made the deadline longer, not that it would have mattered, because no matter what, Katsuki will destroy them all. Today, the rest of them tomorrow. Stop glaring at the wall, Brat. You look creepy. Mitsuki said as Katsuki growled. Shut up, hag. Katsuki yelled as his mother glared at him. A slap was heard across the neighborhood that night. Katsuki stood in front of the door to the classroom that had a big 1A on it, as if it was made for the blind. Way to let someone know that they made it to the right classroom. Katsuki shrugged as he opened the door, taking in the air that filled it. This classroom was way fancier than the one in Aldra. The room was way brighter too. This school was way too fancy for its own good. It made him almost uncomfortable being here. Alas, he was here and he would make every second count. Katsuki peered to his left, spotting a dark black-haired girl organizing her desk with a straight face. She looked like a snood, exactly the type that would attend this school. He couldn't wait to wipe that proud look off of her face. So far everything was going as Katsuki was expecting it to go. Fancy classrooms, snooty students. 6 months was going to be cake. Excuse me. A voice said as Katsuki turned toward it, spotting a taller boy. He had blue hair with serious eyes that were wearing glasses. The smile that he had on his face was almost sickening, and what the hell was up with his air chopping? It's nice to meet you. I'm Tenya Ida from Kohei Private Academy. May I ask what your name is? Tenya asked as Katsuki stared blankly back at him. None of your business, for eyes. Katsuki said as Tenya had a shocked look on his face. Oh, you must not be a morning person. Understandable, it'll be an adjustment, but I'll do my best to accommodate you. Tenya said as Katsuki huffed. Look, Four Eyes, it isn't about me being a morning person or not. I seriously don't care about you or the massive stick you have up your butt. In other words, piss us off. Katsuki said with a growl as Tenya pushed his glasses up. I can tolerate many things, but use of foul language isn't one of them. Ida yelled as Katsuki sat down in a desk and kicked his feet up. Boo-hoo, glasses. Katsuki said as Tenya began to fume. Other students were making their way into the classroom as Tenya chopped the air with his hand fiercely. My name is Tenya Ida. And take your feet off of the desk, that is school property. Tenya yelled as Katsuki gave him a wry look. I don't remember asking you your name again. It's nothing worth remembering. Didn't I tell you to piss off? Katsuki said as Tenya was reaching his boiling point, repeatedly chopping the air. Of course it's worth remembering, I'm your classmate after all. And would you please take your feet off of the desk? This was the place our senior respected before us. Tenya yelled as Katsuki smirked at the boy. Or what? You gonna make me? Katsuki said as Tenya was about to chop the air again. Katsuki closed his eyes and sighed. There was no fing way that being surrounded by idiots like these was even going to faze him even a little. This was too easy. He had to repay that rat somehow, perhaps with a quick death and a thank you when Katsuki walks through the ashes of hero society. Kaken? A voice said as Katsuki's eyes snapped open as if he was viciously woken up from a nightmare only to wake up in the seventh circle of hell as his head snapped toward the direction of the voice. The seventh circle had a devil all right and its name was Deku? Katsuki yelled getting up from his desk, pushing past Tenya while walking toward the green-haired boy wearing the same uniform that he was. Katsuki's eyes were red as he approached the boy who was waving his arms at him. He wasn't even listening to what he had to say as he grabbed the collar of the boy. It looks like we are in the same class. Izuku said as Katsuki huffed steam as he glared at the greenette. What the F do you think you're doing here, Deku? Katsuki asked in a low growl as Izuku pointed at a seat where the desks were located as he smiled meekly. And not being late for class? Izuku said, making Katsuki go silent as he continued holding on to Izuku's collar as the boy struggled to get out of his grip. The F did you just say to me, you nerd? Katsuki roared as Izuku was tugged out of his grip. Katsuki turned his head to see who the poor soul he would have to obliterate for their crimes was. He spotting a girl with brown hair, a round face and two brown doughy eyes looking at him with sweat on her face. Why yo? The girl said as Izuku, Katsuki, and herself stood in silence as Katsuki looked at her hand on Izuku's shirt tugging him. Katsuki began to tremble out of rage as he looked in between the girl and Izuku with genuine shock on his face. Huh? Who the F are you? Katsuki roared as the girl squealed, pulling Deku behind her. Holy crap! She exclaimed as Katsuki tried to follow them. Wait a dimmin' minute, I was talking to you, round face. Katsuki said as Tenya was in his face again. What did I say about the language? Tenya said as Katsuki tried pushing past him. Out of my way, glasses. Katsuki growled as he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his shoulder as he was pulled back from Tenya. Katsuki turned his head, spotting a dual-haired boy looking at him almost boredly as he took his hand off of Katsuki's shoulder. The boy was walking to a desk in the back as Katsuki growled at him. Oi, who the F are you? Katsuki asked as the boy didn't respond, just sitting in his desk pulling his things out as Katsuki clenched his fist. He's like a small purse dog just yipping its head off. A blonde-haired boy said, nudging the shoulder of the girl he was sitting on the other side of as the girl watched Katsuki popping off as she put her headphones in, groaning as she did. The door suddenly opened, revealing a yellow sleeping bag standing where it opened. The bag fell over, hitting the ground as the class looked at it weirdly as it wriggled on the floor before it slowly started opening up. Katsuki sat in his desk while watching the sleeping bag with minor curiosity as a hand popped out with a sauce pouch in it. The bag finally finished opening, revealing the tired face of Aizawa, who just slurped on the pouch as Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the man. Quiet down, you are all way too lively in the morning. If you wanted a classroom where you could screw around and make friends, then go find another school. Aizawa said as the class got quiet, looking at the man as he wrote his name on the blackboard. Katsuki smirked a little at the man as he relaxed in his seat. He hated the man for sure, but this was his kind of teacher. I'm Aizawa, I'll be your teacher this year for the hero course. That is, if you make it to the class, that is. Aizawa said as he gave the class a look. Tenya raised his hand. Sensei, the entrance exam has concluded. Doesn't that mean we already are in this course? Tenya said as Aizawa groaned. I don't know who told you that lie, but this is my class and I'll only teach those who are worthy of being taught. Aizawa said as Tenya got quiet. The hero business is serious stuff, where pros put their lives on the line every single day. Heroes die doing this job. I refuse to put anyone who is unprepared for that responsibility on the field. That being said, Aizawa said as he drew a makeshift map of the school on the board, pointing out the changing room. You'll find your gym uniforms here. Put those on and meet me outside. Aizawa said, slipping out of his bag, kicking it off as he exited the classroom. Katsuki smirked as he got up from his seat. An extra exam should be simple. Hopefully it's one of those land one hit on the teacher types so he can get another fight in with the old man. He'll definitely pay him back for last time. The other students were trying to figure out what was going on as they were exiting the classroom. The class was lined up outside as Aizawa was standing in front of them with a stopwatch. This is a surprise quirk examination. Aizawa said as Katsuki smirked. This will be testing the current limits of your quirks and their usability and well as your experience with them. Aizawa said as Katsuki continued smirking. This was perfect. It was about time to show these extras who it was that they were messing with. He was going to slaughter them all in front of Aizawa to show them the difference between them and him and Aizawa, that he was not someone to be f'd with. Oh, and another thing. Whoever scores last on this examination will be expelled. Aizawa said with a smirk as the class had collective reactions to this news. While the other students were talking about it, Katsuki merely popped his neck. Ready for whatever was thrown at him, he then looked at Izuku, who was also surprised as he shook his head. Poor Deku never stood a chance. Not like he belonged here anyway. If all of you are ready, then why don't we get started? Aizawa said as he started listing people in the order that they would go in. Katsuki stretched as he stood in line behind a red-haired boy who was excitedly talking to a blonde boy with a lightning bolt in his hair. Last person gets expelled, huh? I'll have to give it my best shot, I guess. The blonde said as the redhead laughed. Don't sweat it, bro. Just take it easy and you got this, the redhead said with a smile on his face as Katsuki turned his head away. They are even encouraging each other, what extras, having to rely on one another to get anywhere. Katsuki would do this as he's always done everything by himself, and he would kill everyone in the process. Katsuki refocused his vision, making eye contact with purple eyes, causing his own eyes to widen. These eyes had looked so familiar, but where did he see them? Unless this was... Katsuki got a look at the girl's face as she looked back at him. It was that girl from the entrance exam, the one that he saved. What the hell was she doing here? More like, how did they end up in the same class? Katsuki said, still staring at the girl as the girl started to sweat. She was looking at him too. He noticed her jacks lightly flicking as he inspected her features. Did her jacks react to things like sight? The real question was, did she even recognize him? Not that it mattered or anything, but he was a little curious. She was making eye contact and all. Why did he care? She was an obstacle just like the others. That being said, he should probably stop staring at her. Katsuki tried breaking eye contact, but she broke away first at the sound of her name being called by Aizawa for her turn in the exam. Kyokajiro, you're up. Aizawa called as the girl walked over to the starting line of the dash. Kyokajiro. Katsuki thought to himself as she ran. She had a rather average time. He expected her to be slower, honestly. Katsuki Bakugo, come on. Aizawa said as Katsuki focused, walking over to the line, shaking his head. Ears, stop messing with my head. Katsuki thought as he smirked, looking down at the finish line ahead of him. Katsuki quickly blasted from his start to the finish, sliding, kicking up dust as he wiped his forehead confidently. That had to be the best record. Katsuki said to himself as Aizawa showed him the stopwatch. Katsuki Bakugo 4.13 seconds. Aizawa said as Katsuki smirked, beat that, extras. Katsuki said, walking over to the line as Aizawa called the next people to the line. Katsuki didn't even get to his spot for the next test before he heard Aizawa's voice calling out another time. Tenya Ida 3.39 seconds. Aizawa called as Katsuki stopped dead in his tracks. He turned around with a look of betrayal on his face as Tenya bowed toward Aizawa and then toward the frog-like girl before walking toward him for the spot at the next test. There was no way that just happened. Katsuki was trying to wrap his head around what just happened as he caught the look on Aizawa's face. It was a cocky smirk, as if he knew that this was going to happen just to make him look stupid. Katsuki was set off just looking at the face his teacher had while looking at him, but this was clearly only the first test. He would just have to beat the shit out of them for the rest of these tests. There was no way he was going to lose in the rest of these tests. Man, did he eat those words. The tests went by with Katsuki just barely missing the top mark while being overtaken by somebody else. Just when it looked like he had the top spot, it would be taken from him. Katsuki was starting to feel frustrated. He even started to feel something else. Something that was sickening, really, that he'd never thought he'd feel. The only thing that kept him distracted was the consistent last-place finishes that Izuku was getting. Seriously, who thought that letting in some quirkless nerd with dreams too big for his body into a school full of potential heroes? Did the rat have some kind of fed-up sense of humor? Why did Izuku even try, knowing he won't get anywhere? The final test had arrived, and this was the Last chance that Katsuki had to make any real show of his superiority over the rest of the students. He was frustrated and needed to blow everyone out of the water without competition this time, for his own sake. Katsuki Bakugo. You're up. Aizawa said as Katsuki walked up to the lines. He took a breath as Aizawa lifted the little gun in his hands, showing the class the item. This will be measuring the distance that the ball is thrown thanks to a tracking device developed by one of our students here. Remember, the lowest scoring person will be expelled. Do your best. Aizawa said as Katsuki took another breath. His best was more than enough. Katsuki wound his hand back, concentrating the heat circulating his palm into as big of a shot as he could without destroying the ball as he snapped his eyes open, smirking as he looked at the sky at where he was launching the ball. Die! Katsuki yelled as he launched the ball with a large explosion as the class had multiple reactions to him, yelling as he watched the ball fly through the air, cutting through it like a hot knife through butter as Aizawa pointed the gun in the air, tracking the distance before showing it off to the class as it finished registering. 705.9 meters. Aizawa said as Katsuki walked away from his spot, carefully eyeing the rest of the class as he stood back and the brown-haired girl went up. Their quirks are useful to say the least, but there isn't any way with their quirks they should come close. He meant it that time. Infinity? Katsuki heard the class yell as he watched the brown-haired girl rub the back of her head sheepishly as their classmates were calling out Infinity Girl in a cheer as Katsuki felt a nerve get struck. It was bullshit, there was no way. And yet there he was looking incredibly stupid. Ochako Uraraka was her name from what was being called. That round face hadn't just set a new record, she had completely and totally blew his record away. Next up was Ponytail. Katsuki had no idea what her quirk was, but he had a feeling he would hate it. The girl had popped a mini cannon out of her palm where the ball was launching it across the sky with similar power to Katsuki's as Aizawa pointed his scanner at the flying ball as it registered. 704.6. Aizawa said as Katsuki narrowed his eyes. That was yet another close one, as if his own record was something to scoff at. Ponytail exhaled before walking out of the spot with her usual serious look on her face. It was like she was mocking him, that proud walk she had as if she was walking past trash. For a second it reminded him of himself. Just for a second. The turns had come and gone until the inevitable turn came where the quirkless Izuku Midoriya had stepped up to the plate to throw the ball. Katsuki almost winced at what he was about to see. The last pushes of the wannabe hero only to be extinguished at his pitiful throwing. What was it that was keeping this nerd going? Izuku took a breath as an unfamiliar glint was seen in his eye as he wound up his own throw. For some reason Katsuki felt like there was some actual power behind his throw, until he released it going a normal pitiful distance. Aizawa then wrapped Izuku up in the capture tape as his eyes glowed red and hair stuck up while looking at the boy. And what are you supposed to do when you can't move? Putting all of your power into a single part that breaks it, and then what? A hero that can't move is a useless hero. Aizawa said as his hair fell and eyes stopped glowing. The tape unraveled as Izuku looked at his hand before grabbing the ball again. What the hell was Aizawa talking about with power? Izuku has never had power before, he's quirkless, always has been, always will be. Nothing was going to change that. Nothing. Izuku's look grew serious as he rolled the ball to his finger mid-throw as he suddenly launched the ball with insane strength, launching into the air as dust was kicked up around them. The scanner had picked up the distance as 705.9, the same as Katsuki's, as the ash blonde-haired boy's eyes widened in shock as Izuku looked at Aizawa. I can still move, the boy said confidently as he held his hand with the broken finger. Aizawa looked at him with a bit of surprise and a smirk on his face as Katsuki saw his entire world come crashing down as he watched the green-haired boy panting as Ochako clapped and Tenya clapped as well. Katsuki blasted forward, running toward the green-haired boy with rage filling his eyes as he was gunning for him. Izuku spotted the ash blonde out of the corner of his eye, sensing the killing intent coming from the boy as his hand reached out. "Do you?" Katsuki yelled, ready to set off an explosion as he was stopped in his tracks by capture tape stopping him and Aizawa canceling his quirk as he hit the ground. Now, that's enough of that. It's time for the results, so get it together. Aizawa said, unwrapping Katsuki as the class followed Aizawa, Jiro looking at the blonde on the ground. She could have swore that he looked like he was about to cry. All of the students, including Katsuki, had made their way to the board to see the results of the exam. Unbelievably adding salt to the wound, Katsuki had only been third in the test behind Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, causing Katsuki to clench his fist. Meanwhile, Izuku was dreading being in last place with expulsion being on the line. Was this really where it ended when he had just gotten here? Izuku sighed as Ochako patted him on the back as they all looked toward Aizawa, who had a sly smirk on his face. Well, there will be no expulsion, Aizawa exclaimed as the class all deadpanned and groaned at the man as he chuckled again. A tactical misdirection, in order for all of you to do your best for this examination, Aizawa said as the class groaned, while Izuku took a breath of relief as he almost fell over only to be caught by his friends. Meanwhile, Katsuki was looking at the ground, feeling defeated when he was supposed to be surrounded by extras and yet he was in third. Not to mention the fact that the nerd has a quirk. He couldn't believe any of the events that had happened today. It frustrated him beyond all belief as he felt that pang in his chest again. This feeling Katsuki was fighting as the other students were walking toward the building for lunch, as Katsuki was glaring holes into Izuku while he was blissfully walking with his friends. He wouldn't get away with this. He was going to pay that BSTRD back tenfold. Katsuki stuck his hands in his pockets as he stomped into the school with a scowl on his face. Meanwhile, Aizawa was looking at him with a smirk on his face as All Might's sweat dropped. "Don't you think you are being a little harsh on young Bakugo?" All Might said as Aizawa gave him a look. "He came in a cocky brat and he got humbled. I see nothing but poetic justice here. That being said, he does have a scary amount of potential," Aizawa said as All Might nodded. "I agree. The future of these students is looking bright, and as teachers we must pave the way for them," All Might said with his trademark smile as Aizawa lifted a piece of paper that said "Cool Teacher Sayings" on it in front of All Might, whose sweat dropped again. "That I'm trying my best," All Might said defeated as Aizawa shook his head. "Aren't you a little biased with this class yourself?" Aizawa said as All Might began to sweat. "Of course not. It's just because they were doing their quirk apprehension that I wanted to see," All Might said nervously as Aizawa gave him a look. "If you are going to be unbiased, then try your best to be more discreet," Aizawa said as All Might waved his hands. "I'm not biased," All Might said as Aizawa kept walking. "Just be prepared for tomorrow. I won't be there to bail you out," Aizawa said as All Might sighed. "Sure." Katsuki walked into his house defeated, looking as he made his way to the stairs only to be stopped by Mitsuki, who had a smile on her face. "How was the first day, brat? Make anybody cry?" Mitsuki teased as Katsuki looked back at her unamused as he turned walking up the stairs to his room, closing the door normally, leaving Mitsuki and Masaru frozen in place, giving odd looks at the stairs. "Did he lose?" Mitsuki said as Masaru slowly nodded as the parents stared at each other for a moment before Mitsuki squealed, running at Masaru, tackling him into a hug as she laughed. "Oh, the humility! I knew him going to UA would be perfect. They'll knock that cockiness right out of him at this rate," Mitsuki celebrated as Masaru rubbed her back. "Shouldn't we go check on him?" Masaru said as Mitsuki shrugged. "I'll leave dinner by his door. He'll be all right. No need to stick band-aids on wounded pride," Mitsuki said as Masaru rubbed the back of his head. "I guess, but I'm worried," Masaru said as Mitsuki held her husband's face. "Don't, it's Katsuki. He'll be ready to get knocked down again tomorrow with an even harder head. For the meantime, let's celebrate an amazing first day of school," Mitsuki said, motioning toward the wine rack. "Fine, but remember you have a shoot tomorrow," Masaru said as Mitsuki got up, grabbing the wine with a shrug. "I work better hungover anyway," Mitsuki said as Masaru raised an eyebrow. "No you don't, you hate hangovers," Masaru said as Mitsuki finished pouring her wine, sending a glare at the brown-haired man. "Don't kill my vibe, Masaru." "All right, but what's a vibe?" Katsuki had his bag slung over his shoulder as he made his way to the dreaded high school. This time for sure he was getting payback. The nerd wouldn't even see it coming. He would only see the ground as his face hit against it in defeat. All these years without saying a single DMN thing about having a quirk, a powerful one at that. The way he would just take whatever crap came toward him weakly when he could have retaliated. Was he looking down on him? Was he never worth his full strength, so the nerd just let whatever happen to him? That BS duty was infuriating. Losing was something that he was going to feel if Katsuki had anything to do with it. Katsuki walked into the building with a huff as he frowned, cracking his neck. He refused to lose, he absolutely refused. Katsuki roughly opened the door to the classroom as Tenya stood in his seat. "Good morning," Tenya exclaimed as Katsuki gave him a glare. Katsuki said as Tenya started chopping the air at Katsuki. "Bakugo! You shouldn't swear," Tenya exclaimed as Katsuki huffed. "You can keep this up all day, my answer is still going to be the same. Piss us off," Katsuki said as a chuckle could be heard. "You better listen to him, he was the loose cannon kid," the voice said as Katsuki's eyes snapped up toward the voice. A blonde-haired boy stood there trying his best not to laugh as Katsuki growled at him. "Who the F are you?" Katsuki said as the boy walked past him nonchalantly. "Denki Kaminari, you must be the purse dog." Kaminari chuckled as Katsuki growled. "The F, did you just say?" Katsuki yelled as the desk next to him had someone take a seat into it. Good morning, Jiro," Tenya yelled as Katsuki stopped yelling to turn facing the girl. There she was again. She was sitting next to him for some reason. The girl held her ears as she waved Tenya away. "Could you please quiet down? You are way too loud too early," Kyoka said as Katsuki continued looking at the girl. It was definitely her, unmistakably so. Why did she pick the seat next to him? He never did find out if she recognized him or not. He'd have to find out eventually. Kyoka turned toward him, causing the boy to look away toward the front of the classroom. Kyoka raised an eyebrow before scrolling through her phone again. Aizawa had came in for homeroom, giving everyone a rundown of how their day was going to go. English with present mic, history with midnight, lunch, then hero fundamentals for the last class of the day. Katsuki spent most of the day thinking about all the different ways he was going to kill Izuku, whether it would be by explosion or physically breaking his bones. All these different methods and not enough time. The day had finally come to hero fundamentals as the students had begun to get restless waiting for Aizawa to enter the classroom to teach the class. Did he oversleep? Kaminari asked as the red-haired boy known as Ejiro Kirishima shrugged. Katsuki stared at the door waiting for the tired man to walk through. Instead he caught a flash of red quickly enter the classroom as All Might's cape flapped behind him. "I am here in the classroom," All Might said as the class reacted. "All Might?" the class exclaimed as the large man gave a thumbs up with his trademark smile. "That's right, and today I'll be your teacher for fundamentals of heroism. That being said, today your lesson will be a hands-on experience," All Might said as the class watched the man pull out a card that said Battle Trial on it. "With a battle trial," All Might said as the class bustled as Katsuki's face adopted a fierce grin. This was exactly what he was waiting for, the chance for him to get his revenge in an epic fashion. That nerd doesn't stand a chance. There will be teams selected by lottery, each team will then be placed on heroes or villains. The scenario is the heroes will have to reach an explosive payload that is defended by villains. There is a 5-minute timer on the device. Once the timer runs out the villains win, but if the heroes manage to touch the device it will be deactivated giving the win to the heroes. All Might explained as the class listened intently. All Might's eye gleamed as he looked at the students in front of him with a smile. "Go get your hero costumes and meet me at Ground Alpha," All Might said as the class walked out of the classroom. Katsuki with the wicked glare on his face the entire time, he could barely wait to get out onto the field. 'Cause Deku was going to die. The students all stood outside of Ground Alpha in their hero costumes as All Might went to grab his bucket of names. Katsuki stood in his hero costume inspecting it as he nodded to himself. Those designers weren't half bad. His costume came out better than he thought. He was glad they had some imagination. He smirked as he looked at the costumes at the other students. Glasses was wearing a full set of armor like a knight. As stupid as that concept was, Roundface was wearing a costume that icy hot BS literally froze half of himself. Working hard for that King of Edge reward there, while Ponytail was wearing some SR leotard or something. All that Katsuki knew was that there wasn't a lot left to the imagination. A boy with purple ball on his head was practically drooling as he stared at the taller girl, the pervy F that he was. He got a spot right after Deku on his kill list. It was a special honor held for Aizawa, but looking at the smaller boy's face made him make an exception. He looked over at Kyoka, who was wearing a black leather jacket over a slightly too big torn shirt with jeans and combat boots. Her costume looked like it came straight out of her closet, but it fit her and made sense. Katsuki's eyes widened as he pulled his gaze away from the girl back toward the front of him, spotting Izuku in a green, bunny suit. Katsuki couldn't believe his eyes as Izuku was talking with Ochako. That nerd had to be FNG with him, a bunny suit as a costume? How iffy stupid could you be? A goddamn bunny suit. Katsuki scoffed as he looked toward All Might with the bucket. Time to pick teams, everyone put your hands in the bucket and pull out your slips. All Might called as everyone took their turn digging through the bucket pulling out their names. Katsuki had been on a team with Tenya while Izuku was placed on a team with Ochako. Katsuki glared at the green-haired boy as Tenya bowed. Looking forward to working with you. Tenya said as Katsuki huffed. Don't slow me down or I'll kill you too. Katsuki said as Tenya chopped at the air. Bakugo! Don't just nonchalantly threaten people with death. Tenya said as Katsuki rolled, his eyes to the back of his head. Team A will be facing Team D. Team A will be heroes while Team D will be villains. All Might called out as Katsuki smirked. Fine by me. Katsuki said as Tenya looked at his hands dramatically. I'll have to take the role of the villain then. Tenya said as he let out an evil laugh, spooking some nearby students as they gave him looks. You two teams make your way to the buildings over there, while the rest of the teams and myself will be going to the observation room to watch your progress. All Might said as the teams began their trek to the building where Katsuki Bakugo was preparing to kill. The students and All Might settled into the observation room as the lights cut out. The giant screen turned on showing multiple different camera angles. All Might smiled in front of the screen as the students settled into the room. Kyoka looked boredly at the screen as she watched the blonde boy practically leak murder from his pores as they were setting up. She still hadn't talked to him. She really wanted to, but there was one big problem. This guy was the equivalent of a bomb waiting to explode with the wrong move. She had an understanding that he was the aggressive type, but constantly being at war with everyone in his surrounding made it hard to say anything. She had to at least say thank you. She was grateful to him for even thinking about grabbing her. Granted, it was his fault it happened, but Kyoka was above the blame game and wouldn't be too sad about his actions. She was a hero in training and he was a bit of an but, c'est la vie, she thinks that saying goes. She would say thank you and try to have a conversation with him. In the meantime, she might as well try to make some friends other than the idiot that keeps trying to talk to her. Kyoka looked up toward the girl with the ponytail as she looked at the screen seriously while tapping her chin. Bingo. Kyoka got up, walking toward the girl, taking in a breath before tapping her shoulder, causing the taller girl to jump at the touch of the smaller girl as Kyoka herself jumped as the other girl sighed. Forgive me, I was just surprised. Momo said as Kyoka shrugged. It was my bad, I wanted to just say hi or something. Kyoka said with a smile on her face as Momo looked back at her with slight confusion on her face. Oh, am I in the way? If there is a friend you want to reach, I'll move. Momo said as Kyoka chuckled. This girl was kind of sad. I wouldn't call us friends yet, but I'd like to be. Kyoka said, looking at the taller girl as Momo nodded and sidestepped and put her hand out politely. Kyoka smiled at her as she stepped in front of Momo. Hi. Kyoka said as Momo tilted her head. Wasn't there someone you wanted to see? Momo said as Kyoka nodded while looking around before looking at the taller girl again. Yep, she's right here. Kyoka said as Momo's eyes shined a little bit as she pointed to herself. As in me? Momo asked as Kyoka was holding back her own whimpering noise as she smiled at the girl. She was adorable like a big puppy. Yes, you. I'm Kyoka Jiro, you must be? Kyoka asked as Momo grabbed her hand with her eyes still sparkling. Yes. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, it's nice to meet you. Momo said excitedly as Kyoka smiled back at the girl as Momo cleared her throat, regaining her composure. It's nice to meet you. Momo said as Kyoka giggled. You don't have to be so formal, you're fine with me, so just relax. Kyoka said as Momo relaxed into a smile as Kyoka motioned toward the screen. So what are your prior thoughts? Kyoka said as Momo adopted her serious look while looking at the screen. The teams seem rather balanced, however with wild cards like Midoriya and Bakugo on the field I don't really know how this will turn out. Momo said as Kyoka nodded. I have a feeling that Bakugo is going to cause trouble. His personality is questionable but we haven't seen exactly what he has yet. I know for certain that he'll strike first, it's a weakness as much as it is a strength. Momo said as Kyoka nodded. I'm kind of excited to see how this fight goes. Kyoka said as Momo nodded. I am as well. Momo said as she smiled at Kyoka. Me too. A voice called over as Kyoka sighed. A blonde-haired boy with a large smile on his face walked over as Momo tilted her head at him. Cool costume, what do you think of mine? Kaminari said as he did a dramatic pose as Kyoka snickered. You look like a J-pop star. Kyoka chuckled as Kaminari grinned. So you mean I'm hot? Kaminari said as Kyoka rolled her eyes at the boy as he turned toward Momo. Holy crap, my bad. I'm Denki Kaminari. Kaminari said with a smile as Momo shook his hand with her own smile. Likewise, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. The girl greeted as Kaminari nodded almost absent-mindedly as Kyoka narrowed her eyes at the boy. She then stabbed him with her earjacks causing him to yelp as he hit the ground in pain. Momo looked at Kyoka with a confused look as Kyoka stomped on Kaminari. Stop being a perv, you idiot. Kyoka said as Kaminari waved his hands. I'm sorry. Kaminari yelled as Momo watched the scene with a confused smile on her face. Hey guys, I think they are starting. Kirishima yelled out as Kyoka stopped stomping on Kaminari to look at the screen. Kaminari got off of the ground to look at the screen as well, fist-bumping Kirishima in the process. Momo re-adopted her serious look as she looked at the screen as well. All Might smiled at the screen as he clicked a button. Begin! Bakugo! Tenya exclaimed, grabbing the attention of Katsuki who turned toward him. What? Katsuki asked as Tenya bowed. A moment of your time please. I would like to ask a question. Tenya said as Katsuki growled at the boy. Then just ask dumbass. Katsuki exclaimed as Tenya bowed again before looking at his hands dramatically. Tell me, how does one become one with the sensation of being a villain? You were acting as one I heard before you entered this school, so I wanted to get some advice. Tenya asked as Katsuki growled at the boy taking a step toward him. I wasn't a shitty villain. I was an anti-hero. Completely different. As for your question, figure it out. Being evil depends on the person. It's not a set process, dumbass. Katsuki said as Tenya rubbed his chin on his helmet. Figure it out, huh? Tenya said to himself as the intercom rang. Begin! All Might yelled as Katsuki smirked. Finally. Now we need a strategy. Tenya said as Katsuki was already running off toward the door. Bakugo! Tenya yelled as Katsuki called back. Here's the strategy. Try not to get too bored while I destroy these two. Katsuki yelled as he ran out of the door, leaving Tenya alone. Tenya then took a look around the room, spotting the furniture and things laying around as an idea came to his head. Meanwhile, Izuku climbed through the window, helping Ochako through as they entered the building. Izuku looked around, inspecting their surroundings as Ochako looked around too. So, they must be on the top floor waiting for us for the confrontation up there. We'll have to figure out some way to slip past them to get to the payload. If we can find the weak points of their defenses, slipping through should be simple. Izuku started to mutter as he stopped to look at Ochako, who was giggling at Izuku but stopped once they made eye contact. Sorry, it's just, you sound really into it. It's kinda cool. Ochako said, scratching the back of her head as Izuku teared up. Thanks. Izuku said, giving a thumbs up as Ochako waved her hands. Wait, I didn't mean to make you cry or anything. Ochako said as Izuku looked forward. His tears faded away as he stopped. It was quiet, a bit too quiet. A loud explosion was heard as Katsuki came around the corner with murder in his eyes as Izuku jumped back, pushing Ochako out of the way from the impact. Katsuki looked at the two people in front of him, popping his neck as he stepped toward them. Uraraka, are you okay? Izuku asked as the girl nodded at him. Yeah, she said as Katsuki glared at the two of them. Come on deck, don't dodge. Katsuki growled menacingly as Izuku gritted his teeth looking at the other boy. Ochako looked at Izuku at his half-destroyed mask. Deku? Ochako asked as Izuku kept his gaze in front of him. Don't worry, it's just a scratch. Izuku said as Katsuki ran at the two of them. I won't cause enough damage to stop this fight, but I'm sure as hell going to get close. Katsuki roared as he ran toward Izuku with a heavy right swing ready to flatten the boy to the ground. Izuku grabbed a hold of Katsuki's arm. Katsuki gave a look of surprise at Izuku as the green-haired boy glared back. Using the momentum of the boy, Izuku threw Katsuki over his shoulder into the ground with a hard slam, almost knocking the wind out of the boy. Katsuki coughed as Izuku stepped back from him, regaining his fighting stance. What the hell was that? Katsuki got up from the ground growling at Izuku as the green-haired boy stared back at him. You usually start with a big right swing, Izuku said as Katsuki gave him a slightly surprised look. How much do you think I've been watching you? Izuku said as Katsuki gritted his teeth. Deku doesn't mean useless Izuku anymore, Kaken, this time. Izuku said as he hit himself on the chest with his fist as Katsuki growled at him. My Deku means you can do it. Izuku called out as Katsuki gave Izuku a vicious glare as he dusted himself off. Ochako gave her own look of surprise at Izuku as he said the words she once told him. Katsuki raised his arms as he growled at the other boy. Even though you are scared, Katsuki said as his hands sparked. You still stand there thinking you can do anything. Katsuki roared as Izuku held his ground with his fists up. Katsuki faced his palm downward as Izuku called out to Ochako. Uraraka, go. Izuku said as Katsuki blasted toward the boy. Throwing out a kick as Izuku blocked it, Katsuki growled, looking away, huh? Cocky isn't a good look for you, Deku. Katsuki growled as he noticed something wrapped around his leg. The capture tape? Katsuki thought to himself as he blasted Izuku, who used the opening to dodge. I knew it. Izuku thought to himself as Katsuki growled at him. That guy is amazing. A tall brown-haired boy in a yellow costume yelled as Kyoka nodded. Midoriya was better than she thought. He's not even using his quirk against the guy who came first in the entrance exams. The boy in the tape attire known as Hantasiro called out excitedly as All Might smiled at the screen as he watched Midoriya land. He's watching my movements. I underestimated how closely the nerd has been watching all this time. Katsuki thought to himself as Izuku faced him. Izuku then began running away, causing Katsuki to widen his eyes. Come back here, Deku! Katsuki yelled, running after Izuku as the green-haired boy hustled through the hallway. He probably doesn't have a proper strategy and he's taken into consideration my own counterattacks to his. The nerd thinks running is going to save him. Katsuki thought to himself as he slowed down his pace, walking instead. My Deku means you can do it. Katsuki thought back to Izuku's words as he growled. He's just a nobody. Katsuki thought to himself as he rounded a corner, spotting the boy looking around a corner with his capture tape ready to attack. I honestly hope you are ready to die after those stunts back there. Katsuki said, causing Izuku to turn around toward the blonde-haired boy with the glare on his face. Sorry, Kaken, I can't let you do that. Izuku said as Katsuki chuckled. Good thing I didn't even ask. Katsuki yelled, blasting toward Izuku as the green-haired boy prepared himself for impact. I'll kill you for sure, Deku. Katsuki called out as he blasted toward Izuku with another kick. Izuku narrowed his eyes, jumping toward the strike with the capture tape ready. Going for the same move again, does this guy just not learn? Kaminari said as Kirishima nodded. Kyoka noticed the way Katsuki was striking this time was different than earlier. Maybe he was taking Midoriya's counter into mind this time around. Izuku tried to secure Katsuki's arm, but Katsuki opened his hand, releasing an explosion causing Izuku to stagger. Katsuki grabbed the boy by his collar, punching him in the face with his free hand before throwing him into the ground. Izuku rolled, getting up as Katsuki pursued him. Izuku braced for an impact to his face but was hit in the stomach with a punch. Izuku coughed as Katsuki punched his now open face, causing Izuku to slam against the wall. Izuku stumbled into his fighting stance again as Katsuki walked toward him. Izuku swung as Katsuki caught his swing, headbutting him. Izuku staggered backward as Katsuki pulled him back by kneeing him in the stomach. Come on. Use that quirk of yours already. Katsuki yelled as Izuku fell to his knees. Katsuki pulled him up, headbutting him again before picking him up and throwing him to the ground. Izuku pushed himself up as Katsuki growled. "I thought I told you to dash," Katsuki started as he was cut off by being punched across the face by Izuku, who pulled back his fist to throw another punch. Katsuki turned toward the boy, taking the other punch to his face as Katsuki kneed him again. Izuku spit off to the side, continuing to throw punches at Katsuki, who was blocking them. "Is this some FNG joke?" Katsuki yelled as Izuku roared. Throwing another punch, Katsuki grabbed his arm using his own free arm to elbow Izuku in the face. Katsuki then threw his own punches into Izuku's body. Izuku headbutted Katsuki while he was getting punched, causing Katsuki to stagger. Izuku then tackled Katsuki to the ground, punching him. "Am I just not good enough?" Katsuki said, kicking Izuku off. Izuku got up to attack again but was punched in the face by Katsuki. Katsuki then kicked Izuku into the wall, blasting him into it further with an explosion. Izuku stuck into the wall as the green-haired boy panted. "I'm just not worthy of your real strength, huh?" Katsuki said, taking Izuku out of the wall, hitting Izuku in the stomach before punching the boy's side. Katsuki grabbed Izuku again, launching the boy into the ground with an explosion, causing Izuku to bounce on the ground. Katsuki walked toward Izuku menacingly as Izuku quickly got up, headbutting Katsuki in the stomach, knocking the boy off guard as Izuku took that opportunity to throw Katsuki back. Katsuki recovered midair, landing as Izuku panted. "Not scared this time?" Izuku called as Katsuki activated one of his gauntlets. "It's loaded." Katsuki said as Izuku began to sweat, "Since you think that this was some joke, that all those years I wasn't worth your full power, I'll show some of mine." Katsuki said as he pulled the clip on the gauntlet, pointing it at Izuku as the green-haired boy blocked. A massive fireball came out of the gauntlet, viciously exploding upon contact with the air, engulfing Izuku in its destruction, causing the whole building to rumble, as well as the observation room where All Might and the rest of the students were. "This is supposed to be a class," Kirishima yelled out as the other students braced themselves as the rumbling stopped. All Might grabbed the microphone. "Young Midoriya," All Might yelled as the smoke began to clear, revealing Izuku in his heavily damaged costume, panting. "DMN," Katsuki said, walking out of the smoke while activating the other gauntlet. The more sweat that gets stored up in these gauntlets, the more powerful the explosion. If that was the power of only a third, then I would love to see a full one. Katsuki said as Izuku backed up. "Young Bakugo, if you use another one of those explosions, I'll call off the match." All Might yelled over the intercom as Kyoka stared in shock at the amount of power held in those explosions. If he wanted to, he could kill Midoriya at any time. Fine. If he died too quickly, it wouldn't be satisfying. Katsuki said, deactivating his gauntlet before running toward Izuku at full speed. Izuku flinched as the boy began running at Izuku full speed. "Then let's settle this with our fists, Deku," Katsuki yelled as Izuku composed himself. "I have to counterattack, I just have to wait for the right moment," Izuku thought to himself as Katsuki jumped toward him, getting real close to him. Katsuki fired an explosion where Izuku's fist went. Katsuki fired another blast to stabilize himself, then fired a blast from his free hand into Izuku's back. Izuku hit the ground roughly as Katsuki landed. "That's not a very manly way to fight," Kirishima said as Kaminari pointed at the screen, freaked out. "It's like he's not even trying to be heroic," Kaminari yelled out as Todoroki looked at the screen curiously. "But wonder how someone like him could fight like that," Todoroki said as Momo also looked at the screen. As simple as the technique looked, he had to think it through before using it. By using explosions at 3 different points, he gave himself stability and power all in one blow. As off-putting as his personality may be, he is certainly intelligent, Momo deduced as Kyoka looked at the screen. He moved like a madman. This may have been a class to the rest of them, but to him, it was a full-fledged battle. "Those aren't the moves of a hero," Tokoyami, the boy with the black bird head, said as a pink-skinned girl frowned at the screen. "Yeah, he's going to kill him," Mina said as All Might clenched onto the mic even harder, almost breaking it. "I should call off the match, but for young Midoriya's sake I can't." All Might thought to himself as he looked at the screen with worry. Hang in there, young Midoriya. All Might thought to himself as the battle on the screen unfolded. Here's your favorite right swing, Deku. Katsuki yelled as he smacked against the side of Izuku's body hard. Izuku grunted as Katsuki grabbed his arm, spinning him around with explosions enhancing the spin as he slammed Izuku into the ground hard, causing the boy to cough. Come on, Deku, am I still not worthy? Katsuki yelled as Izuku began to run away from Katsuki. Katsuki pursued him as the rest of the students watched. Midoriya was so amazing too. Kaminari said disappointedly as Kirishima looked at the screen disapprovingly. That's not what a man would, running away like that. Kirishima said as he tilted his head. There's something weird though, why is he running? Kirishima asked as he looked back at the screen. Izuku stopped in front of a window as he huffed. Katsuki walked toward him slowly as he growled. Why won't you use your quirk? Katsuki asked as Izuku clenched his fist while looking at the blonde-haired boy. I want to win. And surpass you, you idiot. Izuku yelled as Katsuki clenched his own fist, opening up his hand and releasing sparks. Don't look at me like that. You demon nerd. Katsuki yelled as he jumped toward Izuku. This was it. Katsuki was tired of it, tired of the way this nerd had been looking down on him. Tired of dragging out this fight. He was going to end it here and now, showing the demon nerd that he won't be anything compared to him. Izuku clenched his own fist while jumping the cloth of his suit, tearing around his arm as his bicep flexed. Katsuki felt that sensation. The nerd was finally using his quirk. In a last-ditch effort, Katsuki was disappointed that the fight had to end like this. Katsuki charged his explosion as hot as he could get it as he swung toward Izuku. Detroit! Izuku said as the heat of Katsuki's explosion got closer. Good night, Deku. Katsuki said as an arm blocked his explosion. He looked at Izuku with shock as he saw the green gleam in his eye as his fist moved into an uppercut pointing at the ceiling. Smash! Izuku yelled as the impact shattered through the building, punching a hole all the way through to the top of the building. Katsuki looked shocked as a thud was heard from above. Retrieved! The voice of Ochako was heard as Katsuki's eyes widened. Hero team wins! All Might yelled as Izuku stood in front of Katsuki with his burnt arm limp to his side and his broken arm held toward the sky. Katsuki gave Izuku a defeated look as he watched the boy in front of him struggle to stand up. You bastard. Playing me this whole demon time. Katsuki yelled as Izuku coughed. Sorry, but I wasn't. My quirk's output is still just way too much for my body to handle. Izuku said weakly as he looked at Katsuki from behind his burnt arm. His hair was in his face and Katsuki could only see one of his eyes. This was the only way I could win against you, Izuku said as Katsuki saw an image of young Izuku smiling at him. Katsuki's face fell even more as Izuku hit the ground, collapsing. Katsuki looked at his oldest friend on the ground as recovery bots came to pick him up. He didn't even hear the voices of Izuku's friends calling for him as he stared at the spot where he was standing. Katsuki was beaten, totally beaten, by the same person who had always been too weak to do anything. The same person he had been looking down on this entire time, with power that could surpass his completely. So at any point in the match Izuku could have hit him with one of those punches and take him out. Izuku was going easy on him, not using his quirk and allowing Katsuki to do whatever he wanted. It's just like it's always been, nothing has changed. Izuku had been in control of power beyond his and could have always just beaten him and won. Why? After all this time, after all I did, why? Why am I still being treated like I'm nothing by Deku of all people? Why after all this time was I still not good enough? Why was Deku looking like the very thing I always said he couldn't be? Katsuki thought to himself as his breath caught in his lungs. His chest was hurting like it was tightening around his heart, crushing it. Each inhale was shallow as he did his best to breathe. His mind was racing while his head was thumping like a drum. It wasn't stopping. The only thought running through his head through all that he was feeling was, why? Why? A hand placed itself on Katsuki's shoulder, snapping the boy out of it as All Might clenched onto him. Young man, there is a lot more to everything than winning. If you surround your life with nothing but victory, it'll make your losses all the more bitter. All Might said as Katsuki brushed his hand off of his shoulder, giving the man a glare. What the hell would you know about losing? Katsuki said with tears in his eyes as All Might's own eyes softened looking at the boy. Katsuki walked out of the building as he clenched his teeth, trying not to cry. He hated it, he hated this feeling. The rest of the battles came and went as the others had gotten their results. Katsuki all the while had been sinking in himself, watching the performances of Icy Hot and Ponytail, how they effectively handled their wins with ease. All the while in the back of his head, he felt himself being chipped away by his own thoughts. Even when Ponytail had critiqued all of them, she dissected his entire thought process and the flaws of his fight. The exact reasons why he lost without skipping a beat, that put things into perspective for Katsuki. This wasn't a school full of just nobodies. These people were something. Even more so than himself in some cases. Katsuki walked toward the school gate, stopping as he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Deku. Katsuki wanted to just walk away, but Izuku had run over trying to catch up to Katsuki. The blonde turned slightly, looking at the boy. I have to tell you something about my quirk, Izuku said as Katsuki listened, watching the boy from over his shoulder. This quirk, I got it from someone else. Recently, Izuku said as Katsuki turned to face him a little. The thing is, I don't really have any control over this power yet. I didn't want to use it against you in the exercise, but in the end it was the only chance I had at winning. Izuku said as Katsuki was fully looking at Izuku. You'll see, I'll make this quirk my own and surpass you with it. Izuku said as his face went from serious to frozen as he looked like he said something he wasn't supposed to as Katsuki gritted his teeth. That don't talk to me like I'm some kind of idiot. Katsuki said as Izuku looked at the blonde. I lost, and to make matters worse I lost to you. Katsuki said as he pressed a hand against his face as Izuku kept looking at him. Crap, I even agreed with what that Ponytail girl said. My attack was so stupid. Icy Hot was even so much stronger than me. Katsuki yelled with his hands still covering his face as he gritted his teeth. I won't lose again to any of you BSs. Enjoy that win, Deku. Katsuki growled as his hand came off of his face, allowing the tears to come off of it as Katsuki looked at Izuku. It'll be the last one you'll have against me. Katsuki exclaimed as Izuku's eyes widened. Katsuki turned around, walking off, trying to clear his eyes of the tears that were coming from them. Why wouldn't they stop? This was pissing him off beyond belief. Katsuki opened his eyes to look around as he spotted a girl on the other side of the small road from him, looking at him. It was Ears, the girl he'd been oddly curious with, looking at him as he had tears in his eyes. She looked like a deer in headlights as Katsuki looked back at her. Say whatever you want, Ears. I don't care, just leave me alone. Katsuki said as Kyoko walked over to him nervously. She started as Katsuki gave her an unamused look. What? Spit it out already. Katsuki exclaimed as Kyoko nodded. Fine, son. Kyoko said again as she took a breath. Thank you. Kyoko said a little too loudly as Katsuki flinched a little from it. He stopped as the girl took in a breath and breathed out as she opened her hands. My bad. I meant thanks for saving me at the entrance exam. Kyoko said as Katsuki gave her a look. So you did recognize me. Why the hell did it take you so long to say something? Katsuki asked as Kyoko looked off to the side. You looked and sounded like you were ready to kill at any moment. Kyoko said as Katsuki scoffed. I didn't save you. Katsuki said as Kyoko stopped to look at him as the boy gave her a serious look back. You know who I am, and I don't save people. I ain't a hero and don't plan to be. You were just in the way. Katsuki said as he turned to walk away. Bullshit. Kyoko said, causing Katsuki to stop. Huh? What do you mean bullshit? Katsuki said with a growl as Kyoko stomped her foot down. You said that you saved me because you didn't even know who I was and to make sure I was someone worth knowing. Kyoko said as Katsuki was forehead slapping himself inside of his own head. I could honestly care less about why you are here at you. What you do is up to you. All that I know is that you risked your own neck to take responsibility for your own stupidity. Kyoko said as Katsuki growled at the smaller girl. So that makes you not such a bad guy after all. Kyoka said as Katsuki gave her a look of slight surprise before he turned his head away. You don't know me. Katsuki said, waiting for the usual rebuttal he got from his statements. It was like clockwork with these kinds of people. Nope, and I don't really care. Kyoka said as Katsuki whipped his head around to look at the girl. I don't know who you were before we met and I don't really care too much if I'm honest. All that I know is, you told me to become someone you could know. Kyoka said as she walked toward the boy who stepped back a little. Hi, I'm Kyokajiro. I sit next to you in class and hate loud noises, so would it kill you to not scream around me? Kyoka said as Katsuki kept his look of surprise shaking it off as he turned away from the girl. Shut up, ears, I didn't ask about your name. Katsuki said as Kyoka shrugged, I didn't ask for you to ask. It's Jiro, not ears. Kyoka said pointedly as Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the girl. Still ears to me. Katsuki said as Kyoka rolled her eyes at the boy walking beside him. You are going to be a handful, aren't you? Not if you leave me alone. And then what? Listen to you yell and scream because you don't have any friends. I don't need friends. Point proven. You have a smart mouth. Nah, I'm pretty sure you're just stupid. Kyoka said as Katsuki glared at the girl. You're the handful, short round. Katsuki yelled as Kyoka snickered, covering her mouth trying not to laugh. Katsuki gave the shorter girl a look as he narrowed his eyes at her. Did I say something funny? Katsuki said as Kyoka was having trouble not bursting out laughing at the boy as she shook her head at him. Short round? What kind of ancient reference is that? Kyoka said, breaking, finally laughing at the blonde-haired boy as he was about to yell at her. He stopped watching the girl laugh as everything suddenly felt a lot more peaceful. Most importantly, unbeknownst to him, his tears stopped. It ain't ancient. Katsuki said as Kyoka was catching her breath from laughing at Katsuki as the boy pouted. Fine, so does everyone you meet have a nickname? Kyoka asked as Katsuki huffed. Pretty much, not many reasons to remember their names if I'm going to beat them. Katsuki said as Kyoka gave him an unimpressed look. You're just bad with names, aren't you? Kyoka asked as Katsuki huffed again, turning his face away from the girl. I ain't bad with names, G-. They have to earn it. Katsuki said, recovering as Kyoka smiled at the boy. You know, I wasn't expecting to be able to have a conversation with you today. Kyoka said as Katsuki looked at the girl. This isn't a conversation. Katsuki said as Kyoka rolled her eyes. Keep it up, I might believe you eventually. Kyoka said with a snicker as Katsuki growled at the girl. You making fun of me? Katsuki said as Kyoka shrugged again. Who knows, she said as she went. Across the crosswalk they were standing in front of crossing the street. Katsuki watched as the girl lifted a hand up as a wave as Katsuki rolled his eyes at the girl. See you later, thump. Kyoka teased as she walked off. Katsuki growled and cupped his hands around his mouth. You didn't forget and you know it. Katsuki yelled as Kyoka kept walking, ignoring his call as Katsuki scoffed. Demon girl, he was going to kill her for making fun of him. The hell did she mean by conversation? Clearly she was stalking him. Yeah, that's what it was, stalking. He just felt it was too much effort to walk away from her or shoo her away. Next time he was going to ignore her for sure. Katsuki walked into his house as Mitsuki was waiting at the door with a curious look on her face as Katsuki gave her his own look. The hell are you looking at, hag? Something on my face. Katsuki said as Mitsuki pulled him in, giving him a hard noogie before letting him go. Did you win today or something? Mitsuki said as Katsuki just walked up the stairs. Mitsuki watched as the boy seemed more normal than she thought he was going to be. Nope. Katsuki said nonchalantly as he turned the corner toward his room as Mitsuki had her jaw dropped, still looking at where Katsuki was last seen by her. I'm coming down for dinner, so don't leave it by my door like a dog so you can drink wine, hag. Katsuki yelled as Mitsuki was still looking at the upstairs hallway with her mouth open. Masaru walked over while smiling as he closed Mitsuki's mouth with a tap of his finger. Mitsuki turned around toward Masaru while sweating. She pointed up the stairs with a panicked look on her face as Masaru smiled at her. What just happened? Masaru shrugged as Mitsuki looked at the taller man with surprise as he walked toward the kitchen with that same smile on his face. No clue. Masaru said cryptically as Mitsuki followed him into the kitchen demanding answers as the man kept going on with his day. I'll beat those extras and show them I'm not just another guy. I'm the one who will kill them all as well as the rest of the heroes. Katsuki said as he sat in his room doing push-ups. The class was as lively as ever as they were all outside surrounded by reporters as they were trying to make their way into the school building. As for why the reporters were there, apparently they were trying to get an interview with All Might. Katsuki wanted nothing to do with it as the paparazzi were buzzing around like flies as they were giving people on the spot interviews about All Might. Katsuki saw Izuku waving his hands as a microphone was being pushed into his face. The blonde-haired boy rolled his eyes as he spotted Tenya speaking into one of the cameras. "Excuse me, young man?" a reporter asked as a mic was pushed into Katsuki's face. "Do you have a moment for a few questions?" the reporter said as Katsuki glared at the reporter. "Go F yourself," Katsuki said as he was trying to walk away as the reporter's sweat dropped as his eyes widened recognizing who Katsuki was. "Wait, aren't you loose cannon? What are you doing here at UA? Are you a student now? How has All Might been teaching your classes? And are you secretly a spy?" the reporter said as Katsuki glared at the reporter taking the mic from his hand roughly. "First off, loose cannon is such a stupid name. Secondly, I ain't a lame but spy. I'm the top dog around here and all of these extras are my prey. As for All Might, Aki-dash." Katsuki got cut off as he was being tugged roughly away as Kyoka was waving apologetically at the reporter. "Oi, let me go." Katsuki yelled as Kyoka glared at him. "No. You'll say something stupid to these guys," Kyoka said as Katsuki glared at her. "You all are bothering my students. Go away," Aizawa said plainly as he started walking away as the crowd dissipated. "Wait, we want to talk to All Might," a female reporter said as Aizawa gave her a look. "And I want a full night's sleep. Life's tough and nobody gets what they want. Now leave," Aizawa said as the gate started closing behind him and the students. "Wait," the reporter yelled as the gate closed in front of her. She grunted and kicked the door glaring at it as another reporter pulled her off. In the trees another set of eyes had been looking at the school full of malice as his smile grew wickedly at the building. Everyone was in class sitting at their seats as Aizawa cleared his throat. "Listen up, this next thing we have coming up will determine your futures at the school," Aizawa said as the class tensed up. Katsuki looked at Aizawa boredly. "Another quirk test?" Katsuki thought to himself. "You'll be picking your class rep," Aizawa said simply as the class sighed in relief as Katsuki deadpanned at the tired man, dimmin him and his jokes. "I'll be the class rep," Kirishima said as Kaminari got up after him raising his hand. "I'll give it a try," he said as Kyoka got up to Katsuki's surprise as she raised her hand too. "It's definitely me you want," Kyoka said as Katsuki gave her a look. "We will all be voting for class representative," Tenya called out as the class deadpanned at the boy. "You totally just want to be the class rep," most of the class said in unison as Momo cleared her throat walking to the front of the classroom. "To give everyone a fair chance we will have brief speeches about why we should be picked as the class representative," Momo said as the students agreed. "This is stupid," Katsuki said as Kyoka nudged him. "Hey, you should vote for me," Kyoka said in a whisper as Katsuki gave her a look. "Why the hell would I do that?" Katsuki said as Kyoka gave him a look in return. "I'm the only one who can tolerate you and you wouldn't vote for anyone else," Kyoka said as Katsuki turned his head away. "I never asked to be tolerated," Katsuki said as Kyoka deadpanned at him. "Too bad, now vote for me please," Kyoka said as she gave Katsuki a cute look. "You are manipulative," Katsuki said as Kyoka shrugged. "Only if it works," the girl said. Katsuki huffed. "Whatever," Katsuki said as Kyoka fist pumped turning toward Kaminari. "It was just a dumb vote anyway, nothing too major." Momo walked to the podium first, stepping around Aizawa who was in his sleeping bag taking the opportunity to nap while they were deciding. Momo cleared her throat as she faced the class with her sheet of paper. "Dear class, I believe I am the best candidate for class representative because, though I haven't been in this class for very long, I feel very connected to you all and wish nothing for the best for all of you. This class Representative, I will ensure the quality of the classroom and its environment as well as the well-being of the class. Excuse me for taking your time and I hope you will all take me into consideration. Thank you all very much. Momo said as she bowed as the class clapped for her as she made her way back to her seat, giving Kyoka a wave as she sat down. That was a good speech. Kyoka said as Katsuki shrugged. She should be a politician, he said as Kaminari walked up to the front of the class. Hear ye, hello ladies and gentlemen. I'm Denki Kaminari and today I stand before you as a candidate for class rep. I know from first glances it would seem like I'm not a good choice at all for the position. However, let me tell you this, I may not be bright in mind but I am bright in heart. As class rep I will ensure that the class will always be in high spirits and everyone can have laughs and enjoy themselves. Thank you, that is all. Kaminari kissed his fingers, putting them up as he walked toward his desk as Kyoka snickered. Way to tell the class they were voting for an idiot. Kyoka said, chuckling as Kaminari smirked at her, laugh all you want but heart beats mind every time. Kaminari said as Kyoka rolled her eyes. Katsuki watched the two of them as he turned his attention toward the front of the classroom as Kirishima was standing at the front. Hey everyone. I'm Idra Kirishima and I'll be running for class representative. I'm not good with speeches but if I become class rep I'll be grateful to everyone and I'll make sure that our class is the manliest class. Kirishima said as the class clapped for him. Kyoka nodded as she looked over at Katsuki who looked back at her. How does one make the class manlier? Katsuki asked as she shrugged, getting up from her seat giving Katsuki a thumbs up as the boy rolled his eyes. Hi, I'm Kyoka Jiro. Today I'll be running for class representative. I won't keep you guys long with any long speech but I just wanted to say as class rep I'll make sure this class is rockin' 24/7. I'll give nothing but my best and hopefully you all will do the same. Kyoka said as Katsuki snapped his fingers instead of clapping like the rest of the students as Kyoka sat down in her seat. So? Kyoka asked as Katsuki looked at her. So what? Katsuki asked as Kyoka gave him a glare. My speech. Kyoka said as Katsuki nodded. Yeah, you had one. Katsuki said as Kyoka slapped his arm. Katsuki said as Kyoka narrowed her eyes at him. How was it? Kyoka asked as Katsuki looked at her with a straight face. It was like a primary schooler wrote it. Katsuki said as Kyoka's jacks stood up pointing at him. Katsuki huffed as he looked at the girl. What? You asked? Katsuki said as Kyoka shook her head at him. You are such a tool. Kyoka said as Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the girl. I ain't a tool. Katsuki said as Izuku made his way past the explosive boy. Sorry, Kaken. Izuku said as he walked to the front of the classroom. Katsuki glared at the front of the classroom at Izuku as Kyoka raised an eyebrow. Kaken? Kyoka said teasingly as Katsuki turned his glare toward her. Don't call me that. Katsuki said as Kyoka tilted her head at him. It's way better than just Bakugo. Kyoka said as Katsuki rolled his eyes at the smirking girl. I am Izuku Midoriya and I'm running for class rep? Izuku said, unsure as the rest of the class sweat dropped at the boy as he looked around at the class that was looking back at him. So, I can't really offer too much if I am being honest. I'm not super smart and I'm not the strongest but I'm really looking forward to growing alongside everybody. Whether I become class rep or not I'm sure that we are all going to have a lot of fun together. As well as plenty of hard work ahead so, let's do our best? You totally don't have to pick me by the way thethingabutitis I'm actually a farabikos o fafren not exactly because I want to be class rep thy wooden minbutatha samatai miden twant to take away anybody else eskin sat being gable to havathroliandal. Izuku began muttering as a notebook hit him square in the face, interrupting the boy as Katsuki huffed. Quit muttering and get off the stage, Deku. Katsuki said as Kyoka's sweat dropped. It's a podium. Kyoka said as the class clapped loudly for the retreating Izuku. Kyoka tapped Katsuki nudging her head toward the podium as the boy looked back at her with a deadpan stare. You know. Katsuki said as Kyoka began poking at him. Quit it. Katsuki said as Kyoka kept poking him. You wanna die? Katsuki said standing up as the rest of the class was looking at him. Katsuki growled as Kyoka rested her cheek on her hand, looking at Katsuki with a slight trace of smug on her face as Katsuki let out a heavy sigh. I hate you, Katsuki said, walking up to the podium as he groaned. He looked at the rest of the class as he took a breath before giving them a slight glare. You already know the name. I ain't running for class rep. I just came up here to say no matter which extra becomes the rep, they won't be bossing me around or I'll kill them. Just in case you are stupid enough to vote for me, PS off, I'll do the same thing I've ever done in the class. Don't vote for me at all, you're welcome, Katsuki said as the class sweat dropped at the boy as he made his way back to his seat, Kyoka snickering as Katsuki glared at her. It ain't funny, Katsuki yelled as Kyoka laughed even harder at the boy as a boy with purple ball on his head took the podium. The boy cleared his throat as he gave the class an intense look. Ladies, to you I say hello, and to the boys to you I say rejoice. My name is Minoru Mineta. I am running for class rep because I understand your pain. For us men, we have been held back by our needs that are preventing us from moving forward as men. Mineta started as Kirishima's eyes sparkled. Finally somebody who understands manliness, Kirishima said as Kaminari was sweating. The speech seems kind of dramatic, Shiro said as Kyoka looked back at the group of boys. It ain't that bad so far, Kyoka said as Katsuki looked at the boy, a strange chill going down his back as he looked at him. As class rep, I will finally solve the biggest problem with us men being held back in this cruel high school environment. I will make female school uniforms CC again, Mineta shouted as the entire class froze. For too long the school uniform has been a restricted treasure, the skirts being too long or the sizes not being tight enough against the bust to truly give us the shape that we all crave for. Will do my best to bring forth the return of the CC uniforms. The class gym wear, with bloomers and loose t-shirts that just give you the faintest sight into the treasures underneath them, Mineta said as the atmosphere of the class was getting heavier and heavier. Mineta looked at the class with passion in his eyes and drool running down his mouth. Just think of all of the jiggling as the girls run during hero training, or this is the way, my friends. As for the girls, I offer you freedom. The regular school uniforms are a bit restricting, right? Therefore, with these new uniforms, you should feel so much better while we get plenty of eye candy in the process. So my friends, vote for me and I'll make sure there is eternal happy dash. Mineta was cut off as a hand grabbed him by the face. Mineta looked up, spotting Katsuki's red eyes glaring at him as he growled at the smaller boy. Why don't you? Katsuki wound up his throw with the smaller boy in his hands. Get lost, Katsuki roared, throwing Mineta like a fast ball toward the back of the classroom, sticking him into the wall as Katsuki dusted his hands. Great fucker, Katsuki said as the class began clapping for him. Katsuki looked around confused as Kyoka tried to whistle but couldn't, causing Kaminari to laugh at her. Stop clapping, I didn't even do anything, Katsuki said, feeling a little nervous as Sato pulled Mineta from the wall. Bakugo! No throwing classmates in the classroom, Tenya yelled, chopping the air as Katsuki rolled his eyes. There was the response he was looking for. Shut up, Katsuki said, returning to his seat as Tenya walked up to the podium. Greetings, my fellow classmates. I am Tenya Ida and I am running for class representative. As class representative, I will ensure that the class stays in the best shape that it's been, as we all work cooperatively together in order to further thrive as heroes in training. I will ensure that the students follow the guidelines responsibly as well as taking responsibility for the well-being of the class. Trust me, everyone, as class representative, I will guarantee the success and stability of this class. Tenya exclaimed as the class clapped as the boy took his seat. Wow, that was something, Kyoka said as Katsuki huffed. I'm surprised, Katsuki said as Kyoka raised an eyebrow at Katsuki, who looked back at her. He was able to stand that long with a stick up his butt, let alone we weren't able to hear it dragging, Katsuki said plainly as Kyoka snickered. She choked as Katsuki was looking at the girl weirdly. What? Did I say something stupid? Katsuki asked as the girl took a breath as she laughed. Yes, incredibly so. I didn't take you for the joking type, Kyoka said as Katsuki turned his head away. I'm not, Katsuki said as Kyoka chuckled as she looked at Katsuki, giving him a smile. Yeah, Kyoka said as Katsuki looked back at the girl. Katsuki felt a strange feeling in his chest as the results were written on the board. Somehow Izuku had won and became the class rep, while Momo had become the vice rep. Katsuki had gotten himself a single vote. He would have been surprised if it weren't for the fact he knew it was Kyoka, trying to get him as her vice rep. He would have burned down the class. That's part of the reason why he was here after all. To prove to the rat that he was scum to win this dumb little bet they had made with one another, he didn't have time for this class nonsense. That's right, he was going to get through this as he always had, alone without a single thing holding him back. No engagements and no friends, the way it was supposed to be. Katsuki looked at Kyoka, who was asking Kaminari why he didn't vote for her, as the boy shrugged, getting stabbed in the process for saying something smart. She wasn't a friend. She couldn't be. She has some kind of promise to keep that he stupidly gave to her. When she fulfills it, she wouldn't bother him anymore. That was a good thing. The sooner she got her recognition, the sooner she was going to leave. Yet, that thought kind of esigi. Initiating lockdown. A robotic voice called over the intercom as the gates outside were being lifted up. The hell's going on? Kyoka said as Katsuki got up, looking out of the window. A smirk appeared on his face. Some dumbass villains? Katsuki said as Aizawa had left the classroom to investigate. The rest of the students stepped into the hall to investigate further as well. I don't see any villains. Kyoka said as Katsuki scoffed as Kyoka's eyes widened. What? You sense something? Katsuki said as Kyoka stuck her jack into the floor. Shut up, I'm listening. Kyoka said as Katsuki glared at the girl. The hell did you say? Katsuki said as Kyoka got up. We need to get back into the classroom. Kyoka said as Katsuki gave her a look. Why? The boy said as the sound of footsteps increased down the hall as students were rushing down the hall in a stampede. Kyoka reached out toward Katsuki as the crowd came closer. The crowd engulfed the both of them before Kyoka could grab him. Kyoka was being bumped around by students hitting against each other, trying to get out of the doors into the exit, but there were too many, causing a massive roadblock. Bakugo! Kyoka called as she got bumped into again, hitting her side in a wall. She was getting pummeled by the panicking students as she tried navigating the crowd. She stuck one of her jacks into the ground to listen for him, but the jack got stepped on, causing Kyoka to squeak in pain as she hit the ground. She wasn't getting anywhere like this worse, yet she was now disoriented, the feeling of vertigo overwhelming her as she kept getting bumped. Kyoka tried her best to even stand in the crowd but couldn't, as she found herself lost in a sea of knees and shoes. She held onto her jack, bracing for another impact, but instead of a kick, a hand grabbed onto the side of her uniform, pulling her in close. Kyoka bumped into the chest of the person who grabbed her. She looked up, spotting Katsuki as he glared at the exit sign. Kyoka's eyes widened as Katsuki huffed. You need to grow another inch. I almost lost you in the sea of extras. Katsuki said, not breaking eye contact from the exit sign, as Kyoka looked at the boy with slight awe. Somehow he looked the most reliable that he's been, his face stern as he kept the girl close, not allowing her to be swept away. The boy slowly started to raise his hand as sparks came from his palm. Kyoka grabbed the rising arm as Katsuki gave her a look. Let go. Katsuki said as Kyoka shook her head. What are you trying to do? Bring the ceiling down? Kyoka asked as Katsuki huffed. If it gets the extras' attention. Katsuki said as Kyoka tugged at his hand. The whole point is not to scare them even further. Kyoka exclaimed as Katsuki glared at her. Let me go. You think I give a demon whether or not I scare a few extras? Katsuki said as Kyoka glared at the boy. Bakugo, please. Kyoka said as Katsuki slightly relaxed his hand. At that moment Tenya came flying from above them, slamming into the exit sign in a weird pose as he looked at the crowd. Don't worry everyone. It's just the paparazzi, there are no villains. You are all safe. Tenya yelled from his spot as the crowd broke apart with sighs of relief as they were making their way back to their classrooms. Kyoka gave her own sigh of relief as Katsuki looked at the smaller girl on his chest, still holding his arm. A warmth feeling swept through him as Katsuki shook his head. He didn't care about this girl or anybody else. She was just an extra like the rest of them, right? Bakugo? Kyoka said while looking at Katsuki with a slight flush on her face as Katsuki looked back at her. I appreciate the sentiment, but this is kind of embarrassing. Kyoka said as Katsuki gave her a confused look as he realized he was still holding her. Katsuki quickly let go, turning toward the classroom walking into it. I didn't mean anything by that, by the way. Katsuki yelled out as Kyoka smiled at the blonde. You should get that looked at, by the way, it looks like it hurts. Katsuki said as Kyoka clutched her jack. Katsuki huffed as he turned around with narrowed eyes. Don't get it twisted, I don't care about your well-being in the slightest. It would just be annoying if you spent time next to me groaning about your ear being in pain. Katsuki said as Kyoka kept smiling at the boy. Tsundere. Kyoka said sitting in her seat as Katsuki growled at her, I ain't a dimmin' tsundere. Katsuki yelled as Kyoka snickered at him. Excuse me, class. Izuku said as the classroom turned their attention toward the green-haired boy. I will be relinquishing my spot to Ida, thanks to his support with the students in the hallway. I never could have done something like that, so I believe that he will make for a better class rep. Izuku said as Tenya stood up in his seat. Midoriya, I couldn't. Ida said as one by one the class stood up agreeing with Izuku other than Katsuki, who just stood up glaring at the green-haired boy. Tenya looked at everyone with surprise as he bowed in front of the class. Thank you, it'll be my honor. Tenya exclaimed while bowing as Katsuki rolled his eyes. Deku wouldn't have lasted a day anyway. 4 Eyes has the exact stick-up his, but that kind of job needs. Katsuki said as Kyoka chuckled, don't you just love a happy ending? Kyoka asked teasingly as Katsuki huffed. Happy endings. Katsuki said as Kyoka shook her head at the boy, you are such a spoilsport. Kyoka said as Katsuki crossed his arms. He couldn't stand this girl sometimes, and yet he kept on humoring her for some odd reason. Katsuki just needed to get her that recognition she was wanting so that he could finally be left alone again. Though he did have to say, she wasn't too bad. Lunchtime had come around. While everybody else was eating with their friends and goofing around, Katsuki was going to make the most of his time. He had sent his equipment in from his costume to be repaired and inspected after the training exercise to make sure it was in its best shape. Katsuki was now heading toward the support room to check on the progress of his stuff. Katsuki stood in front of the door that read, Support Office, on it in stupidly large letters again. Seriously, were some of the students blind or something? The large letters were kind of redundant at this point. Katsuki shook away the thought and knocked on the door. He heard clattering as he raised an eyebrow. Katsuki narrowed his eyes as he heard some kind of ticking noise as he tilted his head. He had no clue what the hell was going on in there. All that he knew was standing in front of the door was the last thing he wanted to do. Katsuki stepped out of the way right as the door exploded right off of its hinges. Katsuki's sweat dropped as smoke billowed out of the room. Katsuki's eye twitched at the sight of the charred door sitting in front of him as he heard a low chuckling. He looked into the doorway, spotting an ominous figure in the smoke grinning. He could have sworn he had seen this somewhere before. The figure made its way out of the door with the smoke still pluming as a hand grabbed onto the bottom of the door. Pink dreads filled Katsuki's vision as the girl stood up laughing heartily as she looked down at the door. Holy crap, it didn't fly out of the window this time. My baby's first progression. The girl yelled as Katsuki's sweat dropped. Goggles. Katsuki said as the girl ignored him, dragging the door into the support office as Katsuki stepped over while still looking at her. Goggles. Katsuki said again as the girl nonchalantly slid the door into a corner of the classroom. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Excuse me? Katsuki said as the girl spun, dropping her welder's mask over her face, spinning a blowtorch in her other hand, turning it on, welding one piece of metal to the other. Katsuki may have found out who the blind person was. God damn it, Goggles. Katsuki yelled as the mask on the girl's face popped up. She turned around toward the boy. Her golden eyes had crosshairs in them as they made contact with his red ones. Her skin was fair yet covered in soot and dirt. Her pink hair was styled in dreads. Katsuki couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable looking at the girl. She was wearing a rather tight black tank top. Scratch that, very tight. It was like she didn't even care how she was presenting herself as she raised an eyebrow at the boy who looked away. Oh, it's a customer. Hi, what can I do for you? The girl said as Katsuki rolled his eyes as he pointed at the table with his gauntlets on it. Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki said as the girl nodded at him. She tilted her head at him confused. Who's Katsuki Bakugo? The girl said as Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the girl. I'm Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki growled as the girl hit her hand with her fist. Oh, you must be here to check on your items, the girl said as Katsuki's sweat dropped. The girl motioned for the boy to come in as she took one of his gauntlets, setting it down on her workbench. Kazuma Bakemono. Right, the girl said as Katsuki gave her an extremely confused look. How the hell did you? Never mind, just tell me what was wrong with them. Katsuki said, taking a seat at the table as the girl gave him a weird look. Katsuki gave her a weird look back. What? Katsuki asked as the girl tilted her head at Katsuki, tapping her finger with her chin. You don't have friends, do you? The girl said as Katsuki rolled his eyes. And how would you guess that, detective? Katsuki said sarcastically as May nonchalantly took her gloves off and started taking apart one of her machines as she looked at him with a straight face. Most people would be eating lunch with their friends. The girl said as Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the girl as he walked back over to the table with a piece she took from her other machine. She took the piece and opened up one of Katsuki's gauntlets as the boy growled at her. I'm not most people. What about you, Goggles? Why aren't you eating with your friends? Katsuki asked as the girl shrugged. I don't have friends. They are so high maintenance, so it's better not to deal with them. All I need are my babies, the girl said as Katsuki gave her a look. You make it sound like they talk to you or something. Katsuki said as the girl's eyes gleamed as she smiled at the boy. They definitely can, the girl exclaimed as she shot one of her thumbs up as Katsuki gave her a thumbs down. Nah, you're definitely just crazy. Katsuki said as the girl chuckled, rubbing his gauntlet. It's okay, I can understand you. Versus this idiot who overloaded your heating unit, nearly causing irreplaceable internal damage, the girl said, rubbing her face against the gauntlet as Katsuki snatched it away from her. It ain't your baby, also the heating unit worked fantastically. I even checked it myself, the unit was barely damaged. Katsuki said as the girl shook her head. How long did you spend looking at it? Like 15 minutes? If you looked closer you would see that the poor baby was ready to pop. The girl said as Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the girl as she stuck the piece into the gauntlet she snatched back as Katsuki rolled his eyes at the girl. You see, looking back at the footage of your match with the green-haired kid, the gauntlet glowed a red color when you activated it. Also the fact that the blast was more fire than it was explosion, obviously you overdid the output. The girl said as Katsuki huffed. I thought it worked fine. Katsuki said as the girl shook her head as she closed the gauntlet and activated it. That explains a lot. The baby should purr rather than growl, the girl said as she deactivated the gauntlet. Whatever, Goggles. Katsuki said as he pulled a sandwich he got from the cafeteria out as he began inspecting the gauntlet. The girl gave a look as Katsuki looked back at her. What? I'm just looking, I want to see how it works so I can use them better. Katsuki said as the girl smiled. I'll explain then, partner. The girl said excitedly as Katsuki rolled his eyes at the pink-haired girl as she opened the panel on the gauntlet back up as Katsuki watched her taking a bite out of his sandwich. I ain't your partner, Katsuki said as the girl ignored him as she pointed at another piece on the gauntlet. Here is where the clip is connected to where it activates the quick fuse, the girl said as Katsuki nodded before pointing at the fuse. Why a fuse? Wouldn't it be better if it just made direct contact with the nitroglycerin? It's how my quirk works, Katsuki said as the girl shook her head. However, your quirk isn't unlimited, eventually it causes wear and tear on your body. The fuse acts as a counter to that problem. The fuse gives the nitroglycerin time to flow instead of just blowing up immediately, the girl explained as Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Besides, direct contact would just blow your arm up as well as the gauntlet. That would be such a waste of a baby, the girl said as Katsuki gave her a look. What about my arms? Katsuki exclaimed as the girl waved him away. No one said they care about your arms, the girl said as Katsuki growled at the girl who laughed at him. So what about the actual flow of the nitroglycerin? Is there any way to make the blast stronger? Katsuki asked as he brought the gauntlet closer as he opened the barrel. Without destroying the heating unit, you mean? I think I could figure something out, but this baby already has a lot of power in it. A large blast could take your arm off. The girl said as Katsuki gave her a sly look. Thought you said nobody cared about my arms? Katsuki said almost teasingly as the girl gave him a straight face. They don't, but the baby would be defiled by the human arms still inside of it. The girl said as Katsuki growled. My arm ain't defiling shit. Katsuki yelled as the girl closed the barrel, opening the actual cells of the gauntlet, revealing the casing that was supposed to hold the nitroglycerin. Maybe we can add more shots. Think about it, a single blast seems a bit ineffective if you ask me, so we could add extra holding casings to house extra nitroglycerin in order to give you a few more shots from these bad boys. The girl said excitedly as her stomach growled. Katsuki raised an eyebrow as the girl shrugged it off as she hit her fist against her hand. Maybe we can give your knee pads rocket propulsion. That way your knee attacks could pack extra damage. The girl said as Katsuki huffed. You haven't eaten anything, haven't you? Katsuki asked as the girl shrugged. Who needs food? All that I need is the time to work on my babies, the girl said as Katsuki gave her a look. Now for the dash. The girl was cut off by a sandwich half being pushed into her face as Katsuki kept looking at the gauntlet. Don't get it twisted, Goggles, I ain't being nice or anything. You'll stop making any sense if you don't eat, and I need to be able to understand your dumbass if I'm going to get these things to work. Katsuki said as the girl grabbed the sandwich half while looking at Katsuki eating his own sandwich while shifting pieces around. The girl slowly smiled at the boy as she took a bite of the sandwich as Katsuki held a piece up. Why the hell do I need this? Katsuki said as the girl grabbed the piece, placing it back into the gauntlet. It's a stabilizer, she said as Katsuki nodded looking at the girl. You have to start eating if you plan on working like this. If you don't, I'll kill you. Got it, Goggles? Katsuki said as the girl put a hand out to Katsuki with a smile on her face. May had some and I make no promises. May said as Katsuki looked at her hand before looking into her eyes with a growl as he flicked the girl. If I stop by during lunch and catch you working, I'll kill you. Katsuki said as May nodded. I'll do my best. May said enthusiastically as Katsuki slammed the table. Just do it, dumbass. Katsuki yelled as May laughed at the boy before giving him a more sincere look, catching Katsuki off guard. Thanks for worrying about me, May said as Katsuki gave her an awkward look before turning his head away from her. Who said they were worried about you? My gauntlets are on the line, Katsuki said as May snickered, scooting closer to Katsuki as she opened another panel. Katsuki looked at the panel as May began explaining the part and how it worked as she bit into her sandwich. Katsuki took a bite of his sandwich as well as he pointed at another part asking about its purpose as the girl excitedly told him about it. Katsuki listened intently as May fangirled over the invention. She was a weirdo for sure, but she wasn't that bad. Not that he would ever tell this crazy chick. More importantly, he wasn't bored in the slightest. Maybe, just maybe, eating lunch with friends wasn't that bad. Katsuki walked back into the classroom holding back a yawn as he made his way to his seat. So far this was boring, but since he's been here, too many surprises have happened, so he can't exactly let his guard down. He has to be ready for anything, especially if he's going to be able to destroy the extras around him in this classroom. Katsuki sat down in his seat as he laid his head down on his desk. Goggles said that she would be done with his gauntlets by the fundamentals of heroics class. Way faster than any support company he was almost glad he picked, sending them to her than them. She was crazy with way too many screws loose, but she knew what she was doing. The other students made their way into the classroom laughing together as Katsuki turned his head away from the noise. The sound of seats being pulled out and sat in let him know that another painfully regular day of class was ahead of them. Then again, he never really knew 100% the teachers here so far were FNG with him. A few taps caused Katsuki to sit up looking at Kyoka, who gave him a little wave. Katsuki rolled his eyes as he looked at the purple-haired girl. What do you want, ears? Katsuki asked as Kyoka rolled her own eyes. It's Jiro, you weren't at lunch today. Don't tell me you skulked off and ate alone. The girl said as Katsuki huffed. Why would it be any of your concern where I ate lunch? Katsuki said as Kyoka shrugged. How am I supposed to get you to remember my name properly if you are busy being edgy? Kyoka said as Katsuki rolled his eyes. You're still on that? Also look at the pot calling the kettle black. You are so edgy, sitting around you is a hazard. I'm surprised I haven't been bisected being this close. Katsuki said as Kyoka huffed, kicking his seat, causing the boy to growl. I'm not edgy. Kyoka said as Katsuki huffed, giving the girl a tiny smirk. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Evanescence. Katsuki said as Kyoka's jacks pointed at him. They were interrupted by Aizawa walking into the classroom, yawning as he made his way to the front, clearing his throat. Listen up, today we are all going on a field trip. Aizawa said as the class erupted into cheers as Katsuki just sat there looking at the tired man as he tried to reorganize the classroom. He knew it, that's why he didn't let his guard down. Calm down, listen, we'll be doing special training at a training facility. It'll be myself and another instructor showing you the ropes and your training for the day. Aizawa said as the class nodded. Katsuki gave Aizawa a glare. He just couldn't wait for the make Katsuki look stupid simulator. Again, this time he was prepared and most definitely won't let himself be passed up by anyone else. Katsuki did find something strange though. There was only going to be Aizawa and another instructor leading the class, assuming the chaos that happened after the break in the security would be buffed. Leave it to UA to be cocky with their staff. Alright, briefing is over, head to the changing room and get into your hero costumes. Then meet me outside for the buses so we can load up quickly. Alright, let's move. Aizawa said as Katsuki got out of his seat. Katsuki smirked as he was walking toward the changing room. This was his chance, his big redeeming moment to show the class that he was top dog and Aizawa the man who was going to beat him. The students got changed and made their way outside where the buses were already parked. The students were about to walk into the buses, but a whistle blew, grabbing their attention as Tenya was chopping at the air with his hands. Everyone, let's get into 2 single-file lines by class number in order to efficiently enter the bus. Tenya said as the class complied with a sweat drop. Katsuki looked at the taller boy with amazement in his eyes. The stick in his butt grew bigger and bigger by the day. One day it was going to be a massive redwood. Modern science would spend years wondering how the boy is even able to move. Katsuki looked away with a huff as a voice called out. Kenchi! Katsuki turned his head, spotting Mei running over to the buses with Katsuki's gauntlets in her hands. Katsuki growled as he looked at the girl. My name isn't Kenchi. Katsuki said as Mei tilted her head confused before she hit her hand with her fist, pointing at him. Baku Beast. The girl said excitedly as Katsuki's sweat dropped. Close enough. Wait, what the hell is up with the beast part? Katsuki yelled as Kyoka took a look out of the window at the two of them. Kyoka couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Katsuki and this girl talking to each other like it was nothing. Especially at the fact that Katsuki looked like he was even having a little fun. It felt strange to look at, not that she was jealous or anything. The guy was a total JRK and super loud. She only had a little debt to him, that was all. No way she was jealous that he'd spent more of his time being annoyed by her and right now having a good time with a different girl like it was nothing. Nope, not even a little. Anyway, Baku Beast, your gauntlets are all good to go. The girl said as Katsuki took them from her, attaching them to his costume. Good. Katsuki said as Mei grabbed his shoulder, stopping him from walking away. Kaminari's face was pressed against the glass, looking at Katsuki with rage and envy as Kyoka looked at the blonde. That son of a beach. Has a hot girlfriend? Kaminari said as he crossed his arms, sitting back down in his seat, huffing. How in the hell can a-hole McGee get a girlfriend before me? Seriously, I'm so charming it hurts. Kaminari said as Kyoka stabbed the boy with her jacks, causing him to squeal. She's obviously not his girlfriend. Look, she has his equipment. Kyoka said, pointing as Kaminari pointed at the girl holding onto Katsuki's shoulders as he fumed more. That close though? Kaminari said as Kyoka stabbed him again. There is no way that JRK can score a girlfriend. Kyoka said as Kaminari gave her a weird look. That sounded a bit bitter. Kaminari said as Kyoka began stabbing him repeatedly as she glared at the goofy blonde. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm saying that because he's an a-hole and nothing else. Kyoka exclaimed as Kaminari slowly nodded at the girl who put her jack into her phone, trying to avoid looking at Katsuki outside as he interacted with Mei. Don't try to use them for the explosions. They work fine as a blunt force weapon thanks to the durability I gave them, but not explosions. The new stabilizers are still adjusting and need a little more time before they can be used. Mei explained as Katsuki was looking at her face. It was covered in sweat and soot. He assumed something exploded in the time that he was gone. Katsuki rolled his eyes as he took out this handkerchief he used for his sweat and put it against her face. Whoa, is that chloroform? Right out in the open? Mineta said as Kaminari flew over next to the grape-haired boy as Katsuki rubbed the girl's face. Obviously it's how he got her, there's some kind of hypnosis pheromone on it. Kaminari said as Mineta rubbed his chin. That just this one hint dash. Mineta got cut off by a hammer hitting him in the back of the head as Momo cleared her throat. Kaminari, please take your seat. Momo said darkly with a smile on her face as Kaminari sat down obediently as Momo nodded at him. Whoa, Yayorozu, that was cool. Ochako gushes as Momo chuckles nervously. Oh, thank you. Momo said as Kyoka scrolled through her music more aggressively while avoiding the window. You're FING filthy, try harder to at least clean yourself up before you come running out of that DMN lab. Katsuki said as Mei gave a thumbs up. No promises, she exclaimed as Katsuki shook his head at the girl. She offered the handkerchief back but Katsuki waved her hand away. Keep it, you need it more than me. Katsuki said as Mei looked at the handkerchief and Katsuki before smiling. Thanks. Baku beast. The girl said with a smile as Katsuki narrowed his eyes at her. Don't if they thank me goggles. Katsuki yelled as Aizawa stuck his head out of one of the bus windows looking at the two students with a small smirk on his face. As entertaining as you two are, it's time to get a move on. Tell your girlfriend by already we have class. The tired man said as Katsuki gave him a wicked glare as Mei nodded. See you later, boyfriend. Mei called out with a yell as the entirety of the interior of the bus froze over as Katsuki looked at the girl mortified as his ears got hot. That's even worse than before. Katsuki yelled as he turned toward the bus. Have fun with your training garbage. Can't wait until you get back so we can make some babies together. Katsuki froze as he took a step onto the bus. The entire bus was like a frozen wasteland as Katsuki could feel the temperature drop to freezing temperatures. Aizawa smirked at Katsuki as the boy's lip quivered as his face grew a little red. I ain't your boyfriend, dumbass goggles. Katsuki yelled as he rushed to a seat sitting down as Aizawa was doing his best not to burst out laughing as Tenya stood up chopping his arm toward Katsuki. Bakugo, no swearing. Tenya yelled as Katsuki gave the boy a glare. Pieces off, 4 eyes. Katsuki yelled as he sat back relaxing. He took a breath in thinking about how he was going to dominate in today's training as he closed his eyes. Kyoka did her best to not look at the boy sitting next to her. Of all the places he could sit he chose next to her. That is kind of her fault though. However, she couldn't bring herself to look at the boy. Katsuki was zoning out as everybody was chatting amongst themselves on the trip to the training center. My navel laser is a combination of deadly and beautiful. Aoyama said while sparkling as Mina gave him a pat on the shoulder, though it's kind of lame if it gives you a stomach ache. Mina said as Aoyama looked down. I think you have a cool quirk, Aoyama. Izuku said as Aoyama lit up with excitement as Ochako smiled at the boy. You think everybody's quirk is cool. Ochako said as Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Your quirk actually reminds me of All Might's. Tsuyu said as Izuku did a spit take before looking at Tsuyu waving his hands around. I mean not really, it's just that dash, Izuku started as Tsuyu put a finger to her chin. You both have super strength and tend to yell something smash when you punch things. Tsuyu said as Izuku paled. Todoroki peeked an eye open looking at Izuku before nodding to himself. Izuku was about to say something else as a grunt from Katsuki caught the frog girl's attention. Nah, Deku and All Might got nothing in common. Deku's more like a papier-mâché All Might. Katsuki said as Izuku gave him a look. It's not really a bad thing, it's just going to make people like you. Unlike Bakugo, who's pretty unlikable. Tsuyu said as Katsuki glared at the frog girl. Huh. Who gives a shit whether or not people like me? Katsuki said as Kaminari shrugged. You know, it really says something knowing we just met you and we can already deduce that your personality is hot sludge mixed with garbage. Kaminari said as Katsuki growled as the boy gripped onto the seat, growling at the boy. I'm going to make you regret being born, dumbass. Katsuki yelled, causing Kyoka to flinch. Ochako giggled at the conversation as Momo covered her mouth with her hand. This conversation is quite vulgar. Momo said as Ochako giggled. I actually find this kind of funny. Ochako said as Mineta looked over at Katsuki with a dark look as he was writing his name in a black notebook. Hey Bakugo. Your first name is Katsuki, right? Mineta said darkly as Katsuki gave him a weird look. Leave me out of your revenge fantasies, grapefuck. Katsuki said as Mineta nodded, going back to writing as Shiro chuckled. Seriously, how does a guy like you have a girlfriend? Shiro said as Katsuki growled at the boy. Shut up, tape face. 'Tis not my effing girlfriend. Katsuki growled as Shiro chuckled again. Bakugo! Tenya said as Katsuki rolled his eyes. For eyes, I swear to God. Katsuki yelled as Aizawa clapped his hands together. Oi, everyone shut up. We're here. Aizawa said as the class made their way out of the bus into the building. Katsuki looked around the interior of the building, noticing how expansive it was. There were different kinds of disaster areas. This was for rescue training, sadly. That wasn't going to deter Katsuki, though he would just have to ace whatever test came up. Holy crap, it looks like an amusement park. Kirishima yelled out as a voice caught the class's attention. A person in a spacesuit walked out in front of the students facing them. I will be your instructor today. The spacesuit said as Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the hero who waved at the class. It's Space Hero 13. A rescue specialist. Izuku said excitedly as Ochako joined him in his excitement. 13 is my favorite hero. Ochako said as Katsuki rolled his eyes at the two of them. Today all of you will be training for rescue procedures in one of our multiple training areas. 13 said as she pointed out several of the sites with excitement. This is the Unforeseen Situation Joint, but you can just call it USJ. 13 yelled out as the class nodded. In Universal Studios. Katsuki thought to himself as 13 looked at the class. My quirk is black hole. It SCKs anything up and turns it into dust. Though I've used my quirk to rescue many people, it is still very dangerous and has the potential to end up killing. 13 explained as Katsuki looked at his palms. I'm sure there are those among you that have quirks that can kill. That's why today we'll be training you in precision and rescue so that you'll be able to save people without injury, and it is my honor to be instructing you. 13 said as she bowed, causing the class to clap except for Katsuki, who was raising his hand only for it to be pulled down by Kyoka. Now's not the time to be bragging about the killing power of your quirk. Kyoka said as Katsuki looked at her and huffed. Who asked you? Katsuki said as Kyoka shook her head. Just one day, could you not be a terrorist? Kyoka asked as Katsuki huffed. Whatever. Katsuki said as the lights flickered. His eyes instantly snapped toward the center of the facility as a portal opened up with a hand coming through it. Hate to rain on your parade and all, but... A man said as stepped out of the portal, scratching at his neck as more villains poured out of the portal. The man smirked as he looked at the students and teachers above. When was the last time Rain asked for forgiveness? The man said as Aizawa brought down his shaders ready to attack the villains as 13 put a hand out in front of the students. Stay back, we'll handle this, she said as Katsuki's face slowly became a large smirk. This was FING perfect. All we want is All Might, but it looks like we'll have to kill a couple of kids to get him to come here. The man said as the villains began spreading out. Aizawa's scarf unfurled as he approached the villains. Is the entire campus being attacked, or is it just here? Todoroki said as Aizawa began going down the stairs. Wait, sensei. There's no way you can take on a group of villains like those even if you can nullify their quirks. Izuku called out in concern as Aizawa gave Izuku a look. Pros wouldn't be pros if they were one-trick ponies. Aizawa said as he jumped down the stairs, flying toward the villains. 13. He called out as the space hero nodded. Come on, kids. 13 said as the group began following her. Katsuki stayed behind, clenching his fist. No way, I'm about to let the old man have his fun. Katsuki said as he was about to blast after him. Kirishima grabbed Katsuki by the arm as he began dragging him. Dude, have one of your episodes later, we have to get out of the way. Kirishima said as Katsuki struggled in his grip. Let me go, you shitty-haired beaky. Katsuki said as a portal formed in front of them. Aizawa landed on the ground facing the villains after throwing a bunch of them together, the man standing next to a monstrosity his teeth as he watched Aizawa attack the villain in front of him. What a pain, we just need all might here, not this pest. The man said as Aizawa dodged a punch coming from behind him, throwing a villain he wrapped up to the ground, kicking another one. Looks like someone really needs to teach you leeches how to fight. Aizawa said as the villains gathered around him. It would seem that we have invited ourselves to the facility of heroics in order to say hello. The portal said, forming into a human-shaped form as he glared at the students. Katsuki blasted instantly toward the villain as Kirishima jumped along with him. The explosion dissipated the villain as the villain began reforming together. Careful about how you move forward from here, someone might get hurt, the villain said as 13 pointed her hand at the villain. Boys, move out of the way. Katsuki looked at the metal part of the villain as he blasted toward the villain again. Don't tell me what to do. Katsuki yelled as Kirishima reached out toward Katsuki. Bakugo. Kirishima yelled as the villain began splitting up, cloaking the students with the portals. I'll scatter you all to meet my comrades. The villain said as the portals started teleporting the students to various locations. Tenya landed with Ochako as he slid away from the villain's portals that were skinning up students. This was the first time he had seen anything like it, a villain of such scale. He had heard the stories, but seeing something like this in person was completely different. Oh, it looks like I missed a few. The portal villain said as Tenya got into a fighting stance along with Ochako and Sato. Both of you, stay as far away from his portals as possible. We have to find some way to attack without being eseked in. Tenya yelled as 13 opened her finger capsule sking in the portal villain as he struggled in the vacuum. I refuse to let you harm even a single hair on their heads. 13 said as the portal villain narrowed his eyes at the hero. I see. He said as 13 suddenly felt the sensation of being torn apart from the side. A portal had opened up behind her through him, hitting her with the vacuum instead of him. 13 fell over half destroyed as Tenya dashed over, grabbing the hero from the ground. 13 sensei. Tenya yelled as Sato threw punches, only hitting the smoke of the villain. There's no hitting him, he's practically invincible. Sato yelled as Ochako jumped back from another swipe of his portal. That can't be true, he has to have some kind of body. Ochako said as Tenya slid in front of her, pointing his finger at the portal villain with a furious expression on his face. You cur. As class representative, it is my responsibility to protect my fellow classmates. That was strike 1. As a hero, it's my responsibility to defend the defenseless. That was strike 2. As myself, it's my responsibility to protect my friends. And that, sir, was strike 3. Tenya said, revving up his engine as he faced the portal villain. While it may be distasteful of me, I plan to strike you down with the utmost prejudice. Tenya yelled as the portal gave him a look. Then please try your best, young hero. The portal villain said, flinging portals at them. Tenya was about to dash, but the portals were blasted away by explosions. Tenya looked over toward Katsuki as well as the portal villain. Weren't you in one of my portals? The villain asked as Katsuki shook his head, glaring up at the villain with a smirk on his face. You really take me as one of these wannabes? Katsuki said as the portal villain narrowed his eyes at the boy. Then perish. The portal villain said as he flung portals toward the boy, who blasted out of the way of them. Bakugo. I'll lend you support. Tenya said as Katsuki gave him a glare from the air. Peace off, for eyes. This species is my fight. Just sit there and wait for me to beat him. Katsuki said as Tenya gave him a look. He's still being difficult even at a time like this? Sato said as Ochako looked at the villain being blasted at by Katsuki. It's like Yayarosa said, his personality is pretty crappy, but his skill makes up for it. We might really end up being in the way. Also, I don't want to be blown up. Ochako said as Tenya clenched his fist. As skilled as he is still one of our classmates. Uraraka, Sato, prepare to support Bakugo. Tenya said as the both of them nodded in agreement. Here we go. Ochako said unenthusiastically as Siro got up, rubbing his helmet. What just happened? he said as Katsuki landed in front of him, almost hitting him with his back. Watch it. Shiro said as Katsuki gave him a glare. Don't just randomly wake up on the battlefield. Katsuki roared as he blasted toward the portal villain again. Another portal opened in front of him as he dodged it. It looks like the portals don't form instantly, it takes about 2 seconds for one to fully open up. They'll be easy to avoid as long as I focus. I need to find an opening where I can attack him. His physical body has to be somewhere. Katsuki thought to himself as he blasted past another forming portal. Katsuki shot 2 more explosions at the villain as the villain chuckled. Attacking like that isn't getting you anywhere. Just give you dash. The villain was cut off as Katsuki blasted onto the ground, sending an explosion toward the metal casing around his neck. The villain's eyes widened as Katsuki smirked at the villain. Bingo! Katsuki snarled as the villain went to send more portals toward Katsuki, but the bottom portion was kicked out from underneath him by Tenya. Sato! Tenya yelled as Sato threw punches at the smoky villain, dissipating another arm as he flew in the air, only to be caught by Shiro. Thanks, man. Sato said as Shiro gave him a salute. Katsuki wiped his head around to Ochako, who released Tenya, causing his weight to normalize as he ran next to Katsuki. You looked like you found something out about the villain. Tenya said as Katsuki gave him a glare. I thought I told you extras to stay out of the way. Katsuki yelled at Tenya, who gave him a look. Bakugo, I refuse to sit by any longer while my classmates are in danger. I'll do my best to ensure the safety of the class. Tenya said as Katsuki growled at him. Stop trying to be all buddy-buddy with me glasses. I ain't just one of your extra classmates. Katsuki yelled as he blasted toward the villain again. Bakugo! Tenya yelled as Katsuki blasted 2 more portals away, flying toward the metal casing as he just dodged another one. Katsuki slapped his hand the casing, smirking as he was ready to blast. Eat sheet! Katsuki yelled as his hand began moving through the casing. You are very dangerous indeed. I figured we were fighting a bunch of unprepared kids. It seems like we were wrong. Let's send you somewhere else for now, we'll deal with you later. The villain said as Katsuki sank into the newly formed portal. Tenya was about to run toward him as Katsuki glared at him. Worry about yourself. Katsuki yelled, sending a last-minute blast toward another piece of the casing, singeing it as he slipped into the portal. Bakugo! Tenya yelled as Ochako stopped him from running toward the villain. Wait, the casing has a singe mark on it from those explosions earlier. Bakugo must have been leaving that there for use to see. That the physical body is there. Ochako said as Tenya looked at the mark with widening eyes. I see. Bakugo sacrificed himself so that we can discover the villain's weakness. I knew he had a hero in him. Tenya said as Ochako's sweat dropped. Anyway, we need you to try to get back to UA to contact the other teachers and let them know we are under attack. Ochako said as Tenya gave her a look. No, I couldn't abandon everyone like that. Tenya said as Ochako gave him a thumbs up. You aren't abandoning us, so far you are the fastest. We'll handle ourselves until you get back in a jiffy, right? Ochako said as Tenya gave her a look. Yeah, go class rep, we got this. Sato said as Shiro gave a thumbs up at Tenya. All of you. But how are we supposed to get past him? Tenya said as Ochako narrowed her eyes at the villain. Now that we know where his physical body is, I have a plan. You just get ready to run as fast as you can. Ochako said as Tenya nodded, getting into position. Right. Katsuki landed as he rolled. He stood up as he looked around. He was inside a building, probably trapped and surrounded by villains. Katsuki was almost honored that they saw him as such a threat, but he was distracted by a certain redhead. Bakugo! Kirishima said as he walked over to the blonde-haired boy. You got Heian too? Kirishima said as Katsuki growled at the boy. Shut up, shitty hair, we've got bigger problems anyway. Katsuki said as he looked around as villains began moving out from behind objects. Kirishima stood up quickly, looking around at the villains approaching them. Crap, don't worry Bakugo, I got your back. Kirishima hardened his hands as Katsuki stayed silent with his hair covering his eyes. One of the villains laughed, pointing at Katsuki. Look, the poor kid is so scared he's gone all silent on us, the villain said as another one chuckled. Ah, don't worry, we'll kill you quickly, the villain said as Kirishima glared at the villains. A demon shame that you kids got stuck with us, another villain said as Kirishima looked around at the villains surrounding them. Don't worry, we'll just hold out. Support will get here eventually, we just have to do our best to fend off these villains. Kirishima said as he nudged Katsuki's back. The times may be tough at the moment, but I believe in us. We can do this and the two of us are doing it without backing down. I have your back and you have mine. We do this together as men. Kirishima said as the villains kept laughing at the two of them. Katsuki stayed silent as one of the villains shrugged. Well, you heard them, it's time to die, the villain said, lunging toward them with his tongue sticking out. He was blasted straight through the wall as the other villains blinked, looking at the wall with the indent of their comrade. They looked back at Katsuki, who was chuckling lowly as it increased in volume. The villain stepped back as Kirishima gave Katsuki a weird look. Katsuki raised his face, the red of his eyes gleaming as a wicked smirk covered it as he chuckled. My bad, I thought it was time to die. Katsuki said as Kirishima's sweat dropped. The villains looked at each other before another one charged at Katsuki. Katsuki slapped his hands together, making sparks as he slapped the villain coming toward him across the face, sending him into a wall, cracking it. Katsuki blasted toward another villain, clotheslining him to the ground as he kicked another one in the side. A villain swung at Katsuki, who dodged, grabbing the villain by the throat choke, slamming him into the ground. The villain struggled in his grip as Katsuki began firing blasts, drilling the villain through the floor with an evil smile on his face. The villain flew through the ground, breaking through lower floors as another tried to attack Katsuki from the side, but Katsuki blasted the villain into the wall, causing the villain to cough. Katsuki looked at the other villains, the shadows covering his face, only showing his mouth and the red of his eyes as he smirked at them. Well, Katsuki said as the villains began backing away from the boy. Kirishima threw another villain into the ground as he himself watched Katsuki walk toward the villains menacingly. Fine, my turn, Katsuki said with a smirk as he blasted toward another villain, kneeing him into a wall, cracking it behind him. Another villain swung only to catch a roundhouse kick, slamming him to the ground as Katsuki used him as a stepping stool as he jumped off of him, kicking another villain in the teeth before blasting him. A villain swung a blade at Katsuki, but the boy dodged, sweeping the villain's feet from underneath him, the gleam of red following his vision as he attacked his targets with little to no mercy. Kirishima headbutted the villain as he looked at Katsuki relentlessly attacking the villains. Kirishima jumped, blocking the sucker punch coming toward Katsuki, countering by slugging the villain in the face, dropping him to the ground. Katsuki turned around, looking at Kirishima as the red-haired boy gave him a thumbs up. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, blasting past Kirishima, hitting a villain approaching him, eyes on the fight. Shitty hair, Katsuki said as Kirishima nodded, roaring as he tackled a villain into a wall. The two boys looked like they were having the time of their lives as they fought off the villains who were considering retreating. Katsuki smirked as he punched a villain in the stomach. What was that you said earlier? Something about being stuck in here with you? Katsuki said, holding the villain who was groaning. Nah, we weren't stuck in here with you, you poor beasts were stuck in her with me. Katsuki uppercutting the villain as Kirishima caught him, suplexing the man into the floor as he got up with a yell, punching another villain. Katsuki grabbed the last villain with an explosion-enhanced grab as he threw him against the wall, driving a knee in his body, knocking him out. The two boys looked at the destruction around them menacingly as they were breathing. Kirishima let out a breath as he put his hands on his knees. Dude, that was so freaking manly, Kirishima said as Katsuki was adjusting his gauntlets. Sorry I doubted you before. Oh, I'm Edger Kirishima, Kirishima said, putting his hand out as Katsuki looked out of the window of the busted building. Looks like the commotion outside is still happening, Katsuki said as Kirishima kept his hand out. An invisible villain jumped out from behind a box as Kirishima noticed at the last minute as he was flying toward Katsuki. Die! The villain yelled as Katsuki nonchalantly blasted him into the floor, sending him down multiple floors. Katsuki didn't bother even looking as his sights stayed on the window. Keep your guard up, shitty hair. Just because the fight looks over doesn't mean it is, Katsuki said as Kirishima's sweat dropped. You have some crazy reflexes, bro, Kirishima said as Katsuki pointed out of the window. We are going to gather whatever extras we meet on the way, then we'll find a path to get back to the top of the stairs, Katsuki said as Kirishima nodded. You got it, Baku. the red-haired boy said as Katsuki glared at him. Don't call me Baku. Katsuki said as he jumped out of the window. Right, Bakugo. Kirishima said as he jumped out of the window after Katsuki. Kyoka swiped at another villain with her sword as Kaminari tazzed another. Hey, I really am strong. Kaminari said as Kyoka rolled her eyes. She looked back at a crouching Momo. How are you doing back there? Kyoka asked as Momo looked up at the girl. Just a little longer. Momo said as Kyoka went back to back with Kaminari. You heard the lady, fight until she has an opening. Kyoka said as Kaminari gave her a smile. Aye aye captain. Kaminari said as the two of them fended off the villains. Kyoka blocked a rocky arm with her sword as she jumped back, stabbing into the rocky villain with her jax, sending sound through him. Kaminari covered Kyoka, kicking a villain away with his electricity lacing his body, shocking the villain. It's done. Momo called out as Kaminari nodded at Kyoka, who retreated toward Momo. Sorry, bigger objects seem to take longer. Momo said as a sheet burst from her back covering Kyoka and herself. Kaminari. Momo yelled as Kaminari grinned. You villains messed with the wrong crew. Kaminari said, sparking as the villains rushed him. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Kaminari yelled out, sending electricity flying out of his body as the villains were shocked by it. Kyoka and Momo were covered by the sheet, protecting them from the voltage as it came to an end. Momo pulled the sheet up, looking out, spotting Kaminari. Looks like he did it, let's go. Momo said as Kyoka was looking at the girl with embarrassment. Please cover yourself up first. Kyoka said as Momo looked down at her exposed chest. Right. Momo said, unfazed as Kyoka felt a little conscious of her own bust. With Momo's costume being fixed, the two of them went out to retrieve Kaminari but couldn't see him. Kaminari! Kyoka yelled out as Momo looked around. Momo's eyes widened as she spotted Kaminari. Jairu. Momo said as Kyoka looked in the direction that Momo was looking. A villain stepped forward holding the fried Kaminari as the blonde put his thumbs up stupidly as the villain glared at the both of them. Now look, I don't like harming fellow electric types, but since you took out my comrades I have no choice. The villain said, putting his hand up to Kaminari's throat. Make any stupid moves and I'll fry the rest of him. You'll get to take home a nicely cooked corpse. The villain said as Momo put her hands up. Kyoka gave her a look before she looked back at the villain with disgust, dropping her sword. Good, now let's have some fun together, shall we? Momo frowned as she began to sweat as she looked at Kyoka, who was looking down at the ground. The villain smirked as he opened his mouth to say something, but the sound of clapping cut him off. Momo and Kyoka looked up, spotting Katsuki clapping his hands together. Bravo, what an excellent performance of what a typical trash villain says and does. Katsuki said, unimpressed as the villain glared at him. Who the hell are you? The villain yelled as Katsuki flipped down, landing in front of the two girls. The garbage man. Here to get rid of some trash. Katsuki said as Momo glared at Katsuki. Don't do anything rash. Kaminari is being held hostage. Momo said as Katsuki looked back at Momo and Kyoka. I can see that ex-eaters. Katsuki said, greeting the girls as the villain stepped back with Kaminari. Don't you move another diamond muscle. I'll kill him. The villain said as Katsuki turned his attention to the villain. You look terrified. Did something happen to your comrades? Katsuki said with a low growl as the villain began to sweat. Oh, that's right, I just got done tearing them limb from limb. Katsuki said as the villain's eyes widened. Kyoka gritted her teeth, glaring at Katsuki. Don't provoke him, Bakugo. Quit being a stupid bastard. Kyoka yelled as Katsuki glared back at her. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do. Calling yourselves heroes as you just sit there and do FNG nothing but watch as someone is about to be killed. How FNG pathetic. Katsuki said as Kyoka looked down, biting her lip as Momo looked off to the side. The villain looked at Katsuki, putting his hand close to Kaminari's neck. So you are the big-time hero then, huh? Well, another step will get your precious hostage killed. The villain said as Katsuki chuckled, causing the villain to step back. Hero. Katsuki said, stepping forward. The villain stepped back again. I ain't a hero. When did anybody ever say that? Katsuki said as the villain began to sweat more. I'll do it. the villain yelled as Momo and Kyoka looked at Katsuki. That's not a hostage, he's an obstacle. I'll just blast through the both of you and be done with it. Katsuki growled as the villain stepped back again. Momo and Kyoka looked at Katsuki with shock as he began heating up his hand. Billions of people on the planet, what's one less wannabe and one less piece of garbage? Katsuki said as the villain began to sweat profusely. You're bluffing, you brat. The villain yelled as Katsuki smirked. Kyoka reached her hand out. Bakugo, don't. Kyoka said as Momo stepped forward. You're better than this. Momo said as Katsuki looked back toward the two of them with an oddly calm look on his face. You still don't know me even a little. Katsuki said as he whipped around toward the villain, firing off a big explosion at him. Kyoka fell to her knees as Katsuki walked into the smoke. Momo covered her mouth as tears threatened to fall from her face. Guys! Kirishima called as he slid down the hill toward their spot. You okay? Kirishima asked as Kyoka pointed at the smoke, seeing flashes coming from it. Kirishima looked at the smoke and nodded. Cool, Bakugo is here. Kirishima said as Momo gave him a look. He went through Kaminari to get the villain. Momo said as Kirishima raised an eyebrow before looking toward the smoke. Kyoka was having a breakdown, seeing flashes of Kaminari's face as she was doing her best to hold back tears. To even think that Katsuki would just kill someone like that, so easily without a stutter, hurt her like nothing else more than she thought. Deep down she knew but didn't want to believe it, Katsuki Bakugo did indeed hate heroes. Kirishima put his arms out as Kyoka kept her eyes glued to the ground. Got him! Kirishima called out as Kyoka shot her head up, spotting Kaminari giving his thumbs up as he dumbly squealed in Kirishima's arms. Dude, you're kinda light. Kirishima said to Kaminari, who just squealed again. Got him! Katsuki said, walking out of the smoke, revealing the villain stuck into the wall unconscious. I got him. Dude, you psyched the hell out of that poor guy. Kirishima said as Katsuki huffed. I wasn't kidding. Katsuki said as Kirishima gave him a pat on the back. Bakugo! That was massively irresponsible. That kind of thing is dangerous while a human life is at stake. Momo said to Katsuki as Kyoka checked on Kaminari, who gave a thumbs up. Katsuki just let Momo yell at him as Kyoka looked at Katsuki as his face never shifted. Regardless of all of that. Thank you. You moved when we couldn't and successfully retrieved him. Momo said with a bow as Katsuki huffed. That idiot was never in any danger. Katsuki said as he looked out toward the center of the facility, watching Aizawa struggle. That villain was a PP, using Kaminari as leverage to get something out of it. He wouldn't be useful if he was dead. He practically dropped him when I fired. That blank. Katsuki said as Kyoka gave him a look. She smiled softly as Katsuki looked at the awestruck Momo. That was practically a gamble. Momo said as Katsuki rolled his eyes. And I won. Obviously, when bad meets evil, evil always wins. Too bad evil met me. Katsuki said as he looked at Kyoka, causing the girl to get caught off guard. Besides, ears wouldn't let me hear the end of it if I killed her boyfriend. Katsuki said as Kirishima laughed and Momo smiled. Kyoka stomped over to Katsuki, hitting his arm. He's not my boyfriend. Kyoka said as Katsuki shrugged her off. Alright, listen up, supporting characters. It's chaos out there and the only way to get to the stairs is through it. We are going to make a beeline through all of that, defending the idiot until we reach those stairs. If you have any questions, take it up with someone who cares. Katsuki said as he walked toward the slope. Supporting characters? Kirishima asked as Katsuki huffed at the boy. Temporary promotion, don't get used to it, shitty hair. Katsuki said as Kyoka looked at Momo, who nodded at Kyoka. It's our best bet so far. Momo said as Kyoka followed her, though I wished he had more finesse about himself. Momo said as Katsuki put his hands out to the side ready to blast. Pass the idiot to me if you feel too much pressure, shitty hair. You two just don't die. I don't need any casualties on a short trip up some stairs. Katsuki said as the rest of the crew nodded. Let's kill some BS-30s. Katsuki said as he blasted ahead, blowing villains out of the way as Kirishima ran while holding Kaminari with Kyoka and Momo guarding him from the rear. Katsuki blasted some more villains out of the way as Momo used her hand cannon to blast villains coming from her side. Kyoka used her boot speakers to disorient some more villains. The villains kept pouring in as Momo made a skateboard rolling it to Kirishima, who jumped on it still carrying Kaminari, who was dumbly enjoying the ride. Kyoka stabbed her jacks into another villain as Katsuki blasted two more out of the way. One of the wheels of the skateboard was hit by a stray shard fired from the villain as Kirishima threw Kaminari up. Bakugo! Kirishima yelled as Katsuki caught Kaminari blasting forward. Kirishima hardened, rolling on the ground as Momo grabbed him, picking him up while she was on rollerblades. Thanks, Kirishima said as Momo tied Kirishima and Kyoka to herself as she followed Katsuki. Katsuki threw Kaminari up, slipping under a clothesline from a villain before blasting the both of them in time to catch Kaminari. Momo gave Kyoka roller skates as the two of them began spinning with Kirishima. Ready? Momo called as Kirishima gave a thumbs up. Kyoka! Momo called as Kyoka took her sword, cutting Kirishima loose, sending him flying in the air. Katsuki chucked Kaminari upward as Kirishima caught the boy. Got him again! Kirishima yelled, running ahead as Kyoka and Momo were catching up. I see the stairs! Kyoka yelled as Katsuki stopped. These BSs are endless. Katsuki blasting some away. I'm taking him up. Kirishima yelled as Momo nodded. We are right behind you. Momo yelled back, going toward the stairs. All right, come on Bakugo. Kyoka said as Katsuki stayed put. Tenji go. I'll take care of these BSs. Katsuki said with a growl as Kyoka gave him a look. You've done enough, let the pros handle this. Kyoka said as Katsuki gave her a look. You see any pros around here? Katsuki asked as Kyoka gritted her teeth as she was about to open her mouth but was cut off by Katsuki huffing. The correct answer is yes, and it's me. Get to the stairs. I'll stop these BSTRDS from following you extras. Katsuki said as Kyoka gave him a look. Why? Kyoka asked as Katsuki gave her a look. You hate heroes, so why are you saving us? Kyoka asked as Katsuki gave her a look. You still owe me and they will too. Katsuki said as Kyoka gave him a look. Once your debts are paid, then I'll kill you guys myself. Katsuki said as Kyoka gave him a wide-eyed look. Now go. Katsuki yelled as the villains were catching up. Kyoka ran toward the stairs as Momo grabbed onto her. Where's Bakugo? Momo asked as Kyoka looked away. He's fending off the villains. Kyoka said as Momo stopped looking at Katsuki, who was facing down a large group of villains. We have to dash. Momo started but was cut off by Kirishima. Where's Bakugo? Kirishima asked as Kyoka pointed at the blonde. We have to dash. Kirishima started but was cut off by Kyoka. Clear out Kaminari first. Once he's good we'll come back and get that dumbass. Kyoka exclaimed as she ran toward Kaminari, followed by Momo, then Kirishima. Katsuki looked at the mass of villains in front of himself as he smirked. Too bad the extras aren't here, then I would have held back on you. Katsuki said as the villains laughed at him. Get the kids. One villain yelled as that villain made a mad dash toward the others. Katsuki stuck his hand out at the villain, unleashing a massive explosion, sending the villain flying into a different area. The other villains looked at Katsuki as his hand trembled after the blast as he looked at them with a growl. Effing you try it. Katsuki roared as the villains came rushing toward him. Katsuki clenched his teeth as he fired off another large blast from his hands, sending multiple villains flying backward, destroying the ground as Katsuki pulled his hands back, wincing in pain. A villain hit Katsuki in the as the boy blasted the villain back, knocking other villains away as well. Katsuki fired off more massive blasts, blowing away the villains. Katsuki's arms felt like they were on fire with each blast, that pain getting worse with each. Gritted his teeth and kept firing the blasts at the villains, jumping into the crowd, firing the explosions at them. Come on! Katsuki roared again as the villains kept coming. No matter what happened, he wasn't going to let a single one get past him. Katsuki was struck with a kick, then a punch, but Katsuki kept blasting the villains. Kyoka and Kirishima watched as the boy roared, flying through the air, raining down heavy explosions on the villains below him as they flew back from the powerful impacts. Momo stepped up beside the two other students to watch Katsuki rampage against the villains as he roared again, blasting away at them as they kept coming. I think I understand. Just a little bit. Momo said as none of them took their eyes off of the raging boy as he fought. He wanted us to move ahead so we didn't get caught in the crossfire. This was his plan. Getting everyone else away so he didn't have to hold himself back anymore. Momo said as Kirishima clenched his fist. Why? How could one guy be so manly? Kirishima said as Kyoko watched the explosions as the oranges and reds flashed in her eyes. The boy's eyes rolled to the back of his head as he kept on going. He's doing his best to defend us heroes. Momo said as Katsuki landed, getting hit hard again by a fist as he threw his attacker back, blasting them with another large blast and a roar as he charged toward the villains with his hands spread out and a glare on his face. With a villain's quirk. Momo said as another explosion shook the building as Aizawa looked over as well as the man with the hand masking his face as his own smirk grew. Izuku was in the water being carried by Tsuyu's tongue along with Mineta as he spotted the large explosions shaking the ground with each impact. Izuku's eyes widened as he watched Katsuki taking hits from the villains before firing back one of those big explosions. A young Izuku was looking through the bushes during a game of hide and seek with his friends. The last one he needed to find was Katsuki, the so-called expert of hide and seek, but Izuku was the best seeker and was going to find Katsuki. Izuku looked past the creek moving further into the woods for his search. He was looking for a particular spot. A weird tree that looked like it had two arms ready to grab somebody. It was Katsuki's secret spot and only Izuku knew where it was. Izuku went past the large ant hill, over the small stream, finally going past the heart-shaped bush. Izuku hid behind another tree. He could hear Katsuki. This time Deku was going to win and prove that he could hang out with them even if he was quirkless. Gotcha! Izuku said as Katsuki turned around with shock on his face. The skin on his right hand was peeled off and charred. Katsuki had tears on his face as he looked at the other young boy. Katsuki's eyes widened as he met with Izuku's. Katsuki quickly wiped the tears away, hiding his hand from sight as he pointed at the tree. Look what I did, Deku. I did that all by myself, because I'm amazing and why you are nothing. Katsuki bragged as Izuku just looked at Katsuki who was grinning with his eyes closed. Izuku had always wanted a quirk, to be a superhero and save people just like All Might, but there was something else to quirks that he understood on that day. He wanted to tell Katsuki to cut it out because of his comment. He wanted to say how cool it was. Honestly, the young boy had no idea what to do as he looked at the young blonde's face. The giant tree that stood there in all of its menace with its big arms that looked like it would grab you, was nothing but splinters and charcoal. Izuku only looked at the face of Katsuki as he held his eyes shut, no matter what came out of either of their mouths. Izuku knew the truth that the boy was trying to hide away from him. Quirks were scary, and the young smiling boy was terrified. Kaken! Izuku yelled as he pointed with his non-broken hand over toward his direction. There has to be a way that we can help him. Izuku cried out as Tsuyu nodded. I'll get us out of here and we'll see what we can do. Tsuyu said as she turned her face, spotting a hand coming toward it. Izuku's own eyes widened as he saw the man with the decaying quirk getting closer to Tsuyu's face. The image of her turning into dust went through his mind as he began reaching his own arm out instead to try to save her. The hand touched her face. Nothing happened as Izuku and the man looked toward Aizawa as the man took his hand off of Tsuyu's face. You can still move after all of that? The decaying man asked Aizawa. Aizawa's face was bleeding as his quirk stayed targeted on the decaying man. The Nomu slammed Aizawa's face into the ground again hard as the man turned his attention toward the group of kids again, Mineta with one of his ball ready to throw at him. Oi! A voice called out as the man turned around again. Thing done with you villains. Katsuki limped toward the Nomu holding Aizawa and the decaying man as Aizawa looked up. Bakugo, no. Aizawa said weakly as Katsuki kept approaching. His arms were limp to the side, red and torn up from the explosions as tears were on his face. Get off of him, that old man. Katsuki started heating up his hand. Is my kill. Katsuki yelled, blasting into the Nomu. The Nomu was unfazed as it looked at Katsuki panting. The Nomu wound up a punch as Katsuki heated up his hand again. I said. Katsuki roared as he was punched hard by the Nomu, sending him flying into a crater. Katsuki laid there unconscious as Izuku and the others looked on. That was mildly entertaining. The man said as he reached his hand back toward the kids. Which one first? The man said as the main doors flew open. The man as well as the group of kids looked up as Izuku's eyes sparkled. The man's smirk grew as he looked as well. All Might! Izuku cried as the man unbuttoned his suit top. There's no need to fear anymore. Do you know why? All Might asked as the man glared at the tall blonde man. All Might glared down at the villains as he ripped his tie off. Because I am here. All Might said as he quickly dashed, picking up Aizawa faster than anybody could see as All Might held the man. Are you alright, Aizawa? Sorry I was so late. All Might said as Aizawa looked at the man weakly before passing out. The villains in his path were already beaten. All Might jumped again, grabbing the kids quickly. He landed again with the kids and Aizawa in his hands. He put them down as he looked back toward the villains. You saved us, All Might. Izuku said as All Might kept looking toward the villains. Take Aizawa and get to the stairs. All Might said as Izuku looked toward Katsuki, who was still on the ground. I'll get young Bakugo. Just move. All Might said as Izuku pointed at him. You might not be able to beat him. He took a 1-0-1 of smashes and my arm didn't break. Izuku said as All Might turned around, giving the kids a smile. Young Midoriya. I got this. All Might said as Izuku nodded, helping the others carry Aizawa. The man picked up the hand from the ground as he panted. No way, he was still so fast he was able to hit me. The man put the hand back onto his face as he took a big gulp of air in. No, you were right, father. That was way slower than what we thought. It's true. The man said as he looked at a glaring All Might, as the Nomu stood ready to attack All Might for the man as he glared. He is weaker. All Might crossed his arms and flew forward toward the man. Carolina. All Might said as the man looked up toward All Might. Nomu. The man said simply as the Nomu jumped in front of the man as All Might struck. Smash! All Might yelled as the Nomu tanked the blow. All Might gritted his teeth. I see, then how's this? All Might said as he was punching the Nomu to little effect. The Nomu lunged to grab All Might. All Might ducked to dodge the grab before punching the Nomu again. Your blows aren't going to work. The Nomu has shock absorption. The only real way to hurt him is to slowly gouge out his flesh. That means I can sit back and watch you tire out as Nomu eventually kills you, the man said as All Might smiled. Thanks for telling me. Now I can beat him. All Might said as he grabbed the Nomu, suplexing it to the ground as the ground shook. Izuku looked back as he helped carry Aizawa. Punch him in the ball, All Might. Mineta said as Tsuyu looked back as well. Maybe we didn't have to worry about those villains after all, he's unstoppable. Tsuyu said as Izuku looked down. They probably have a way to kill him. I just hate how there is nothing we can do to help him. Izuku said as he kept looking back. With his limits on him, no one here really knows how much trouble he's really in. Izuku said as they kept walking. All Might was held in his suplex position as the Nomu was holding him in place from a portal, stretching him out. That was a cheap move. All Might said with strain as he tried to break out of the grab but was held in place even tighter. The Nomu clawed into All Might's side, causing him to bleed as All Might groaned in pain. Poor All Might. We'll make it as quick as possible. I really don't want blood and viscera getting into my portals. The portal villain said as he began slowly closing the portals, bending All Might even more. Katsuki twitched while he was on the ground. He heard All Might's groans of pain as he regained consciousness. He looked over to see All Might being bent by the two villains. He saw the blood as his eyes widened. I like you. I like you or something. Well, say something. This is embarrassing. Sorry, I'm happy, but maybe when you get older. You're lying. You're lying, that's a big no. Katsuki, you are adorable. You're still too young to understand, but it's not a no. It's a later. Later's SCK. What's so funny? I thought you didn't like heroes? You're an exception. Well, when you become whatever you want to be, come and find me. Then I'll give you my answer. A young Katsuki was jumping in front of a TV screen along with a young Izuku as they were watching All Might fight a villain on the big screen. The odds looked like they were against him. It was 3 against 1 and All Might looked tired. All Might is not going to lose, is he? One of the boys said as Katsuki and Izuku shook their heads at the same time. No, All Might never loses. Katsuki said as Izuku jumped while nodding. All Might is the best. Izuku said as Katsuki nodded with him. All Might won in his fight beating the villains as the boys cheered jumping around together. I told you, didn't I? I told you. Katsuki said as Izuku jumped with him. You did. You did. Izuku said as the boys looked at Katsuki. You are going to be the best next, aren't you? One boy said to Katsuki as he stopped jumping, growing quiet. Of course he's going to be the best, he'll be even better than All Might. Another boy said as Katsuki looked at the ground. Katsuki never fails and he never will. A boy said as another boy jumped. And he's so tough he never cries. I don't think anything could hurt him. Another boy said as Izuku just looked at Katsuki whose hair covered his eyes as he looked at the ground. Kaken? Of course, I'm the best after all. Katsuki said as the boys cheered for the boy, but Katsuki wasn't cheering at all. Who I've been compared to? The strongest and most righteous hero. Katsuki thought to himself as he placed a palm on the ground, the almighty All Might, that never loses, that doesn't feel pain, that's the best. The very face of hero society. Katsuki kept thinking to himself as he laid on his hand. Are you losing right now? Katsuki's hand began to heat up as All Might was being stretched to his limits. Katsuki turned his head to look at the man as the villains surrounded him. There were 3 of them and All Might looked tired. Are you dying, you bastard? Katsuki thought to himself as he kept looking, a glare on his face as he clenched his teeth together so hard he thought they would crack. No. Katsuki said as the man with the hand on his face looked at the struggling Katsuki. I refuse. Katsuki said again as the flashbacks from his childhood kept his glare strong as he looked at All Might. My arm. Katsuki thought to himself as he blasted himself off of the ground at high speed toward All Might. The man with the hand on his face rushed to try to catch Katsuki before he made it to All Might. Katsuki's teeth stayed clenched as he flew toward All Might. Yeah, he's the best. He never feels pain. Those thoughts rang through Katsuki's head as he flew past the man reaching for him, just avoiding his hands. Katsuki was right over All Might looking into the man's eyes as All Might's eyes widened. Katsuki brought his other hand back. You can't die here. Katsuki punched All Might in the face with all of his strength as All Might barely budged. All Might looked back at Katsuki with his eyes widened in shock as he saw the boy's face above him. 'Cause I'm going to be the one who kills you. Katsuki roared as his other arm was bleeding. The boy's face was covered in tears as the man and the portal villain watched in shock. Katsuki hit the ground on the other side, rolling as he almost fell in the water. Young Bakugo. All Might said as footsteps were running toward All Might. Izuku was panting as he was running with his fist up. A portal opened as Izuku was about to run into it. With too much momentum to stop, Izuku's eyes widened as the portal came closer to his face. Get out of the way, Deku! Katsuki roared as he blasted into the portal villain, causing his other arm to begin bleeding as he pinned down the metal part of the portal villain. Kaken! Izuku said as Katsuki held down the struggling villain. Shut up! Katsuki roared as ice passed by him, freezing half of the Nomu, allowing All Might to break out. There's no way a bunch of nobody villains are going to be able to kill the symbol of peace. Todoroki said as Kirishima jumped, swiping at the air, hitting nothing as he landed. Dang, looks like I was late. Kirishima said as he looked at Katsuki, who was growling at the portal villain he was pinning underneath his palm. You got careless by hiding that real body of yours with smoke. That's why we missed, but I ain't going to make the same mistake twice. I've got more than enough firepower to send you to Kingdom Come if you try anything funny, you bstd. Katsuki said as Kirishima gave him a look. That's not very heroic. Also, what happened to your arms? Kirishima said as Katsuki growled at the red-haired boy. Shut up, shitty hair. Katsuki yelled as All Might stepped in front of the Nomu, staring it down. Now I know what to do with you. All Might said, looking at the Nomu as it rushed All Might. Nomu? Shigaraki said as it rushed past All Might running toward Katsuki. Katsuki looked up, spotting Nomu running toward him. His arms were too damaged for another explosion, so he couldn't dodge. Katsuki gritted his teeth as Nomu made an impact. Izuku opened his eyes as he and Katsuki were both out of the way of the Nomu, sitting safely away from the impact. Izuku looked at Katsuki. "Whoa, Kaken, you were able to dodge that? That was fast," Izuku said as Katsuki growled at him. "I can't dodge that fast, you idiot. It was all might." Katsuki roared as Izuku gave him a look, scratching the back of his head. "Right?" Izuku said as he looked at Katsuki's arms. "They almost look like mine when I use one for all," Izuku said as he looked away toward the fight. "The Nomu had the portal villain in its arm, so you protected the child," the man with the hand on his face said as All Might panted. "It was a child and you didn't even hold back," All Might said as the man shrugged. "He had my comrade and threatened him. I had no choice," the man said as he pointed at Izuku. "And that one tired to kill me with a fully powered punch? How was that heroic?" the man said as All Might glared at the man. "Violence for the sake of others makes it admirable, apparently." "All Might, I'm angry and you are just a device to repress violence," the man said as All Might stepped forward. "It's 3 against 4, we can take them," Todoroki said as Katsuki huffed. "The hell does that mean? I can still fight," Katsuki said as Kirishima's sweat dropped. "Going until your arms are blown off? That's a little too hardcore, man," Kirishima said as All put his hand out. "No. Run away. I'll handle this. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got," All Might said, clenching his fist. "I only have a minute left, but I must do this," All Might thought to himself as he got prepared for battle. "But because I am the symbol of peace," All Might thought as he and Nomu rushed each other. The two began fighting, throwing punches that were shaking the ground around them. All Might fought harder and harder as the Nomu tried to fight back as hard. Katsuki watched as their heavy punches clashed as he felt himself losing consciousness. "If killing All Might is really what you want to do," Todoroki started as he looked at Katsuki with an almost glare. "I seriously wish you the best of luck. You'll need it just to even get a scratch," Todoroki said as Katsuki looked at the boy and huffed. "I ain't some random, me. If anybody will do it, it's going to be me," Katsuki said as Todoroki looked at him disapprovingly as the ground around them continued to shake heavily. All Might and the Nomu began punching each other at high speed, knocking each other through the air as the gusts from the fight were blowing the group of boys back. All Might began to overpower the Nomu, knocking it around as the boys watched in awe at the power of All Might. "Hey villain, have you ever heard these words?" All Might said as he wound up a big punch. "Go beyond," All Might yelled as his fist made contact with the villain. "Plus ultra," All Might roared as he sent the villain flying out of the top of the building with a massive shockwave that rocked the entire facility. Katsuki gaped at the display of power as All Might pointed at the man. "Then you're next," All Might said as the man looked at All Might with shock. The man gritted his teeth as he rushed toward All Might with an open palm. Izuku jumped toward All Might as Katsuki reached a hand out. "Dynamight Deku," Katsuki roared as his consciousness began fading again. The last thing he saw was a bullet hitting the hand of the man as cement covered his vision between himself and Izuku and All Might. Katsuki woke up in a hospital bed, sitting up quickly as he extended his hand out, wincing in pain as he looked at his hand, seeing it covered in bandages as he leaned back in his bed. "Careful not to move too much. You did a number to your body. Your arms are healing, but they are in terrible shape. Here, have some candy," the old woman, a recovering girl, said, giving Katsuki some candy as the boy gave her a look. "If you are fine, I have other patients to check on," the older woman said as she walked out of the room. There was a knock on his door as Katsuki groaned. "Go away," Katsuki yelled out as the door slid open as Kyoka, along with Kirishima, Momo and Kaminari, walked into the room. "Last time I checked, I didn't care whether or not you said anything," Kyoka said as she frowned at the boy. "I'm just glad to see you doing all right," Kirishima said as Katsuki huffed. Momo walked over to Katsuki's side, smacking him across the face as the rest of the students went wide-eyed at the girl as she bowed. "I'm sorry," Momo said as she looked Katsuki back in the eyes as the boy gave her a look. "I get it," Katsuki said as looked at the girl. "It's because I'm not a hero and I'm not here to become one." That's a fair slap, but once my hands recover I'll get you back for it. If you extras got something to say then say it and leave. Katsuki said as Momo cleared her throat. You are quite incorrect actually. I slapped you for worrying me and I apologized because you were already injured. Momo said as Katsuki gave her a weird look. Yeah, me too, but I'm not going to punch you or anything. Kirishima said as Katsuki gave him a weird look. I just wanted to say thanks for saving me. Kaminari said as he bowed toward Katsuki. Stop effing bowing, I didn't save any of you. Clearly I plan on killing you myself later so you can't die yet. Katsuki said as Kyoka gave him a look. Now pieces off, none of this made us friends. I'm still going to go through with my goals. You hear that? I'm going to defeat the symbol of peace and destroy Hero Society. Katsuki said as none of the individuals even flinched, still sitting there looking at him. I thought I told you I didn't care why you joined you. Kyoka said as Katsuki gave her a look. As vice class representative, I must take care of my fellow classmates, no matter their nefarious goals. Momo said as Katsuki gave her a weird look. I gotta become manlier than you so when you do decide to pop off I'll be able to stop you bro. Kirishima said as Kaminari was kicking at the ground. I still think you are a JRK but you aren't too bad so I'll let your kind of evil monologue slide. Kaminari said as Katsuki looked in between the two of them. You are all idiots. Katsuki said as they all laughed at him. We aren't friends. Katsuki said as Kyoka shrugged. Fine, but you'll remember my name. Kyoka said as Kirishima put his fist up. We totally will be. Kirishima said as Momo bowed. Looking forward to getting to know you further. She said as Kaminari pointed a finger at Katsuki. Right back at you, but who knows what'll happen in the future. Kaminari said as Katsuki deadpanned. Tsundere. Katsuki said as the entire room gave him a look other than Momo. Say you be. Kaminari said as Katsuki growled. The F, did you say to me? Katsuki said as Kirishima threw hands up, getting in between the two boys who were yelling at each other as Kyoka covered her ears at the noise while Momo looked around confused. What's it, Tsundere? They eventually left Katsuki's room as the door slid open again. I swear to God, he's off. Katsuki exclaimed as Nizu walked into the room calmly as he laughed. Oh, you and your humor. Nizu said, climbing onto a chair beside Katsuki's bed. Katsuki rolled his eyes as he looked at the principal who was giving him one of his wise looks. What do you want, rat? Katsuki said as Nizu chuckled. I wanted to check on you of course, as a student of you. It's a principal's job to check on his students. Nizu said as Katsuki gave him a look. Bullshit. You're here for something that look on your face is a dead giveaway. Katsuki said as Nizu sighed fakely. Oh dear, I've been had. Nizu said as he cleared his throat. Yes indeed, I'm here for a progress report. Nizu said as Katsuki just looked at him. Are you enjoying UA? It has been 4 days since you entered and all sorts of things have already happened. Nizu said excitedly as Katsuki rolled his eyes. It's just a school, nothing special about it. Katsuki said as Nizu raised an eyebrow. Not even its wannabes? There were quite a few of them in here checking on you. Nizu said as Katsuki huffed. Just a bunch of confused idiots, they aren't my friends. Katsuki said as Nizu slowly nodded. I see, so your goals are still the same I assume? Nizu said as Katsuki nodded his head. Nothing has changed, rat. This gamble is going my way. I'm going to make you tell me every single last detail that you know and then you have my permission to die. Katsuki said as Nizu laughed at the boy. Splendid. I was worried that you had already changed. Thank goodness you are still resisting, that means more fun for me. Nizu said as Katsuki glared at the principal. I'll tell you, these have been some of the most entertaining days I've had at the school. Please keep doing your best to maintain character, Mr. Bakugo. Nizu said as Katsuki huffed. Huh. Katsuki said as Nizu gave him a look. It's like you want to lose. Katsuki said as the rat rubbed his hands together. Nothing is more invigorating than when the odds are stacked against you. It makes me feel alive and it will be all the more satisfying when I win this little bet. Nizu said as Katsuki gave the rat a look. That confident, huh? Katsuki said as Nizu smiled back at him. 6 months is a long time. I already predicted you were going to respond this way. You should feel a bit dumb being so confident despite it only being 4 days. Nizu said as Katsuki growled at the rat pointing at him. Listen up, this dumb bet is mine to win. I can't wait to see the look on your face when these 6 months fly by and I'm standing at the top of a hill of defeated students as you give me what I need. There is no force on earth that will get me to change my decision. I will beat All Might, I will win this bet and most importantly. Katsuki explained as he gave the rat a heavy glare. I will destroy heroes and villains. Katsuki said with a low growl as Nizu smiled at the boy. I have what I need now. I'm looking forward to seeing your growth, Mr. Bakugo. Nizu said as he got off the chair exiting the room. Katsuki stared at the door as he thought back to that voice in his head when he was on the ground. I won't forget, Katsuki said as he clenched his fist looking out of the window. I promise. Katsuki Bakugo was not what you would call a morning person. Not in the slightest. The blonde-haired boy's eyes opened as he stared at the ceiling of his room. He had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday and this was his first morning back in his room. Katsuki squinted his eyes as he looked toward the window of his room as the sunlight beamed in. The boy groaned as he looked at his arms. They were still covered in bandages as he turned them inspecting his entire arm. The good news was the pain was practically gone. Bad news, his arms were still pretty effed. That old lady had prescribed him FING candy as his medication. Apparently it was supposed to help with the healing of the more complex muscles he damaged. He didn't want to think about the content of the candy considering the old lady's quirk. Shaking his head out of those thoughts, he kicked the covers away from his legs as he took a look at his clock. The time read 6:42 a.m. Katsuki groaned in disappointment at the time considering he held himself to a very strict schedule. The only good thing about it was the weekend and his parents weren't awake yet so he could step out of the house without being bothered by either of them. Katsuki groaned a little as he pulled his shirt over the bandages on his chest. That day was still on his mind. He felt like he had lost all control of his quirk at one point, letting himself get consumed by rage as he attacked those villains. Even his outburst when he punched All Might, he never got that riled up by anything ever. Katsuki looked at the mirror as he brushed his teeth aggressively. It was bullshit, he should have kept his cool, but those damn extras just had to get him in such a weak state. Katsuki turned the water off, splashing his face with what he had accumulated in his hands. The boy rubbed his hands on his face as he looked into the mirror at himself. He couldn't have changed. Not even a little. He still saw that glint in his eye that burned with maintaining his goal no matter what came up, and yet he did in fact save them. Katsuki splashed the mirror with more water obscuring his face in blurry drops as he left the bathroom, making it down the stairs toward his door. He couldn't deny the fact that it happened. Just like with ears at the entrance exam, he did it and had to live with the consequences of it, but that didn't mean he liked any of them. They were all idiots and wannabes that he was above and always would be above, whether or not they liked him or wanted to be his friends. He absolutely refused to accept any of them. This road was his own and they were all obstacles on his path to destruction. Katsuki opened the door and walked through it, stretching as he looked forward. He saved them strictly so that he could personally kill them himself whenever the time came in 6 months. That rat was going to look super stupid when his bet came falling down to hit him on his stupid head as Katsuki watched heroes and villains alike fall at his feet. He didn't need anyone but himself, and it was going to stay that way. Katsuki opened his gate with a wide swing with a serious look on his face as he pulled on his jacket. Katsuki began to jog, upping his pace ever so slightly as flashes of Kyoka, Kirishima, Kaminari, Momo, and Izuku came to his head as he paced his breathing, turning a corner with a glare on his face as he gritted his teeth. This road was his to walk alone. Kyokajiru was not what you would call a morning person. The girl woke up with an almost jolt as she took in quick breaths. She realized she was sweating as she took a big deep breath, calming herself down. A couple of days ago had been the most stressful thing she had ever gone through in her short life. She knew that heroes constantly went through perilous situations where lives were on the line, but that day was too real. The time read 9:30 a.m. as Kyoka groggily took herself out of bed. She needed to try harder not to think about it at all. USJ had been a memory she was never going to get out of her head properly. at least for a while. Kyoka had always wanted to be a hero. She wanted to be somebody who did the right thing and brought justice to those who deserved it. The forces of evil that she would face were more nefarious than she could believe, all might on the ropes, her sensei beaten bloodied, not to mention her own personal encounter with a few villains herself. Kyoka had never used a sword before, and yet she decided to fight with one against freaking villains. At first she was really proud of herself. She made a stand against them alongside her friends in an extremely brave effort that she could hardly believe she had done. With Momo and Kaminari as support, she felt unstoppable, like for a minute she was a real hero. That changed quickly as the situation did. One minute she was fighting against the forces of evil, the next minute she was at the mercy of it. That one villain had managed to throw her into the truth of the world she just blindly loved, the truth of being a hero. It wasn't all damsels in distress and big action movie-like fights for the fate of the city. It was moments of impossible ultimatums where you had to make a choice or someone would inevitably die and it would be her fault. Kaminari was held in the grasp of a man who looked more than willing to kill him, the shiver in Momo's voice as she almost whispered her name in fear. Kaminari looked so blissfully ignorant as his life was being threatened. Honestly, she envied him a bit to be so ignorant that the situation wouldn't have been scary to her at all. Her mind blanked as the villain had Kaminari in his hands with his fate resting in the man's patience. Kyoka only shivers at the thought of what would have happened if that had gone on any longer, and yet that wasn't even the scariest part to her. The part that scared her the most was their savior. She knew that Katsuki wasn't exactly a plush guy that was lovable in the slightest, but she saw a side of him she didn't want to believe existed. This same boy she had lightly teased and toyed around with in an effort to get him to properly acknowledge her had been someone with such destructive force. He managed to scare a villain into giving up a hostage. Not to mention he looked so ready to kill at any moment, like he was just waiting on the villain to screw up just so he could blast him apart. She thought that he did kill Kaminari for a moment. His words about hating heroes and calling them wannabes had pushed his point. If he wanted to, he could have killed them both and had been done with it. Their savior had the face of a devil. Kyoka was already downstairs sitting in her spot with miso soup already made for her. The girl ate silently, deep in thought as her parents buzzed around discussing music, a topic she would usually be more than ready to dip her own opinion into, but there were bigger things on her mind. But he didn't. Katsuki Bakugo looked like your run-of-the-mill big dog that barked loudly to scare people, but in reality they were just lonely, so talking to him was something she found a little fun. Those barks did have their own bites, however. His power and tenacity were almost unmatched in every bout of quirks she had seen so far in her short time in her class. He always spouted about how he was the best out of all of them and how they were extras, yet in a moment of life and death after taking the control of that hostage situation, he could have chosen that death route he always went on about, and yet he didn't. Both the villain and Kaminari survived the encounter. Neither of them met their ends to the man who boasted about it. This confused her. Why was this guy who hated heroes for some reason saving people? Her first thought was that it was purely coincidence, like he only grabbed her when those buildings collapsed because he was already heading that way, or when he grabbed her in the hallway preventing her from getting any further injuries. These coincidences stopped being coincidences at USJ. He not only saved Kaminari, but he protected him only with the others to get him to safety. He risked his own limbs blasting away the villains that had been trying to thwart them. He still didn't look like a hero, however his eyes were filled with rage as he fought them back with all of his might. These were the actions of a hero by a guy who claimed he hated them so much. So why? Is it truly because they were his kills, or was it something more, something he couldn't admit? This boy was so confusing to her. One minute he's shouting die and the next he's risking it all for someone. Why was he so complicated? Why couldn't he just say what he meant and just be honest with himself? What was his truth even? What were the secrets held behind the eyes of Katsuki Bakugo? The meaning of the sneers and growls. Who is Katsuki Bakugo? More importantly, why the hell was she thinking about him so much? Kyoka! A short purple-haired woman exclaimed as Kyoka jumped, almost throwing her miso everywhere as she quickly recollected herself and smiled sheepishly at her mother, Mikajiro. Yes, ma'am? Kyoka said nervously as Mika gave her a strange look. What's going on with the yes, ma'am? Mika asked as Kyusuke Jiro, the father of Kyoka and husband of Mika, walked into the kitchen. Don't sweat it, Mika, our little girl isn't so little anymore, she's at the age of weird chemical reactions and stuff. Kyosuke said as Kyoka gave him a look. Dad, it's not like that. Kyoka exclaimed as the man laughed at the girl as Mika came to a realization, pointing at her daughter teasingly. It's a boy, isn't it? Mika said as Kyosuke suddenly got quiet as Kyoka's jacks flushed red along with her face as she waved her hands at her mother. No. It's not a boy. Kyoka said as Kyosuke had a dark look on his face as he faced Kyoka. What's his name? How old is he? Does he have a job? I don't approve. Kyosuke said as Mika's sweat dropped. Honey, she didn't even say anything. Mika said as Kyoka got up with the flush still on her face as she stomped her foot on the ground. It's not a boy. Kyoka yelled as Mika looked up dreamily. Oh, my little girl is growing up. Tell us all about him. Mika said as Kyoka's sweat dropped. As her father, I already got a good idea on what this boy is like. I can read her mind after all. Kyosuke said as Kyoka gave him a look. You can't read my mind, Dad. It's not even your quirk. Kyoka said as Kyosuke put his fingers on his temples. It's a rare dad ability. I'll show you. He's blonde, isn't he? Kyosuke shouted, pointing at Kyoka as Mika shook her head. Kyosuke, don't be ridiculous. That can't be Dash. Mika stopped as Kyoka had her head turned away, trying not to face her parents as Mika gave Kyosuke a weird look. My daughter is in love with a delinquent. Kyosuke said as he fell to his knees crying as Kyoka stomped her foot again, pointing at her father. I'm not in love with anybody, you idiot. Kyoka said, embarrassed as Mika sighed. All right, we'll stop bothering you about it, Kyoka. Now eat your breakfast before it gets cold. Get up, Kyosuke, I just mopped. Mika said as Kyosuke got dragged out of the kitchen by the older woman and Kyoka sighed in relief. Kyoka sipped more of her lukewarm miso as she chuckled. She loved her parents to death, but they were really too much for her sometimes. She seriously wasn't in love with anyone, let alone the lost spawn of Satan. She was curious and had a point to prove to that cocky blonde. She stood by what she said. She genuinely didn't care why he entered UA. All that she knew was that he saved her and she was going to get him to call her by her name if it's the last thing she does. As for USJ, she had to become stronger than she currently was in order to be the kind of hero she aspired to be. Someone had to step up to try to stop Blondie explode when he tried to blow up the school. As someone who talks to him, she would take that responsibility. No more was the girl who planned on coasting through hero school doing her best to be one. Now she was motivated and planned to put her best foot forward for her own sake. That sounded pretty heroic, right? Katsuki was covered in sweat as he returned to the front of his house. His jog had been extra hard today since he slept in late. The time read 9:45 a.m. as he walked toward the entrance to his house. He couldn't wait to get inside so he could continue his workout. There was no time for slacking for him with the nerd on his tail and the extras being formidable. He had to be extra vigilant. Nothing was stopping Katsuki Bakugo from being the one who destroys them all. Katsuki opened the door and heard a commotion coming from the kitchen. His eyebrow perked up as he walked into his home. What the hell are they making so much noise for? Katsuki thought to himself as he took his shoes off. He noticed an extra pair of shoes on the floor as Katsuki's eyes widened. One of the extras found his house and is now embarrassing him in front of his parents. They were so dead. Katsuki growled as he stomped toward the kitchen, the commotion getting louder as the third voice became clearer. Katsuki swung the door open, pointing randomly at the table where his mother and father were sitting with their guest. Whatever that thing extra said, disregard it cause it's all a lie. Katsuki yelled as Mitsuki and Masaru gave him weird looks as they looked in between each other. You have some explaining to do, brat. Mitsuki said as Masaru clapped his hands together slowly with a smile on his face. Congrats. Masaru said as Katsuki gave his father a weird look as the guest beamed at the blonde-haired boy. Baku beast. Katsuki's eyes widened as he caught sight of pink dreads pulled up into a ponytail, a smiling face, her crosshairs in her eyes widening as she made eye contact with him. Mei Hatsum was sitting in his house with his parents talking about who knows what. He almost wanted to kill himself at that very moment, however he was preoccupied. Yet again she was wearing very distracting attire as she stood up to face him. She had on a tight light gray shirt that was a little too long that read, "Everything deserves a Y." along with brown shorts that showed off way too much leg for a teenage boy such as himself to handle. Quit oogling the girl and answer my didn't question, brat. Mitsuki yelled as Katsuki shook himself from his thoughts as he growled at the older woman. I wasn't oogling her, hag. What the hell is she even doing here? Katsuki roared as Mei skipped over, grabbing onto Katsuki's arm, pushing into him, causing him to flush lightly as she smiled ignorantly at him as she bounced. For the progress report on the babies, Mei said as the color drained from his face as Mitsuki and Masaru froze in their chairs. Katsuki's eye twitched as he looked at the girl. Shut up! Katsuki yelled as Mei gave him a look. What wrong? That's not something a good boyfriend would say. Especially after you promised. Mei said excitedly as Katsuki's parents gave him looks. I ain't your boyfriend, Goggles. Katsuki said as Mei gave him a look, but we bonded over the babies at lunch a while back. Mei said as Katsuki gave her a look as Mei started rubbing circles around her stomach with a kind of bashful look on her face. After you filled me up and all? Mei said as Katsuki heard the gates to hell themselves open as a chair slid across the kitchen as Mitsuki stepped toward the boy with a heavy dark aura coming from around her as Katsuki began to sweat. Hag, you are taking this way out of context. Katsuki said as Mei gave him a look. What context? I just really wanted to make more babies with you. Mei said as Katsuki gave the oblivious girl a menacing glare as the atmosphere grew heavier. Mitsuki grabbed Katsuki by the back of his hair as her lip trembled in fury as her teeth gritted together as she tugged on his hair a bit. You did what? Mitsuki roared as Katsuki was given the beatdown of a lifetime while Masaru watched, pulling the pink-haired girl to the side with him. It'll be a minute. Masaru said as Mei looked at the beatdown, confused as she pointed to herself. Was it something I said? The girl said innocently as Masaru's sweat dropped at the girl, smiling as he shook his head at her. Mitsuki had eventually stopped beating on Katsuki, leaving him sitting on the ground in a traditional style as he grumbled to himself. So let me get this straight, she calls her inventions her babies because she's crazy. You gave her some of your lunch when you went to check on your stuff and ended spending your entire lunch there talking about hero items, and when she says you are her boyfriend she means it as you are a boy that is her actual friend. Mitsuki explained as Katsuki nodded his head as the older woman groaned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mitsuki said as Mei bowed in her head. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Mei said as Mitsuki gave her a look. Would you please allow me to make babies with your son? Mei said as Mitsuki's sweat dropped as Katsuki growled. They aren't having babies. Katsuki yelled, lifting his arms causing them to bleed slightly. Oh no, you're bleeding. Mei said as Katsuki gave her a look as she was inspecting his arms. Thought you didn't care about my arms? Katsuki said crassly as Mei just gave him a look. Still don't. My babies don't need any gross blood on them when you put them on. Mei said with a straight face as Katsuki growled at her. My blood ain't fin gross, Goggles. Katsuki yelled as Mitsuki gave Masaru a small smile as he walked over, putting an arm around her shoulder. Gross. Mitsuki said with a smile on her face as Masaru nodded his head as Katsuki was trying to get out of the grip of Mei as she was trying to spray some mystery substance on his arm. Alright, baby test number 1. Mei cried out as she put on goggles as Katsuki gave her a look. Has anyone ever told you that you are insane? Katsuki said as Mei gave him a thumbs up. Of course, she said as Katsuki's sweat dropped. That's not a compliment. Katsuki said as she placed the gauntlet on one of Katsuki's newly bandaged arms as she gave him a thumbs up. Don't blow your arms off. Mei said with a smile on her as she pulled out her clipboard. Whatever, Goggles. Katsuki said as he pointed his gauntlet at the tree line. He took in a breath as he reached for the clip. His finger hooked into it as he could feel the sensation of adrenaline running through his veins as he cracked a smile on his face as he pulled the pin. The explosion came out fiercely, a mix of fire and explosive burned through the air as the explosion hit one of the trees, blowing it apart as the others swept in the wind from the impact, nearly falling over themselves as Katsuki looked at the resulting fire in a little awe. That was one of the most beautiful things he had ever seen. The power, the destruction. He knew there were some tweaks, but this was beyond anything he ever could have expected. Katsuki looked toward Mei with an almost smile on his face as the girl jumped with joy. Katsuki looked down at the gauntlet on his arm as he smirked at it. This was exactly what he needed. Now the rest of the extras wouldn't hold a candle to him. Reaching the top of the class was no longer a pipe dream in his head now, he was for sure that he would. That was amazing. Out of all of the explosions I've made, that one had to be the best by far. Mei said as she ran in front of the fire blazing ahead of her as she did a victory dance. Katsuki held back a grin as he watched the girl dance in front of the flames. Come on, celebrate. Mei said as Katsuki scoffed at the girl. It was nice, I'll give you that, but I don't celebrate. Katsuki said as Mei grabbed onto his arm that didn't have a gauntlet, dragging him to her spot. She spun him around as the boy complained. The smile on Mei's face was a mixture of pride and pure adrenaline as she giggled uncontrollably. Katsuki looked at the girl's face as she laughed with fire casting an outline behind her head, framing her face in a beautiful orange as she laughed. Katsuki could feel his heart rate quickening as she spun with him. This was something new, this felt a little sickening. He felt all gross and fluttery as he looked at this girl who was just overflowing with joy, her contagious smile almost causing him to smile as well as he looked at her. It wasn't slowing down even a little as he fell in tune with her spinning. He chuckled as the girl let go of him, raising her hands at the flames. With this we finally made some headway. The baby is in crisp condition as well. Mei said as Katsuki rolled his eyes as he looked at Mei with a faint smile. You do know you are helping the bad guy here, right? Katsuki said almost jokingly as the girl turned around to face him. Good, bad, doesn't matter to me. All that I know is that this was beautiful. I look forward to working with you, partner. Mei said as she smiled at him. Katsuki's smile faded as he looked at the girl seriously. Now for baby test number 2. We'll point your other gauntlet toward the ground and see how high it'll propel you. Then at that point I'll see if I can make upgrades to your suit to allow you to FL dash. Mei cut off as she suddenly collapsed on the ground. Katsuki ran over to her, checking on her as he placed a finger to her neck. Goggles? Katsuki yelled out as he put his head on her chest, trying to listen for a heartbeat as he heard her stomach growl instead. Katsuki could feel his eye twitching as he got up, glaring at the girl. Get up, you idiot! Katsuki said as he pulled the starved girl to her feet as she shook her head. Sorry, it's been a few days since I've eaten. I just got so excited working on babies that I got lost in the moment. Mei said as Katsuki, still holding her by the wrist, began dragging her. We ain't testing sheet until you eat. Katsuki said as the girl gave him a look. Where are we going? Mei said as Katsuki kept dragging her. Food? Katsuki said as he kept walking as Mei looked back. What about the fire? Mei said as Katsuki stopped. Thing hell. Where was that diamond fire extinguisher? Katsuki yelled as he ran over toward the fire looking for Mei's kit as the girl looked at him. She smiled as she slowly began walking over to where Katsuki was frantically looking for the fire extinguisher. The pair found themselves at a ramen stand as bowls were placed in front of them. Thanks for the food. Mei said as she clapped her hands together before eating away at the bowl of noodles. Katsuki just stirred his noodles around as he watched the girl eating away at the bowl of ramen. He thought back to when she called him partner at the fire and clenched his chopsticks. It was a little moment, nothing more. This by no means made them close or anything. Katsuki looked over as the girl was looking back at him with her face stuffed with noodles as Katsuki deadpanned at the girl. She gave him a thumbs up as she went back to eating. Seriously, how does she maintain her figure if she was just chowing down like that? Probably the accidental skipping of meals she's known for. Katsuki looked at his own ramen, just staring at it instead of eating it. He couldn't find an appetite as he poked in it again. Seriously, why was he feeling like this? She was an extra like the rest, just another piece on the board of his game. It should be easy for him to just ditch her here and call it a day. There had to have been some kind of better thing he could do. He didn't have time for this. Every moment he spends around her is another moment that Rat laughs at him. He wasn't changing, it was pretty much. Though being around this girl wasn't helping his argument even a little. He should just go. He tested his equipment and it worked like a charm. He had no further use for this girl. So why couldn't he leave? Baku beast, your ramen is going to get cold like that. Mei said, breaking Katsuki out of his own head as he looked at the girl. Why? Katsuki asked as Mei perked an eyebrow. You know that I'm loose cannon, right? Kid vigilante or whatever. The only reason I'm even in this school is to destroy it and all of the wannabes in it. So why waste your time working with me knowing that it'll just end in destruction? Katsuki said as Mei tilted her head at him before placing a finger to her chin. Because you're my boyfriend. Mei said as Katsuki nearly did a spit take as he groaned at the girl. That's the shittiest reason I've ever heard. I'm not your effing boyfriend. Katsuki said as Mei shrugged. You are my friend, that's a boy so boyfriend. Makes total sense. Mei said as Katsuki shook his head at her. You've got some effed up logic goggles. Katsuki said as she nodded her head at him. No one has ever really spent that much time with me in my life. After my parents died, I just kind of adapted to being alone. As long as I had something to work on, nothing else really mattered to me. Why spend time around people when I could make something cool? That was my mindset. Inventions became my life since it was one of the last things my parents left me. Then you showed up at my shop and scolded me about not eating, then threatened to kill me if I didn't. It was the nicest thing anyone had done for me in a while. Mei said with a smile on her face as Katsuki gave her a slightly sad look as he huffed. That's actually sad goggles. Katsuki said as she smacked him on the back, causing him to growl at her. Nah, what's so sad about that? Mei asked as she placed her chopsticks over her bowl, clapping her hands together again, closing her eyes before opening them. This is the most fun I've ever had. The moment you sat down in that seat next to mine to talk about the gear instead of just leaving like everyone else did was fun. You were the first time I ever ate lunch with a friend, the first time I ever went to a friend's house to hang out, the first time I was treated to lunch. At first it was Power Loader Sensei that even spent a little time with me, but that was because I kept breaking into the support room. Mei said as Katsuki gave her a look as she slapped her fist against her hand. She smiled at Katsuki again as she looked at her ramen bowl. Humans are overly complicated and hard to deal with, while machines are easy to be around. But for the first time, I'm enjoying the presence of another human. So when you blow up the school, I'll be there to check out the explosion. I'll rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, I don't see you as a hero or a villain. In my ears you're just... Mei looked at Katsuki's eyes deeper as she smiled at him brightly while pointing at him, causing the boy to almost flinch as she closed her eyes. Baku Beast. Mei said as Katsuki felt a wave of unfamiliar emotions crash over him. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She was supposed to just leave, call him AD, and walk away. Instead she sat there and just smiled at him without a care in the world. Katsuki didn't know what to say as he clenched his fist. This didn't make any sense to him. He just couldn't walk away, there was music that had to be faced. And damn it, for just this once Katsuki would face the music. Katsuki pointed at the girl with a menacing look in his eyes as she looked back at him confused. You want to stick around me? Fine. But this means that when the inevitable day comes where UA burns and the heroes are being beaten, that you'll be working with me making all sorts of gear. Katsuki said as Mei's eyes brightened. In 6 months I plan on bringing that school to its knees with explosions, each extra being destroyed one by one. It'll be one of the most beautiful spectacles you'll ever see. In the midst of the chaos you'll be making missiles, grenades, and all sorts of bombs. Katsuki said as he placed a foot on the countertop, almost standing on it, as Mei looked up excitedly at the blonde. Quid pro quo, you'll get your explosions. Meticulous planning, tenacity spanning. We'll be the ones who stand at the top of it all. Are you ready for that, Goggles? Katsuki said, with a smirk on his face as Mei got out of her chair, throwing a fist up in a cheer. Hell yeah. Mei cheered as Katsuki looked down at her. Fine, then we'll be partners. That doesn't make us friends though. Katsuki added as Mei just nodded her head while bouncing. Whatever, she said as another customer stood up. Shut up already, get off of the counter and take your Lion King routine elsewhere. The customer said as Katsuki growled at the man. The hell did you say to me, you demon extra? Katsuki yelled back as Mei looked at Katsuki's ramen bowl. Say to my face so I can kill you, you background bee. Katsuki yelled as Mei was tugging at the back of his shirt. The owner's sweat dropped in the back as he continued working on cleaning his kitchen in the back. Come on, we have more tests to do. Katsuki said as Mei pointed at his ramen. Are you going to eat that? Mei said as Katsuki gave her a look. A little, but you can have the rest. Katsuki said as he sat back down putting his hands together. Thanks for the food. Katsuki said as he began eating the ramen. It had gotten a little cold as he ate it, but that didn't really matter to him as Mei was sneaking her own chopsticks in taking some noodles for herself as Katsuki gave a serious look toward the table. This couldn't forget what he was doing, his goals of defeating villains and heroes until he stood at the top. This only reinforced his goals and made them stronger as he ate his ramen. He had to continue to move forward and get even stronger than he ever was if he was ever going to make this dream of his come true. In 6 months it was do or die. And they were all going to die. A man in a costume slowly dragged himself against a wall with blood trailing from where he was dragging himself. He looked back in fear running from his assailant as he was trying to make it to a door that led inside of a building. The hero's eyes opened up in relief as he reached out toward the doorknob, but an indent appeared on his wrist before his hand came flying off in a bloody mess. The man screamed as he hit the ground. His assailant had found him. The other figure stood in the light covering his appearance with shadows as he approached the dying hero. Wait! The hero said while dragging himself backward further into the alleyway as his assailant followed him with his footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. Listen, just let me go. This doesn't have to end like this. If I happen to make it out of here, I promise to make it worth your time. The hero said again as the assailant kept walking toward the hero on the ground. Listen please. I have connections. The Public Safety Commission, the government, All Might. Let's just talk please. The hero said again as an indent formed on his leg. The hero looked up as he shook his head. Don't. The hero yelled as his leg was taken off, spraying more blood as he screamed out again as his assailant was finally in front of him. The hero looked up at him with tears in his eyes as the shadow-covered figure pulled out cloth and started wrapping it around his leg wound as the hero gave him a look. The shadow-covered then started wrapping up his wrist where his hand came off as the hero trembled in fear as the assailant wiped the sweat from his forehead. Forgive me, I'm still getting used to the blood. The assailant said as the hero trembled in fear while looking at the figure. Are you in pain anywhere? I'll take care of it too. The figure said as the hero smacked his hand away. Is it money? I have money, just please let me live. The hero yelled out as the figure shook his head. No, that's not what I asked. The figure asked as he gave a dark look at the man he was looking at as indents began forming on the hero's fingers as they started tearing off one by one as the hero cried out. Are you hurt anywhere? The figure asked as the hero screamed as his fingers started coming off. Answer me. The figure yelled as the hero trembled looking at the figure as the figure propped him on the wall. So, you aren't able to answer my questions? The figure said as the hero was looking faint. Oh. The figure said as he grabbed onto the hero's face, giving it a punch as he glared at the now screaming hero. My bad, you were going into shock. You haven't answered my questions yet, so try to stay awake, will ya? The figure yelled as he threw the hero against the wall as he sat down on an adjacent tray can. You can't, can you? The figure said as the hero trembled at the figure. You've never asked those questions ever, have you? The figure said as the hero looked at him. Please. What is it that you want? The hero said as the figure gave him a look. I want to kill you. The figure said as the hero's eyes looked in shock as he looked at the fingers of the figure lifted, creating indents all over his body. I wanted you to suffer first. You false idol. The figure said as the indents started sinking into the hero slowly. They'll find you, villain scum. They'll get you for this. The hero said as the figure stopped turning around to look at the man. Villain. The figure said as the indents started cutting in deeper. I hate villains too. The figure said as he widened his eyes at the figure. Also, the heroes already got me where they want me. The figure said as he turned around walking away as the hero screamed as he was being torn apart slowly into multiple pieces as the figure walked into the light. Heroes. Villains. All failures in my eyes. I'll kill them all. Isn't that right? The dark purple of the figure's eyes gleamed as they caught the light as he walked into a crowd of people normally as if nothing happened. Katsuki Bakugo.